heterosexual.
No.
Oh, look who's here! He said he wasn't going to come.
Hey.
Wow, a surprise Hydra.
Hello.
Woo!
I managed to charm
Here,
someone. I use my talents, my
Ooh,
appearance, and my voice
nice.
for evil, and I acquire more free time.
Yay!
That sounds
Good.
correct. I could definitely see you charming someone, sir.
Here, I'm gonna send
Yeah.
Ellie the link privately, so
Directly.
she'll have no excuse.
I'm sending it to her on WhatsApp as well, so then she really does have.
There you go.
Oh wait, guys, I am streaming through a VPN right now. I'm not going to turn it off because if I do, then it'll disconnect me.
Yeah.
Although, because Katru's here, or because you guys will just continue. But let's see how this connection goes. I don't know what it's going to be.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can pop out and pop in, and we can just continue. It's all
yeah,
good.
but it's just.
Do you have the video, by the way?
Yeah. Well, not downloaded. I'll just go and add it because it's sharing a tab audio is so much better. But we need Ali before we watch the video because we need to also check if Ali is third wave because she was saying she's going to be angry.
There's that. Yeah, no, but yeah, no, yeah. Because I mean, the shoe video should. Oh gosh, the shoe video might actually trigger her. I didn't even think about that.
I thought that's what was going to make. Yeah.
Men, men all-time records of depression. Women most.
Oh, no, that's the video we are going to watch.
Yeah. Okay.
The problem is, I actually just watched that earlier today, and I was shouting at the walls in enragement about all of the things the people of Twitter were engaged in, but. That's usually when I don't go onto that website because I don't touch that.
So what I'm hearing you say is you have a strong point of view.
Yes.
It's
Epidemic. Kyle.
I guess we could say, Kyle did know.
It's endemic at this point.
What is the difference? I've lost my.
Epidemic is like a sudden outbreak. That's severe, but an endemic is something that you live with.
It's
something
natural.
That is like
it's normal.
Well, it becomes a natural part of life that you have to.
Like if COVID lasted forever, for example.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a new wave every year.
Andrew, you could say it's
endemic now.
You could say it's a mendemic.
Yeah, I was going to say, who's going to do that? Come on. I was waiting for someone to do it. Thank you, Dorcas. I'm telling
all the puns on yesterday's EFAP.
Oh, they were amazing. Oh, my God. So, what happened to the recording?
Oh, God, I missed that one, too.
It wasn't there this morning.
I have it.
Where is it?
It's probably going to be uploaded to Mueller soon.
Okay, because
I have the unlisted link.
Oh, please do send it to me. A great panel today. Yeah, but you're not here, Galente. We're sorry.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah,
he's working.
It could be greater.
But yeah, what's the name? They had such good ones, and I was like, oh, you guys didn't even see my super chat because I was like, puns are fun, and they didn't even see yours. Like obviously because they're only going to do like the $50 ones immediately if they do. I don't even know if they do that on EFAP.
Yeah, because all of the Raspberry podcast started doing it, and now everybody's doing it, and it's a new wave of cringe live stream monetization.
Yeah, we only read the highest super chats. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it over a $1?
At least if it was like interactive or something. Like if I am playing a game and you pay like, I don't know, $50 to spawn in 20 dragons and ruin my day, at least then it's like some sort of, there is a back and forth, there is a mechanic, but then only to read out stuff. I'm not sure how I feel about that one.
There's something called Stream Raiders. It's actually quite cool. It's like
are we live, by the way? I don't think we are.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
We are.
Oh,
it's been ticking there in the corner.
No, you're right. We have been for a while.
We missed an opportunity We missed an opportunity to let Andrew think we weren't going live at all today.
Yeah, we should have. We should have just said, "Oh, it's my VPN."
Yeah, and he would have kept
Yeah.
saying all of those
I have
slurs
heard-
he uses in
I-
private.
Yes. Say his usual slurs. Yeah, it's totally happening. Okay, let me get the video. Oh, you vanilla. Let me get my. So what? Okay, wait. Yeah, the first topic is the male loneliness. So let's do the video.
Thank goodness, because maybe the problem is I don't know if I already exhausted all of what I have to say and wasted it on a fucking brick wall, but we will see. Hopefully, we have something left in me. But
sure
it's good.
You'll remember it, so it's fine.
Yes,
Yeah.
if all I need to, I can just walk back to it and like put my hand on it and try to read into the resonation, the reverberations to get it back. But yes, I'm glad that we start with that topic because hopefully I will have something to say. And I have no idea for how long I can be here at all. So
okay, so we'll try and go through it. I'll put it on double speed.
No. Just stay on that one for just go
as long as possible.
No, go normally. I don't want to listen. I know I'm an all-powerful being and I just take over a stream whenever I arrive, but please feel free to pretend as if I wasn't here and just go at normal speed.
Okay, so here we are. We'll go. Look, we usually pause every second or third frame, so we eat
How
up.
does she never upgrade her camera, by the way? Like, it's the exact same image quality back when she did like the BuzzFeed reaction videos.
Wait, let me see. Wait.
If it's not broke,
it is at
fix
7.
it?
Wait, we can go to.
Oh no, it can go to 1080.
Same
Okay,
thing.
I take it back. It's one level of upgrade. Then. Thank you.
I don't see the difference, but okay.
Surely it's part of the brand at this point.
It is part of the
Yes.
brand, yeah. Like if I got that big, I'd also still be scuffed. Come on, man. You can't
Part of the
be-
charm.
Yeah. And she can't do her makeup any other way, ever. That's the thing. I
Now
also
she's
love
permanently stuck in schoolgirl phase.
I love the collar of the shirt she's wearing. Anyway, let's go.
What?
The men are not.
The collar. Sorry, Andrew.
Yes,
No,
no,
it's
no,
literally
yeah.
the collar
No,
of the shirt,
uh-huh,
the way
uh-huh.
that a normal collar is.
Yep.
Not okay. That's right, folks. The men are not okay. The men have no friends, no girlfriend, no college education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones to be a few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman help them overcome their
Perfectly healthy.
pornography
Okay, it's not healthy.
addictions.
Oh, no, it's perfectly normal.
Hey, that's
You know,
not that.
everyone should want to be
Tall.
taller, and they should definitely, insert rods into their bones to get that way. It makes
Absolutely
sense.
normal. Nothing out of the ordinary
Okay,
going.
okay.
You know.
I can
No.
immediately hear. I can immediately hear the feminists though. Women are putting implants into their boobs to make them bigger.
Yeah, that's
See?
that too.
Perfectly normal,
Yeah.
perfectly healthy. Again, these things are
I
great.
think it's a lot more invasive when you're doing stuff with your bones.
You know, it's
Yeah.
kind of like when
Kind of seems like
Napoleon
it.
was marching on Moscow and all of the horses were frozen beside the road and he was just walking past all of the guys dying in the snow and was like, perfectly normal. Everything is going according to plan, guys. There is no problem. Nothing to see here at all. Like it's of course
Everything's
it's bad.
great.
Here,
No, it's not okay.
and we should be comparing things like on an equal basis. Like, what are the cosmetic surgeries that men
Yeah.
and women undergo for beautification? And as far as
You don't know that.
what are the if a woman was like removing a rib or whatever to get a smaller waist, I would consider that to be more equivalent to like, the height
Yikes.
problem.
That sounds
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah. That's as
Yeah.
drastic. It's not
That sounds
inserting
horrifying.
things. It's not just.
Well,
it's
yeah.
not just flesh. It's bones, man. That's
It's
crazy.
pretty bad either way, Jesus.
Okay.
No, but it's happening.
But to offer a slightly opposing point of view, like we
Ooh.
don't get Wolverine without, shoving metal into people's skeletons at some point. So
I'm
It's gonna
convinced.
happen.
Step
You
one.
got to find the perfect
Yeah,
material.
but we need a
first,
healing
you know?
factor for that, right?
Yeah, women, you know what? We all ask for things that are not realistic. Okay, we know.
It's
Why don't we just all get plastic surgery to look like
Look.
Margot Robbie. Like,
This is all because of the
Yes,
internet and
I
the
will
widespread
get
of
that.
social media and everything. Like, do you know that there are different styles of completely different styles of makeup just for like appearing on camera and in IRL? Like, of course, these things wouldn't exist without the insane like social media influence we have today, and otherwise the idealized versions and idealized pictures wouldn't be as powerful as free and frequent in people's mind, and thus the social pressure wouldn't be as hard for others who already felt like they need to conform to sacrifice even more and literally alter pieces of their body permanently to conform even harder to an ideal they can never reach.
We're playing hot potato, right?
I know.
We
Musical
are.
chairs.
Leapfrog.
Whoever
Leapfrog.
ends up on bottom gets kicked.
Wait, what?
There you go.
Okay, I see.
No, I wanted to be able to go like this. I wanted to be able to go like this. But then Dorcas has to
But
get out of the way.
The thing is that the guys, what is it? This is one of the things that actually kind of really irritates me about argumentation is that just because someone is saying something, right? Especially if you have two different groups that are saying two different things, people will say, like the Hassan thing, where one group of people are saying pause it, the other people are saying don't pause it, right? And then he's like, oh, you can't win, right? But there are two different groups that are saying this, and it's a matter of listening to which people, right? So like with the fake boobs thing, generally speaking, the men who are actually asking for it are the people like Andrew Tate that we don't want to be listening to in the first place.
Yeah.
So
they are they are those who value surface level things anyway, and those are the types of people that a good idea for love that I heard is actually from the only amazing dating tip that I ever received in my entire life was actually from Neil deGrasse Tyson, who talked about how you should have all of these different qualifiers and rate people from 0 to 10 in all of these different categories, and don't base it all on just one thing and have category like intangible stuff that just feels right, etc., etc. And the kind of people that it seems like the kind of people that are really pushing this surface level message are just the ones who just only rate people based on, oh, this is 0 to 10 rate on looks. That's it. That's all that is that a person has to offer. That's it, their looks. And that means that inherently coming from this philosophy, it means that not only you will commodify everything that is a relationship, which is pretty fucking evil, if you ask me, by the way, you will literally love people less as they grow older, and will result in another view of wanting to discard people because they are no longer useful. So just want to point out that is an incredibly inhumane way of thinking about relationships and people, and you don't really want to appeal to that because generally horrible things will happen.
That is, I like that. You literally love people less, literally, in the way.
In the way literally is meant to be used.
Really
yes.
Yes. Sorry, we just had an interruption with Rumble. It said it wasn't working with Rumble, so
interesting.
I'm going to remove that.
Probably we lost our last viewer over there because we critiqued Andrew Tate or something. I don't know.
We got. But actually, one of the things I was also talking about in my head is when I was writing the tags in and I said men's issues, I was like going to say women's issues. And I was like, no, that is exactly it. We can talk about men's issues without it meaning, even though I did bring in the feminist talking point, I myself did it. But without it being foreshadowing for this video, without it being something against women. Why does it have to be immediately against women? It's just no.
Because you gotta take the other side. If you oppose the one thing, Kitty, you don't understand. If you think climate change is real, you must have no restrictions on how trans people can compete in sports. That's just the way life is. You don't understand. You gotta choose one of the teams.
Well, there's definitely that sort of thing
Otherwise,
going
what are we doing on the
actually,
internet? Guys, is Rumble working? Can you get to Rumble?
I haven't checked.
I will look.
It's coming out the connection.
with what do you call it? No, Ali actually brought up during our first Barbie discussion. So
Haven
Barbie's
Vent,
part
Barbie,
two-
woo! Yeah.
So, no, that you can't necessarily talk about something without people inferring a lack of talking about other things
Something
in
else.
relation to it.
I
Right.
can't
So,
get
like,
to-
the classic example is that, you know, if you talk about how much you love pancakes, people are going to say, what's wrong with waffles?
It's true.
And regular
Right.
cake.
Okay, guys, I'm turning off the VPN. Maybe that's also going to cause shit. Okay.
Oh, no.
I
I'll-
can't. I
I'll be
can't
back in
get
a
to
sec.
Rumble right now. So if that's helpful.
Yeah, me too.
It might be
I
down.
think they're having an issue.
Morning, D.
Hey, hey.
Hey.
Hello. Oh wow! Now it's
So-
giving me errors. Connection unstable. I wonder if I should go back to the VPN, guys.
Oh no, everything is fine
It was
after we
working
started
pretty good.
experimenting again. Somebody
it's fine,
literally
it's
said before, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what when we talked about the shoe
but
on head
don't-
resolution. That's what's happening right now.
Well,
That's what's
it
happening.
turns
right
out
now.
Rumble was broke, so she tried to fix it. I mean, it makes sense.
No, she tried to
but,
fix the VPN, which isn't
So
Rumble.
is well, I thought Rumble was upset with my VPN. So it's Rumble's broken because Dorcas before I cut out, Dorcas was saying he couldn't get to Rumble.
Yep. And
Yeah, same.
Okay.
And I think Nova's also saying that in chat.
Error, too much Bob talk. Lies.
Ah,
There's never
we were
too much
Too
Bob
spicy
talk.
for Rumble. No, I understand.
D, what's up? It's been forever, dude. Everyone can relax. I've arrived. But just to say hello. Oh no, I will be listening to this later, though, as I'm interested in these topics. Okay, D. Well, we're glad to have said hello to you, and we'll keep you in mind. I'll try and say hello to you again later on, future you. And there is a
Later, when we are
jab.
not 21 seconds into the
Hey.
video. Yes.
Hey, what's up, ladies?
Hey,
Okay, yes.
Squeaky chair.
Hi.
a much better logo and hopefully squeaky
Hello?
less chair.
Yes.
I don't know.
Less
Is your
squeaky
chair
chair.
going to squeak this time?
Squeak's maybe still there, but you won't be able to hear it. Don't worry.
Yeah, Rumble isn't working. Wow.
Okay.
You know what, guys? We broke Rumble. That's what we did.
it's true.
Okay.
Yeah,
How so?
it was all the Bob talk.
It was.
Uh,
Overtime makes me the money.
break
All the
anyone.
monies. Have a good day.
to be honest, though.
A wild Jab appears. Okay, so Jab, we are continuing with the men aren't all right. All of you guys, you're not all right.
Don't worry,
So
you
the
didn't
shoe
miss
on head
anything.
video.
Yeah.
Real love.
Yes.
Turns out the society that was
What does that mean, by the way, guys? Some meme. What is?
It's not a meme. It's actually a real thing. It's AI Batman. He gives you,
Positive
affirmations.
affirmations. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
help.
Positive
Yeah.
affirmation, Batman. Is that
Yeah.
it's a thing?
I mean, it helps.
Okay.
It is a
and
thing.
it tells you
Listen,
that
if it
you're
helps
real
you
life-
improve-
encourages you to
get over
Kitty,
your.
what is this? What
To
is
touch
this
grass.
anti-Batman behavior I'm sensing from you? Okay,
No, no,
I know,
Is this a cat
right?
thing?
No, it's not. Bats
he's a good
versus
role
cats.
model, you know?
No, he's telling people to not watch the porns. That's good. Everyone hits like 12 in chat. Only 8 likes. Fix this. D, I know, right? This is absolutely bullshit. I'm just saying.
No, I just popped a like. So
Oh, there we go. That screen cap. Yeah, look at her. I love her. Okay, so that's it.
was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them down. Now you might
Oops. Yeah, it was built for and by men.
Yeah, because if you
It's
go into
passed
the
down.
according to the ultra red femme rhetoric, this entire
Oh.
society is built by and for men and is controlled by the men, and all of the men are evil and oppress everything, and skyscrapers are high because they are phallic in nature and whatever, etc., etc.
I
That is an
love it.
unironic
I love it.
article, but I read, by the way. That is unironic feminist position.
An ironic. I can't
Yes.
tell the difference.
So-
these days.
And,
So
but
the, what do you
how?
call it?
Like, unless you make the argument that there is like a secret civil war going on, or men oppress themselves, or there is a secret cabal that actually, like, there is a class divide and it's a class struggle, not a sex struggle, the patriarchy, because there is like somehow an upper patriarchy and a lower one with all of the slaves or something. This argument will be self-defeating, so you will have to draw a class divide, otherwise your rhetoric won't work at all.
Basically, I actually asked a modern feminist this question, and the answer I
Yeah,
got
why don't we just
was
ask
something.
someone in this room?
Something.
Great.
Well, something
You have the hair to
similar
match.
to.
So
Sorry, Jab.
yeah.
What is the answer? What was the answer? I think
no,
Jab's
Andrew
got a
can
delay.
finish.
Yeah, I think Jab's got a delay. That's why he ended up talking over you. Look at him
Yeah.
go.
So the answer I got was something akin to whiteness. It's about like,
yes, of
that,
course.
right.
We have to pivot
So-
from the race, from the sex, from the class to the race. Of course. How many
Well-
more divides can we pull up? Yeah.
No, it's not necessarily like the exact definition of whiteness necessarily, but it's that what do you call it? Obfuscation. It's like, oh, we're going to use this term, and then we're going to completely redefine it to be
Maleness.
something that doesn't fit anything at all, and actually is somewhat neutral, right? And affects everyone equally, and nobody actually has responsibility. And
Is that
and
what
so it's like,
masculinity
okay, so
is?
at that point, well, no, that's what the patriarchy is.
Oh, the
It's something.
patriarchy.
It's like this. It's this neutral force that acts on everybody equally, and it like has this push-pull dynamic. That
Funny how it acts on everyone
Yeah,
equally, but
so
produces
it's-
vastly different results without it being racist or sexist, even though these people believe that that is impossible, and all
So Bobby was right.
discriminatory results are because of purpose for racism and sexism. So funny how that suddenly isn't the case when it comes to this one thing. Anyway, my
It's
apologies.
Schrodinger's racism. It is both racist and not
And
racist
it's at
when
the
they
same
want
time
and
until you
need it
observe
to
it.
be.
Yep.
Yeah. For the
Yeah.
purposes of this conversation where I'm saying very racist things, no, it's not racist. When I'm not talking to anyone in particular and just talking about society,
I would just like to point out that this is unironically a rhetorical tool that was used by both the Nazis and the communists during World War II, where it's so part of the whole like ideology of the enemy is simultaneously weak and strong and is infighting and is one monument against us, and they are competent and incompetent at the same time, etc., etc. Like it is part of this very
That makes me-
effective rhetoric that allows you to kind of dance around issues and just be a rhetorician without addressing any fact and just brainwash people's minds into one of the two extreme sides that you want them to be in.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's it. We have the MGTOW and the feminists. So that's what's happened.
Yeah, it's all of the others' fault, guys. Don't you understand? This is a war between the sexes. Take a
Sorry, I
side,
lost
Spencer.
everyone. My
Sexist.
internet
Yeah,
connections
come on.
were bad.
Well, I think that's actually something that
What?
actually is something that isn't brought up in this video. Is
What?
the MGTOW movement,
Mm.
which I think that there was some level of that in like society in general, just right? But it actually has been a little bit more formalized and actually has gained popularity as something to strive
in the
towards,
recent years,
in a way that
especially.
in a way that did not exist at all.
Oh, I've got another video we must watch after this. It's a V video.
Okay.
Because it's
So let's,
kind of talking about that sort of thing. It's by a man. Okay, so here's a woman doing it. And then we'll talk about the man doing it.
Might be
Okay.
thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shoe on Head. Yes.
I
And if you
love
have
that.
a problem with that, tune into literally anything else.
I also love that she still uses the whatever. She's been using that for years.
She's
That's
very.
pretty
I don't
funny.
remember where that's from originally. Is that
I
Five
don't
Nights
know.
at Freddy's?
Yeah,
or
it's
was
like
that
a
sound effect
generic
from-
sound effect. Like, but the thing is, she uses that. It's her staple, and she was drinking her.
Men are in a crisis, and it seems nobody really cares. And the people who do care just seem like
Pause. I just want to point out that you
Nobody
really
cares.
should care because every single societal collapse throughout history, the real shit hit the fan when young men had either nothing to do or got rowdy and like decided to torch shit. So you probably should keep an eye on that one, okay? Literally, the communist revolution, fascist revolution, all sorts of everything, civil wars. It all shit hit the fan when a young man decided to fuck shit up because that is what we're going to do. Because they have nothing else to do, or because they got pissed or something. Probably should keep an eye on that one, Chief.
I was
Just
actually
saying.
going to say, I was looking at the riots in France, just all of that stuff, right?
Especially university students too. Those guys are
Young,
especially the seeds
youth.
of the radical fast change. So yeah, if I was, a leader of a nation, I would probably measure unrest most effectively directly somewhere through there. So personally, I would care about those guys the most because those guys can do the most harm in the quickest amount of time.
Okay, hold on. Oh, the net is not favoring Jab. Okay, anyway.
It is not.
Play.
It's not me. I'm different. So before we get into this, let's quickly get into today's sponsor.
Okay, I'll skip
Today's
that.
sponsor
No,
is
John Wick passed it. Bam, 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 bam. Skip. Let's go.
She's so pretty. Okay.
Ooh,
It's a watch.
there's some nice looking watches.
Oh,
It is
nice.
nice looking watch, actually.
Yeah.
And
Shame
like,
nobody
Not bad looking
here
jewelry.
can afford it, but let's keep going.
yeah. Let's check that. Shoe 50. Even,
Are
even
we gonna
with
watch
shoe
it?
50.
Are we gonna watch?
Now we are
we're
going to
gonna
watch the watch.
the
Shut up, P.
ad?
This is far more
or not?
important.
No, what? No,
Well,
I've just had a look at it.
all I'm saying is that there was that they were talking about that on
Oh,
on
maybe
one
you
of
should
the,
get ad
the streaming
revenue.
things about we're using their content, we might as well let their ad play.
That one's. I hate to use
I
this
think
term,
we
but
just gave a
derogatory.
positive. Fair enough.
Like,
I think we just
it's
gave a
nice
glowing
thing to
review
do,
of the
but it's
jewelry,
not
though,
necessarily obligatory, right?
Let's ignore the
It's
React
not a-
narrative.
it's
It's a
not a-
topic. We're gonna get onto it, guys.
Yep,
Put it
it's
in the
inevitably
title.
it's going to get here.
Shoe
But we're
15
gonna
for
talk about
fancy
many
watches.
Shoe
Yeah,
15 for
and
fancy
other
watches.
jewelry as well. I saw
Oh,
necklaces.
And bags.
I mean, you can let the ad play if you want to, Kitty.
I
It's
just
up to you.
personally
It's
don't
your
like
stream.
sponsorship, but that's just me, unless it's like something that is
internet
one of
got
the
unstable.
useful ones, not like the luxury goods.
I actually, when the video played, I didn't skip it, and I love how she goes.
We are transforming the video. We're not playing it, skipping the ad, and then walking off.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. I was just asking the question. I wasn't saying one thing or another.
No, he's just making us do a thing. Okay.
Got it.
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than
few.
ever before.
A fucking
Just
few. Imagine saying that, a few. Just kind of like
Well, they've
how
spoken about
a few people died during COVID, a few people died during Vietnam. Kind of a few studies are come on, man.
I don't think she's like making light.
I know,
of the
it's a
situation.
sarcastic joke, probably.
Yeah,
But I'm just trying to point out if anyone isn't aware.
It's
I know
more
she
than a
isn't
few.
doing it on purpose. Yes, a lot.
Men, the women and children too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030. But according to the media, this is a good thing. The she-economy.
And that's
Why
a
is
good
it a
thing.
The rise of the
It's not a good thing
Oh
because
my
the
gosh.
economy is going to tank, guys. Nobody's going to buy.
She economy though.
It's not good.
Oh man,
Economy's looking up.
that
No, it's
hurts
not.
Yeah.
my innards.
You will have less people working. That's not good, guys.
I
Don't
think
do
I
it.
felt my lungs liquefy as I read that.
My very limited economic knowledge tells me that less workers and less buyers and less stores and less goods is probably not good for the economy. But that's just me,
I'm getting.
But what's good
Trudeau-
for the she economy?
I am really lagging right now. Sorry to hop out really quick. I'll try and hop back in later if my internet decides to work. But yeah,
Sweet.
this is-
Sometimes just hopping in and out does
Yeah.
fix
Yeah.
it,
Yes.
but sorry, man, the delay is a killer. I know that
yeah, it
experience.
sucks. Well, I'll
Okay.
chat with you all guys later, maybe.
See ya. Yeah.
See ya.
For
Have
sure.
a good one.
See you, man.
Bye.
Talk to
So
you.
yeah, but what is this?
Nice logo.
What is this she economy? Because it's clearly not about the economy being good. What the fuck is that?
I'm getting Justin Trudeau flashbacks to She Session.
I don't get
Yeah.
shit. A woman. Amen. A woman. Like,
Oh, come on.
stop.
Oh, cringe.
Okay, is the she economy just women working? One of the things I'd
But
say
less
is
women are going to work if there are less people. What? That's
if
not the
there's
cheap
people,
economy.
that's true. It's true. If
It's
less
not-
women
it's
are,
not-
it's just bad for everyone, I would say.
Again, I am not an economist. I didn't study economy. My very limited economic knowledge tells me that less people, less job, less businesses, less goods, and all of them declining rapidly is not
Equals
good. But that's just
not
me.
good.
It sounds like patriarchy speaking right there. You
Well, what do you
need
know?
to consult a economist. Anyways.
No, but see, Hydra, it's good that more women are working. So
There are going to be less
Therefore-
women working in total. That's the problem.
yes, but
You know
see,
what?
Hydra, it's good that women are working, and so it's good.
Not
The
for
economy is
long
good.
if this continues, baby.
You know what? I do
We're going
fear
to have a
for
problem.
everybody. I do fear for the. You know that she said the 45% will be childless and whatever about 2030.
Doesn't
Like,
sound good at all. Like it's Japan
not
level of
everybody-
problems incoming.
Like
Yeah.
I used to be like a unicorn. Me, a woman that doesn't want children, could hardly ever meet a woman that didn't want children. Honestly,
Used
all
to
of
be
my
rare,
friends-
I remember. Yeah.
It used to be a thing, and it used to be kind of look. I'm not complaining because I was very rah, let me not have children, and very upset about people asking me why I don't want children, and very upset about why doesn't society change its expectations for me and whatever. And it's like, no, society just does push back, but it's up to you to push yourself and say that's still not what I want. So
Carve your own path
yeah.
in terms of what you wish, in terms of what you have from your own family. Like, don't let others tell you whether not to or to have children. It's a extremely tough choice. Do it yourself. Don't let others
It's a
push you
choice.
into it.
It's a choice. I wanted it to just at least be seen as a choice. That's all. When I was,
Yeah, and it's your choice.
yeah.
Don't let others take that away from you.
But like it seems now that women are going. I think a lot of women are not even. The thing is, they don't consider the choice. They don't consider it. They. It's just going the other way.
Probably
the
because they
swung the
can't
other way.
afford to, and that's the main problem behind like the whole economic
But
issue. And people
but
have
I
to
see-
probably work more and stuff like that. So my guess is it's not just women decided to not have children for no reason. Like there is a really complex reason behind it that needs to be unpacked. And this whole economy thing is missing the point. Like
the actual
the
economy.
fucking Earth for the moon, like it's
With-
completely off.
Whether you want children or not, actually, it's just more difficult to live on one income,
Yeah, of
no matter
course.
what.
And
For sure.
and there is a
it's-
lot of pressure on women to go into the workforce and
Be a mom at the same time.
be a mom at the same time, and to
Yes.
have high ambitions, so to speak.
Yes,
For
which
to
was
be the leaders.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
but
good luck doing all of those at the same time. It absolutely it destroys someone. It's
No, you can
it
have
can
it
be
all.
very hard. They can, but it can like trying to, especially imagine if they are like due to the high divorce rates. Imagine if they are a single parent at the same time. Like it's
that's
mentally
even
wears
worse.
somebody down.
Didn't
Like I know a lot of people that are out there who have like a single parent, has to work, raise the kids at the same time, do all of this shit for them, and fight for a promotion because otherwise can't maintain all of them, and it's just mentally wears people down. So yeah, I do think that definitely the economic problems have something to do with it, but it's a very complex issue, and walking into this arrogant sexist rhetoric of it's a he, she, gender, something misses the point.
It's just difficult for everyone. That's what it seems like.
They're looking for a simplistic solution where there is
I need to just get Axel and put him in the other room.
Yeah, go.
So you guys, Dorcas, you were going to say something.
Yeah.
Ray, you were going to say stuff.
I think Rachel Zegler just got some flack from a feminist
why?
for perpetuating this idea that it's less than good for women to want to be moms. But I'm not fully up to date on that situation.
It's okay. It depends on all of the situation. Like this is, you can't make a generalization about this. It depends entirely on the situation you are in. Like it's like asking, do you want to do this task? And it's like, depends. It's like saying, do you want to, I don't know, take a walk in the forest. Is it raining? Is it slippery? Have I been to the forest before? Are there people walking their dogs around? Am I allergic to dogs? Or do I just need to like stretch my legs because I've been sitting in front of the computer all day? Like, it depends on the situation entirely. You can't just say, no, walking in the forest is always good, or it's always bad, or it's no, like, too simplistic. Don't do that.
Yes. It's way more than just the left and right, black and white, all of that. It's a very big deal. And so I guess immediately she has come with both sides. It's a problem, but that does not mean that men are not in trouble.
Yeah, of course.
Booming, as they say. And meanwhile, men being single is treated like this.
New study explains why some single men are having a hard time finding a new partner.
Some of the music that they listen to speaks very derogatory.
Right.
Yeah, men, stop listening to that derogatory
Some
music.
of the music.
Then maybe you
What
won't
is
be
this?
single.
They
I don't
are
know. I
going-
think men and women.
I'm just waiting for the point where where the problem reaches such a critical mass that everybody will want to point at their own boogeyman to claim as the source of all of the issues. It must be them music, it must be them Satanists, them video games doing it all over again, or something. That's some new media that didn't entirely settle in.
What do you mean? What do you mean? WAP? Wet ass pussy? That
yes,
song?
exactly.
Is that
That's
the song?
Who wrote WAP?
That's empowering. That's not.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that's not derogatory.
Damn. I forgot.
That's empowering.
I wasn't. Damn. Yeah. Oops.
Being single and lonely kind of shows there might be something wrong with society. Perhaps we should address this, not just wave it off as empowering or.
It's not empowering to anyone. It's not just men. People don't talk about it at all, but it absolutely affects young women too.
It affects. If we are supposed to.
It's like somehow sometimes like
together.
Yeah, there is this very pervasive attitude of like, yeah, young white men are the problem. They are the creators of the system. They are the big oppressors. Yeah, let them die. Let them kind of like when Kirk says to Spock in Star Trek when the Klingons have their little shibbly boo and their moon blows up, they let them die, kind of that attitude of those guys have been fucking with us for so long, I don't care anymore. And it's like, it's not them, it's everybody's problem now. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah, it's not that clear-cut revenge. Even if you want that revenge, you want that, okay, now it's that it's our turn kind of thing.
And even if it somehow just only magically affected men, it would still fuck up you too.
It's exactly because we're all connected. It doesn't.
You live in a society, guys. Come on.
We live in a society. Exactly. You didn't waste your talking points on the wall. I'm glad you're remembering them. You're giving.
Oh, we ain't seen shit yet. It depends on how long I can stay, but maybe we will have some rants.
These are also really good examples that feed into the perception that feminists are man-haters. And not saying that's my perception, although that's kind of my perception, actually. Walking it back.
Have the men considered just not oppressive?
Right, but
are you saying they didn't build society?
Which makes the topic of men's issues a decent litmus test when talking to someone who calls themselves a feminist and says that they believe in equality. Or think that the definition of feminism is equality, which is why I think people tend to ask, well, then what's your opinion on men's suicide rates?
Yes.
Because they want to see that reaction to understand where this person
Don't get me wrong, even a radical feminist can be absolutely good intentioned and say something as a response to this question, something like this, like yes, men need to be liberated from the patriarchy as well, and they are being oppressed by all of these negative stereotypes that are pushed on them or something. Like, I'm saying that there is absolutely a positive, supportive answer to this, even if your position is extreme. But somehow it's just mainstream and okay to be an ass and say that, yeah, all of those people, they deserve to suffer because they were born wrong. And it's just, fuck you then. Like, okay, like you're not even attempting to fix the issue anymore. It's just saying, as long as it's them, boys, it's okay. You gotta.
And how do you expect to win people over to your side like that?
You don't, because you are correct and they are wrong.
Have you ever met a woman? Okay. One of our favorite things to do is you should know. You should just know, okay? You should just know that you should be on our side. We shouldn't have to we shouldn't have to win you over to our side. What are you talking about? Okay, that's exactly what it's like. It's this double thing, and it so is. I can imagine the extreme feminist being like, yeah, okay, cool, but it's for you can't fix women and then fix men. You have to fix them together because they don't exist in vacuums. And they
Yeah,
don't
but you
exist.
can, still do it with a well-intentioned.
Yeah.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Men suffer under the patriarchy too, or something like that. Like, it's possible to
And
take a position that
okay.
still helps support men, even if you start with an extreme assumption. Like, I'm not against necessarily rat femmes having this rhetoric. It's just don't be hateful and bigoted about this, please.
Yeah. No, it's like, I think I've said it before on stream, but it's like a Rubik's Cube. You can't solve it one side at a time.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Well, you can. It's just the rest of the sides will be fucked.
Clip that, CT. Okay.
Pathetic. According to several different articles, I love how that's my source. I read about it on the internet. Research shows that people from
where else are you gonna read shit these days? I want to go to the library, guys. When I go to the library, I'll take photos for you guys.
individualist countries,
It's a really cool library.
I've been meaning to take a picture of my bookshelf for the book suggestion Discord.
Please do. Yes.
Are you allowed in the library?
Me? Yes, I'm allowed. There's a
No,
whole.
no,
you
it's allowed.
Oh no, cats allowed. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? There's
I
lots
would
of mice.
love, dude. I would go to the library
Let's actually go
like
check the
so
library.
much more if there were cats there.
Oh yeah, my friends. I must show you this picture later on, like when it's memes or whatever. When you wanna, if you reincarnated, the heart of reincarnation is coming back as a bookstore cat, and there's all these pictures of cats in books.
Oh god, that must be heaven. Yeah,
That would be the life.
Sounds like
Okay,
an
anyway.
anime.
Anime. Speaking of anime, I've got an anime cat on my keyboard. Anyway, let's go.
greater sense of loneliness. This is linked to socioeconomic development, increased education, a shift towards white-collar jobs, and urbanization. Japan also has an issue with loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement of people they call the hikikomori. Did I say that right?
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically,
close enough.
Can we get you to pronounce it, Hydra?
Nope. I won't even.
Yeah, there you go.
I only judge others. I don't do it myself.
Where's Blaine when you need him? We need a
Right.
weed.
postmodern hermits. Most
this is the sheet. Okay, well, I'll let you make
mostly
the point.
young men
I
who
don't
completely
understand.
withdraw from society.
It's a problem. What is it? That developed in
the developed world.
What is it? It was either the 80s or maybe the 90s. The point is that they had what's called the lost generation. It's when they had like the success of like their reconstructions success, and it lasted for one, maybe two generations, right? And then all of a sudden that they entered into a deflationary spiral, which like severely crippled their economy, right? So then the kids couldn't end up the parents were successful, but the kids couldn't end up getting any jobs. So they all a lot of them ended up becoming hermits. Where now that not necessarily that they were stuck inside, but just that they just lived at home, did focus on their hobbies or whatever, that kind of thing.
Like failure to become their own people, like
right, and exactly,
living at home
and so
with their parents.
right, yeah, that's called a NEET, right? Is you're not it's an acronym, not in education, employment, or training. And so
I never heard that was okay.
Yeah, I believe you. Thank you for the teaching.
Oh, yeah, NEET. Yeah, that's what NEET stands for.
Not in
education, employment, or training.
Okay. A neat person. That sounds neat.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. And so then it kind of normalized the idea of just taking care of your kids because society has problems and it's not necessarily their fault. So then this problem ended up coming up with like social anxieties and kids just staying at home. I believe
never learning how to
that
interact
the-
with others at all,
Yes,
or in
that's
any
another thing I wanted
circumstance
to talk
other than
about.
the internet.
Yeah.
So it's
So-
actually I also love how she referred to it as postmodern hermit, because at least in the ancient time there is this perception that of the noble hermit, that it was done for a just cause or for something they believed in, or they had a drive or something. But these people have none of that, and their lives is more so this uncertain mush or something that they kind of gnaw their way through, rather than yes, I'm doing it for the cause, or having this mental satisfaction
it's
or
a-
goal in front of them at all.
because-
So
Yeah, it's because they like it's a disability really. Like they're unable to function as normal people. That's what I also wanted to talk about with the internet.
it's nigh impossible at this point to integrate them into society, and it's becoming a very big issue for Japan.
Yeah.
It's like more than 1 million of them, I think.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, because they're
yeah.
like, yeah, you're there.
Is it only an
I was
issue
just
for
gonna
Japan?
bring
though?
it. Sorry, I was gonna bring it back. To
No,
the
but in
hikikomori
Japan
thing.
it's very exaggerated. It's much worse in Japan.
What were you
than in
gonna
other
do?
places.
What were you gonna do, Foxter?
I was just gonna bring it back to the hikikomori thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so talking about how the NEET issue ended up fostering the hikikomoris, which is more of a social anxiety thing. So they can't leave their houses, or they or if they can, they just go to like the nearest convenience store and then back again. But generally speaking, I believe they don't even that is kind of like rare. Generally speaking, they're locked in their houses or apartments, or in their rooms, and they're basically exact agoraphobic. Agoraphobic.
And they can function with with modernity because of the services that they now have. It's not that they have to.
Yeah.
It's not that they have to go. They'll starve if they don't go outside. They can
no,
Uber
it's
Eats,
due to
can
modern
DoorDash,
infrastructure. They are fine
Yeah.
exactly where they are. Yep.
and they can work from home as well.
And exactly, it's a phenomenon that could only exist today, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
if you want to learn about this kind of issue, there's an anime called Welcome to the NHK.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, that kind of goes over these kinds of issues.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't kind of more of a global spread of this, especially like in the last few years where, we were told to stay in your house and people definitely had fears, and then now everything can be delivered.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be
100%.
surprised.
Definitely.
I was just mainly pointing out that in Japan it's really bad compared to other places, but it is unfortunately there in other countries as well. Yeah.
But Stug is on a roll.
No, please, come on.
Okay, continue.
Secluding themselves in their rooms for months and years at a time. In 2010, there was an estimated 700,000 hikikomori in Japan. And today, it's estimated to be about 1.55 million.
Hey, I was close.
People aren't having babies, so Japan's population has been in a sharp decline since 2011. It's gotten so bad that Japan even produces videos of live-action women staring into the camera to help the hikikomori learn to cope with eye contact.
You are desperate when you are doing this. You are extremely desperate when you reach for methods like this. This is really bad.
Okay, but like mukbangs or whatever, like what is that? I mean, isn't it the same idea? Like you're kind of like eating with a person or whatever. Isn't it at least how that started?
It started
or whatever?
maybe,
like,
yeah. Right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes,
and kind of the same with
reaches
ASMR.
another
Like
level,
I think a lot of that is lonely people looking for some sort of connection.
There's even co-working noises that you can get. There's a whole thing of co-working streams.
Co-working noises.
Yeah, you can get other like that you as if you're in an office and things like that. If you're not used to what if you're one of those people that actually would be a social person, but you've just grown out of being a socialite, and you will not know something's missing until you really realize, oh, I haven't left my house for a year. Like, people need these things, and yes, it's one thing. I do pride myself on being able to be alone, but it could be quite scary if you get to the point where people went through this sort of thing after lockdown. It was like, geez, there's a lot of people all of a sudden, and you actually, it's not even desperation. It's like they literally need to get rid of a fear response when they see eye contact. That's crazy. But it will still be different when you actually, I mean, when you look at that, you know that person's not looking at you. But I guess
it's also dependent on the culture, I guess. Like, for an example, maybe it's just there are some cultures where if you look someone else in the eye for just a little bit longer, even then it's accepted. It means you are either going to kiss or punch someone in the face. Like,
yes,
there is no exception.
Yeah. Well, that was what the classic problem was with what do you call it? Japanese business culture after World War II, is that they. Well, Americans and the West in general, strong eye contact is positive, right? Kind of the eyes are the window to the soul, right? So when Japanese, who have that kind of culture, so they wouldn't look at people directly, because it was a sign of kind of like disrespect,
Bless you.
So they viewed this sort of thing as being kind of like dishonest. Dishonest people won't look you in the eye. So Japanese business people gained a reputation of being, shifty and dishonest and such, purely by that kind of cultural disconnect, not through actual actions and trade agreements.
Yep. That's usually how it works.
But it looks like, personally, you still would need to look somebody in the eye. So there are no problem.
Yeah, personally, when you do get to that stage, when you do.
Oh, wow, I just noticed the donation. What an absolute Chad.
Would you want to do everyone, and especially CPAFI, a huge favor, Hydra? Yeah. Would you want to read his message?
Yes, you read it.
I think this might help him get somebody interested.
CPAFI, an absolute G, just tipped $4.20, saying, any young women interested in helping solve the single male problem in the West? My DMs are open.
Nice.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Look at that girl on screen is Canadian. Oh. Perfect. Oh my gosh. Okay, I will show that picture that Galente sent.
Hey, now here's an interesting thing, right? Because we're very interested in the messaging. Okay. Was it intentional that she is wearing a wedding ring?
I believe
definitely.
So, yeah.
Definitely, because I was just thinking,
so.
That's an engagement ring and a wedding ring. Both
right,
of them.
Exactly.
That's what your girls
so is she looking?
Like.
So is it subtle messaging that, like, okay, she's looking at you, but she's not available?
No, I think it's more like, this is what your woman will look like looking at you.
Yeah,
when she's yours.
Oh, okay.
That was my instinct.
The whole not available will feel, if you are trying to do that, it will disincentivize what you are originally trying to achieve, and it will feel like kind of a sting or a backstab from their perspective. Like, we are trying to get you to look at them, but also don't look at them because they are not really available and not for you. But if you look at them, but if you don't look at them, it may be harassment. But if you look at them, but you may be impolite, but it may be, and it's like you put them into a situation that feels like careful balancing to them because they are already not used to this kind of thing. So it's not a good idea, I think.
Yeah, to think that far. I think I don't.
Not where you want to start.
I can see it both ways, but I wouldn't want anyone to take it that, this is not what an available woman won't look at you. Will look at you like this if she likes you, but an unavailable woman will be wearing a ring. So I understand that, but I think it's more about the eyes. So I'm sure there's a good enough mix of girls wearing, say, one ring and not a ring. And I don't know. That's quite an interesting catch there, though.
And reintegrate them back into society. So basically, if you want to know America's future, Look no further than Japan. A lot of people,
Please,
including
God, no.
myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. R.I.P. to the king. Although technology makes things easier, it can also
I
make
didn't
us
get that,
more
by the way.
atomized.
I didn't
What
get that
was
either. Who is that?
No idea.
I was hoping someone
Okay.
knew. Dorcas?
No, it's some back.
No.
It's probably some crazy craze involving social
It's a
media, I guess.
leftist meme. It's some
Yeah.
leftist meme, surely.
Okay. I just wanted to
I'm
say
sh-
that not necessarily the problem is not just the rise of social media that is now a thing, is that it took on functions in an
look that up.
unhealthy way, not as complementary, but
Yes,
as a
that's-
replacement for things like anything that
Oh,
would
so
require
guys.
human interactions is always easier and quicker if it is available on social media as well.
And then the pandemic made it even more like no
The pandemic
contact.
made
Literally,
it gave it a
literally.
financial incentive for more things to
Mm.
become available on social media, and it gave it a huge boost in terms of upgrades. So yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, literally, you don't even have to interact with your delivery person.
Nope, you can just tell them to leave it at the door.
Yeah, contactless.
Yeah,
It's
literally. Think about
there
the
has
words.
to be a percentage
contactless.
that went to that.
Yeah, and that
Yeah.
got out of it. Like, yeah, they. I know that the less contact I have, the better. But still, that if I was agoraphobic, I suppose I can actually land up getting agoraphobic because sometimes I haven't. I work from home, so I don't leave this place, unless I go and have a walk or whatever. And it's been summer, and I haven't gone outside because it's too hot.
In Dubai,
So, yeah.
just to add that, yeah.
Yeah, in Dubai. So you don't go out during summer.
Yeah. Well, you could take a walk to the nearest cat cafe. Have you been to any of them? There's like 6 in Dubai.
Yeah. We're supposed to go to those. I've seen one. I know one that I want to go to. And yeah, walking in the heat isn't that bad if you just walk a little bit. It's about habits. Okay. It's good. I actually do sit outside in the sun. Okay, let's go.
By the way, wait. Just
So
talking
brown
about
for me.
that. Right. In the Northwest, we have a big problem with it. There was one year in particular I'm thinking of where I actually, as a kid, I forgot that the sky was blue because the sky is gray. It's gray, white, kind of like
That makes
9 to 10 months out of the year.
Yeah, you spoke about this before.
Yeah, and so it's there are usually days where there are some breaks, but like there are some years where it just doesn't happen, where you look up and you see the sun and like, what in the world is that?
It's a local fusion lamp. Don't worry about it too much.
Yeah. And so like vitamin D deficiency is a real big problem. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I worked outside. I worked an outside job as a youth, and I had vitamin D deficiency.
You still? Oh my goodness! Wow. I can't imagine that happening even with overcast, like, because now I'm from South Africa. Overcast in South Africa, I suppose, it's white. It's not gray. So, I mean, you still get you can get sunburns with overcast weather.
Yeah, you can.
Quite interesting. Yeah. Damn. Well, yes, I made it a thing that I had to sit outside for 5 minutes, but then this summer I just haven't done it as much. I would sit outside for 5 minutes in the sun, just get that. Okay, cool. Because my sister was like, "You are looking unhealthy, bro." Anyway,
when I can just tap, buy a new microphone and have it shipped to me in a day. Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers?
Oopsie.
Not Twitter, guys. Not the asshole of the internet. Not anywhere but there, please.
But you don't have to just have the interaction there. You can also go to Kidda's Discord.
Or you could go to the Discord.
True.
That's what made
much
me
more
healthy
as well.
There's lots of it's healthier. That we could be in our Discord. And
therapeutic
or the
kitten
Thinkers
images.
chat, or therapeutic images,
Yeah.
screenshots of your workouts and stuff. But but for real, you do still need that. I mean, if we could, we would meet in real life, but we can't. But that's the thing, though. Even what being able to be behind an avatar. I was going to actually also talk about this with you guys. Like, what is that? Does that also take away from something, from the social interaction?
It
Does
can.
it help?
It
Does it
might.
help people to be able to express themselves? It's okay, I'm not going to
I
compare.
think it can do both.
Yeah, that's the thing. It can. It can. Anything in excess could be bad. I suppose that's the point that I make there. And
I know sometimes when I go back to my avatar,
Mm.
I do feel like I can be more open or whatever. Like people aren't literally looking at me, so I can be a little bit more personal. But yeah, I don't know. It was a struggle for me. I was really kind of deciding. I basically like kind of got offered that debate with Bob. Like it would be within like 24 hours, so I had to just kind of decide then. Like, okay, am I gonna go on camera or what? I don't know. At the last second, I just decided like, let's do it. But I don't know. I feel like I did kind of lose something there. I feel like I probably could have been a little bit more hyperbolic or whatever if you're not actually seeing me. But I don't know. It's a trade-off.
But you
I'm
didn't.
happy with
Yeah,
it.
you might have lost something there, but you gained genuineness.
I hope so. I hope the genuinity. I hope it I hope it somehow
Yeah,
transfers.
it's genuineness.
Yes.
Is the word. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you're able to kind of see that, like, I wasn't in there just like memeing with him or whatever. And I was kind of given some feedback that that's kind of how it played out. So hopefully, but I don't know. I still sometimes wish, you don't have to see me or whatever. It could just go back to the avatar. So I don't know. It feels like there's a trade-off, but I do feel like I can be a little bit more open when I'm not actually looking at myself. I don't know.
Yeah, because when your cameras are on, there's that added social dynamic of, how do I look?
What are people perceiving and how they look at me? Am I sitting with my posture correctly? Do I look attentive and respectful? Or if that's not your interest, do I look dismissive and disrespectful? And it's and add on to that layers of self-consciousness, and then add even more layers onto that of like doxing and fear of saying something that could explode into some big issue, viral issue. It's easier for me, at least, to focus specifically on the words that I'm saying and trying to articulate myself as clearly as I possibly can, as efficiently as I can, without having to have that added layer of camera dynamic.
I do notice that I'm very bad. I don't have very good attention span when I'm with Ali. So one thing I did think of is like being alone and having a microphone with and a headset with just audio coming to just you, and headset and a microphone that's just you. There is that. I would have the same feeling of being able to articulate myself a little bit better or hear everybody else better, just being in my little box here without other people, because it's so weird. Like everybody, I think maybe it is also because not everybody here has the camera on, so I have less to focus on. I just have voices to focus on. I can hear. But when there's another human being, it's a whole lot more focus that you. I'm not saying that it's bad, but I'm saying like you can see the difference between thinking with somebody next to me and looking at them and thinking with them versus thinking with the boxes. It does lend itself to convenience, but I that just because that is great, it doesn't mean that now real life interactions should suffer, because real life interactions are the ones that are still the ones you're going to have the most. Like if you marry someone, you're probably not going to be online with them all the time. You're actually going to be living with them, hopefully. So for men,
Hopefully.
how do you, for men, if that's
Except
the
if you
only
are
way
a
that
red pillar, I guess, then you go and live with the bros.
you got, that's the thing. Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry,
live with
I'm
the
sorry,
bros
I'm sorry.
and your host. You live it like a commune. But
Yeah,
what
it's so
happens?
ridiculous. Just...
It seems like what
Just
happens.
that would be the dream.
What happens to? I guess that also goes. You know what? When she says that you have your you interact with your favorite streamer or whatever, that has happened to a lot of men. They just go and they just give women money, and that's the only way that they interact with women.
Oh, what was it like?
Yep.
No. It can't. Okay, but what do you call
No.
the dynamic where you have What do you have call the dynamic where you have like a girlfriend or a wife or what have you, right? But you're giving all of your money to Pokimane.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite simple.
Even then, yeah. What is that?
I'll be back.
He'll be back. Okay, this
Asks a question and then leaves.
runs up. Think about it. Bye.
You had to go check on his Pokemon donation.
Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I could just tap, Google big boob and get 2 million results? Or see my high school crush's holes on
That's
OnlyFans
not really the
for-
same though. The high school crush is closer one. The reason that a lot of people don't understand the
But think
success
of the value
of OnlyFans compared to sites like, I don't know, the regular porn sites where everything is just free, or at least a large part of it is because there is that extra layer of like an extra layer of like fake attachments that is placed there, and due to the way how OnlyFans is like set up. So no one will ever say like, why would I want a girlfriend when I can just, I don't know, have all of the porn stars I ever dreamed of tonight or whatever. But it's not.
Well,
it's
gonna get worse.
It's confusing sexual gratification with all of the other stuff that is that arises from a healthy relationship, like romance and all of this. Like this is like a surface level understanding of. Oh, this is what a relationship is. It's about sex, so this can replace it. I know that's not the intent. It's just that not this isn't true in the way that Shu presents it, but I understand what she is getting at, but not precisely like this is the way that the replacement is working. But
it's slower.
Yeah.
It's more sinister. It's more subtle because
subtle.
What if you've never had a relationship, so you don't know what you're missing? And
exactly.
You said, this is all that you think a relationship is. A relationship is getting just the messages from the chick, right? Because the AI girlfriend discussion, all of that stuff. If the interaction is varied enough yet consistent enough to seem like it's a person, and you can just restart the relationship every time. That does worry me, because you're going to think that that's all that you need. You're going to think that it's fine, that it does fulfill this need. This need is okay, and then you just go forth.
It's going to cause a lot of mental instability in the future.
And then
it's so weird. Like, sorry, go right ahead. Sorry.
No. I finished. I was probably going to ramble more. Repeat myself.
Gonna say, like, it seems like it's been going on for like decades. Like, I remember like the old talk shows where like people would come on and they were saying that like celebrities were sending them secret messages and stuff. They somehow got like these weird I don't know, it's not exactly parasocial, but like these weird messages and weird relationships in their head. As kind of technology has gotten a little bit more personal now, there is like a huge problem with this whole parasocial thing. They think they're actually like a part of a streamer's life or whatever. I don't know, with the way that like OnlyFans and everything is going, it's beyond that. I can only imagine once like AI gets into that thing, like
it's completely fucked. By then it's like the problem is that the risk reward factor is tilted in such a single way that it's not going to like it's real life interactions won't even be able to compete at that point. I have no idea how the fuck we will get out of that hole.
No, you are not stuck. From our perspective,
I was stuck. Okay.
Oh,
well,
you're good now.
Sorry.
Okay, let's continue.
Let's continue.
I'm wanting to diagram all of the things that you guys are saying. So just so you know, you might land up in a diagram. I mean, you always know that.
$5. Instant dopamine, instant satisfaction, and hey, who even needs a real woman?
There you go.
Speaking of the devil.
I forgot about this part.
Hey, girlfriend. We're so f***ed. Dating apps really are the great Satan, and I'm convinced they've
great dating apps. That right.
It's not
that is
again
a big deal. We didn't
replaced.
speak about those, guys. We didn't talk about those. Yeah.
Again, same thing as before. It due to like the whole social app nature, it replaced the real life interaction instead of augmenting it as it was originally planned. And this is why a lot of young men are convinced by red pill rhetoric and told, oh, hypergamy this, hypergamy that, constantly, you have no chance, etc. Women are parasites, whatever, whenever, because all of their real life interactions have been replaced by dating apps, which are incredibly fucked compared to real life, any sort of real life interaction at all. And this is why it's so easy to sell them on such unrealistic worldviews. Because
what do you think? We should do a proper think on the dating apps thing, because I started the dating apps actually came around when just after I started dating Gordon. There we go. It was actually just when as I came out of high school and then into varsity. Anyway, it just started then, and I remember my friend having Tinder and all of that, and I was like, what the hell? It takes out, and then I thought, it takes out the steps of, that's what Match.com and all of those things are. It takes out the step of finding someone who says that they are wanting a relationship. That's the whole idea, right? You don't know if somebody wants a relationship when you first meet them.
You may
So
seem like it may seem like you're improving the process at first, but you're not, actually cutting out important steps that are there for a reason.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Not only that, but we've lost what is it? We've lost a lot of the formality that we had, or not formality. Let me rephrase that. A lot of the customs,
the healthy customs of courting and stuff like that. Like it's like
exactly.
like there is a social. Yes, exactly. Yeah. The skill to navigate the social dynamics of all of that, because it was replaced by a machine interface that is not representative of any of those at all.
This will also this will be a bit controversial, I think, but there are also issues now where it could be considered dangerous for men to approach women in real life with an intention, with flirtatious intention, even if the guy intends to go in respectful and polite and so on. If the woman's not feeling it, if there's a camera,
the problem is how hard things are documented nowadays. And way back when, before social media completely took over, anything that was like all of these social interactions weren't hardcore documented like this. And the problem is that if you make a single mistake, it will be brought up 10 years later and haunt you for the rest of your life with the current like whole cancel culture thing we have running. Whereas back in the 2000s, if somebody said the N-word while they were in school, nobody gave a shit 10 years later and they could still find a job. Nowadays, somebody recorded it and 10 years later they will pull out the clip just to fucking ruin you. The problem is there is this culture of not being able to forgive, not believing that people can outgrow their childish self or change as a person. And ironically, it's coming from that particular political group which believes that criminals ought to be rehabilitated above all else. And it's so ironic
never
to me
punished. Yes.
You can believe that killers, murderers, and I don't know, robbers could be rehabilitated, which they obviously can. A substantial portion of them can be. But then somehow believe that somebody saying the N-word 10 years ago is like an unforgivable sin, and they shall forever bear the mark of heresy on
history
their chest.
Began yesterday, Hydra.
No, not even. Well, what I wanted to ask, yeah, fuck you, mutes himself. But I wanted to ask the Gen Zs in the room, everywhere, what is that like? What is the dating like? Because there's the dating that comes after high school, where you're not meeting just people from around your high school or another high school or something like that. What is the high school dating like? Because that's also where you learn a lot of stuff about how to interact, who you like, what you like. It's
Well, that's why
I've
you
met people
should,
that they
but
haven't had that high school relationship, and then they come into the adult dating thing, and they never just had like a thing where it was the biggest deal because they made out with someone. Now they're going into adult relationships immediately, and sex is on the table immediately. Whereas in high school, for me, I know that was just not a thing.
and it's their fault, and everybody will blame them for it at the same point, and nobody will help them because we have this culture of let's stomp on the people who didn't make it instead of trying to help them when it's socially advantageous. So I'm not a dating expert by any means of someone, even in this someone's wildest imagination, but
don't sell yourself.
It's electronic. It's the problem is like I struggle to imagine just meeting anyone for a date without any sorts of social media or electronic involvement, unless you literally just bump into them while doing something else, which is the old school stuff. But it's like it's incredibly unreliable. You can't. Like it's maybe it's just where I am, but everything is completely fucked. And the problem is you can see the culture around dating has become incredibly toxic as well from all sorts of directions, and ideologies permeated it. And people whom before I saw as, oh, these people will be rational, these people will be capable of having a healthy relationship, they completely succumbed to this sort of toxic rhetoric, either from the male side or the female side, and now only see this whole thing as a community and as a commodity, and the other side to be used and kind of dehumanize everyone else. Like, it's incredibly bad how it's permeated people who I thought we were immune to this kind of dehumanizing bullshit.
It's actually, you know what that is? What's happened is we've gone from oh God, you can see it in TikTok. Okay, I know I sound like an old granny here, but like we've gone from long form YouTube videos to TikTok dating. That's basically it. We've gone there's like people are swiping. Okay, it's not interacting, they swipe. Swiping is a very quick thing like this. Shorts, that whole thing of shorts.
Wait.
What about setting up two conveyor belts that move in the opposite direction and people just look at each other as they pass in front of each other?
Yes, they have to look at each other together. Yeah, that's true.
Seems a little too personal.
Yeah. But really though, what is it? Online dating, I feel like appeals and is used by a certain amount of people. I think that there's probably a lot of people who try it like maybe for a month or less. But I think that the people who actually use it, it only appeals to a certain type of person. So I don't know how big of a deal it actually is for even America as a whole. So
what do you mean? You don't know how big of a deal it is?
Well, I hear a lot of problems about online dating, but I really don't know how often. Like, I don't know anyone who really uses it. Not that I know a lot of people, but I think that generally
no one
speaking,
that you know uses the apps.
Well, it might be an age thing.
No one I know.
Because I mean, I've known. Actually, I think Ali met her husband on Tinder.
Oh, wow.
Don't quote me on that. I don't know, but like, I know my one of my best friends. She met her husband on Tinder. So it does happen. You do get the serious relationships, but the person that his stories that it was the guy's point of view. He had some shit interactions from Tinder. It was just it just seemed like a whole bunch of
guys usually do. It's incredibly
just not sure of anything. They're just not sure of anything. They just want to go to the next one.
If you weren't suicidal before, if you go on Tinder and you have any sort of mental like instability or questions about yourself, it will drive you to kill yourself if you are a guy. Just to saying, like, it's like being stampeded by a bunch of horses in a race. Like or being part of a hive mind where everything is just passing around and the cogs are turning as intended. And fuck you for not being part of the machine. Like, it's not good.
Hello, Lucy.
What was that ratio? Something like 90% of women go for the top 10% of men, but like most men go for like the top
dating apps are the problem is because
and
of
what
how
that's done
quick
is
and easy and
accelerated
everything.
that.
Yeah, because of all of the technical aspects of it, it's like super fucked up the whole process. Yeah.
It's like exponential. It's made it. It's whatever small little whatever variations we had, they exaggerated now by this instantness and the number of relationships people go through these apps. And yes, it makes sense that even people, there are still people my age that actually that they haven't used the apps and they're
Hello, I'm one.
single. Yeah, you haven't used the apps, but eventually they start thinking about it because they haven't met anyone and they don't know where
becoming
to
more
meet.
enticing.
Yes, it becomes more enticing because it's like, I haven't met anyone. I'm just waiting around, waiting to meet someone. And how do I do that? And then it's like, oh,
wait,
go and get
What
some
do you mean?
interests, go and do that. Yeah.
Meeting people is easy. Getting into a relationship is relatively
No,
easy.
unfortunately, meeting people isn't easy at
Meeting
all
women,
either.
meeting women.
Wait. No,
and
it's meeting the right person is what's hard.
Yeah, it is very, yeah. It is.
Although, okay, wait, I suppose it depends on your position you are in.
When you're meeting no one at all, and it does become enticing for people. I can completely understand because they're sitting there and they're going, I haven't met. Who am I supposed to meet? Nobody's come around. Like
they must be all on Tinder. Nope.
No, and you don't. And also, I feel really bad for the people that do go on there, and they are the people that are using it just as the hookup culture. Which, you know what? Just have the hookup app, please. Just make it Grindr, okay? For straight people, do that. Don't. Like that's what they tried to do with like Hinge, I think it is, that it's the dating app that's supposed to be deleted and all of that thing, right?
No, not gonna work. It's not. No, just dating apps are too gone for that. You can't.
Oh my
Even
God.
though it was a good idea for marketing
I feel
and
sorry.
image.
I cannot imagine what it must be like to be dating. Go to a bar, yeah, but then that's how you get the people that
Unironically, a better idea than Tinder, by the way.
Yeah, unironically, a better idea. That is where, and then it's like, then you know what? Oh, that does get us to V's videos. Let me just actually play this.
It's completely broken men's brains. Women on dating apps are picky. Women in general are picky, and I mean, naturally we are pickier. You know, we're the ones who carry the babies. At least for now. But on dating apps, you have to admit, it's a little insane. It's safe to say that the commodification of love. On dating apps, you have to admit, you know, we're the ones who carry the babies. At least.
Artificial womb breakthrough. Oh, God.
For now. But on dating apps, you have to admit, it's...
Okay, yeah, this is what I was talking about. Like, this
on OkCupid, yeah.
The problem is that due to how dating apps, how they distort, a lot of people became convinced that this is just inevitable and this is how women are, when in fact, this is an effect of the electronic commodization of relationships rather than an inherent stuff that is just, oh, this is just how the women behave, damn ladies, whatever. Like, no. And unfortunately, I just wanted to say quickly that I have to go, and I could only be here for so long.
No.
And I wanted to be here
to
for the whole video because I had so much to say about this topic, and I have to go 5 minutes.
Maybe you should.
Well, we appreciate you being here.
But the problem is, I'm going to be raging with unexploded rant material. So
maybe you should record it. Just get a recording thing there. For us.
Know.
Yeah.
You can always edit it, man.
Maybe.
Just start recording.
I will try. Maybe. But it's unfortunate. Sorry. I really hope that I could provide more commentary on this video. My apologies.
Well, next time.
You brought it, though.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
We love it.
Yeah. See you guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
So could these graphs just be like due to the percentage? Because isn't it mostly men on these apps and everything too? Like, isn't it kind of like
well, yeah, we would have to
from
see
what I've heard.
How this is balanced, whether this was this is percentage wise, so it should work.
I'm gonna make a hot take
it
here
just feels
though,
like if there's
and say
go right ahead.
Guys don't know how to set up their profiles. And no one takes good pictures. No such thing as a good picture for a dating app.
But there's so many there's so many like how-tos and things on the internet. Like there's a how-to for everything.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
but they don't.
But you know
look
what?
at
I guess
them.
people are watching the wrong videos as well, and they don't want to admit. I suppose you don't want to admit. It's like asking for directions. You're not going to admit
No,
that
but
you want to.
but as soon as you set what is it? There's got to be metas too, right? So
Sure.
if everyone watches the same video to set up their profiles,
They're
they're all going to look the
just-
same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh
For
god. But it. Yeah.
For what
What?
it's worth, as soon as I said no one knows, men don't know how to set up their profiles, I immediately wanted to like reach out and pull the statement back.
Why?
But because I don't think on examination that would actually end up being true. But Andrew's comment really adds an interesting layer to the dynamic on social dating apps that I hadn't considered before.
The meta, yeah, it becomes a game that you gotta set up a certain way. Put a dog in your photograph and all of that. Yeah, I'm sure there's all that. Oh god, that's cringy as well because it's like that's so surface level stuff. And by the time you meet the girl, you're gonna think that you put in all this effort, and then you meet the person, and that's when it turns into something or not. And you're gonna, because you have so many more opportunities than you usually would, you're gonna get rejected way more than you would. That's another thing. You're gonna get rejected way more than you if you just went to a bar. Honestly, it's like it's you really putting yourself. So not only has it made it easier for you to put yourself out there, it's then made it easier for you to be rejected consistently over a long period of time. Not just in little instances that you go and have positive interactions around in the world naturally. And this comes from just stories that I've heard. Don't worry. It's like the way that this person went through his dating experience, that's just all I saw was that it was just all of the rejection all of the things that he would have gone through in high school. It gave it to him just right there. And it was horrible. It was horrible to see. Dating apps, cancer.
It's a little insane. It's safe to say that the commodification of love and the window shopping.
Ooh, commodification of love. Discuss.
Damn commie lovers.
No, I think that. Gosh, I actually dislike that term. I think that framing is all wrong. I think that no. I think that gamification of dating is what's happening.
Not commodification. Okay, yeah.
Not commodification.
That makes sense.
That people are treating, or not that they consciously think that what they're doing is a game, but like the stats and the interactions and whatnot, it makes it so exactly. So it has a kind of gosh, I don't know if I'm expressing it, but
did anyone else get a crazy audio jump there? No one. Okay. Gray was stoic as fuck. Okay. Cool.
So yeah.
Wow.
So yeah. Sorry, I don't know. Was that me?
I don't know. Some audio thing happened, but it was just to me because Gray didn't move at all. I was like,
sorry, it could be the gremlin. Like something is seriously wrong with my computer, so it might be doing weird stuff. It could be from me.
Who knows?
So yeah.
Either way, it was gamification, not commodification.
But yeah, you were making sense, Andrew.
Yeah.
It seems like you do definitely get, some sort of what would you call that? Like not adrenaline, but like serotonin rush or whatever.
Instant
like somebody's matched or whatever. Yeah.
And
it is like a game.
I don't know.
Not only that, but the fact that pendulum has kind of swung a bit, which is natural, and I don't want to say healthy, but where you had people trapped in relationships, right? So I think I don't know, I've experienced it anyway. I don't know how common it is, but just it's super easy. Just people are just like, oh, this isn't working out right now, so I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah.
And so I think that, you know, people used to, I don't want to say like they were like literally trapped. That happened before and that happens now. But outside of that paradigm, you know, just people just felt like, you know, you meet a person and that's significant, and you work on your relationship until it fits. But now it's like, no, don't stay in a toxic relationship. You know, be as healthy as you can, but which is a good message. But you know, it just means that people, generally speaking, aren't working on the relationships, and they're just waiting for that relationship that just naturally just fits. That just is like, you know, clicks.
Yeah, but it seems
it's
like
effortless.
people think that an effortless relationship is literally effortless. That there's never anything wrong, and that's the pendulum swinging beyond. So yes, definitely, I like the idea of people not just being trapped and you know, not thinking that this is their only way to exist. But the thing is, when they are looking for people, they seem to have the standard that is completely unrealistic. That there's just never going to be strife. There's never going to be, and that's not life. How can your own relationship with yourself is not that consistent, and you want to go and think that somebody, that when you relate to someone else, it's going to be perfect the whole way. And it seems like that's happening with a lot of the younger people, especially the women. That's what I think. The women seem to think that oh, this is a red flag. This is a red flag. Blah, 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 blah. There's just, if he's not absolutely everything all at once, then, oh, and also, by the way, if he is everything and you still don't like him, it's okay. That's the thing, that they, I feel like that there are stupid standards, and a lot of women, I think a lot of women are letting men go when they shouldn't be. They're letting a lot of good men go. That's all I'm saying. Anyway.
Seconded.
Next.
I agree.
Thing of dating apps probably has to do a lot with the rise of lonely single men. Men are not just lonely when it comes to dating, they're lonely when it comes to friendship too. According to Vox,
is that something that you guys can relate to? Anyone can relate to? Friendship?
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, like, I don't know. Guys just don't tend to talk about their feelings or anything. Like, if you're going through something, a lot of the times, you know, you don't share that with anyone. Yeah, it can definitely be lonely. Even if you have friends, like, I don't know. Is there anyone that you really talk about, like, I don't know, like feelings, like your breakups or anything like that too? I don't know. I know, like, after high school, I lost contact with like a lot of my close friends that I thought like I was going to be friends with forever. And then, you know, what few friends I did have, I eventually kind of lost a lot of contact with. And from talking to a bunch of people, a lot of that doesn't seem unique. I don't know. It does seem kind of strange. Yeah, I don't think, you know, men make friends quite as easily, or definitely go in depth in like their discussions or anything like that.
Yeah, you don't get close.
You know, anyone could have
easy. You don't get close friends easy. You don't get a best friend easy.
For sure. I mean, like, you know, you can watch a game with anyone or anything like that, but I don't know. Perhaps I'm wrong. Foxtrue, Dorcas, you guys have different experience as men?
No, I don't keep in touch with much of anyone anymore. Really, I'm probably a unique case in like how extreme that is. Like I really don't do much of any kind of socializing lately, but I think that's the kind of the case for a lot of people. You grow up, you move apart, you get invested in your work, and you get your work friends who I wouldn't necessarily consider to be uniquely close friends or friendships, just they're your work friends. Fumbling, passing the ball.
I think what you guys are, well, first pass the ball to Katru and then I'll comment on you guys. Or Foxtrue, sorry. Foxtrue?
muted?
Well, that sucks. I know you just pointed out in chat, but yeah, apparently we can't see chat in
Yeah.
StreamYard right now, which is kind of a shame. But yeah, chat looks like it still is working.
Yeah,
so
I'm
that's
just
cool.
gonna go back. I'm gonna just bring up YouTube chat. That's all.
Whoops.
That just means that I can put hearts in chat. Yay!
Deal.
Fox Drew, are you there?
Oh, sorry.
I think we might
Yeah,
have lost
sorry.
it. Oh, you see.
What was the question? Sorry, no, I step away for a second. Sorry, I didn't mute. What was the question?
No problem. So she was basically saying like a lot of men, it's not just the dating thing. Like they tend to not have a lot of friends. There's like a lot of loneliness that way. I don't know. As a male,
I have
do you have
a relatively unique situation, so I don't really know if my situation would be applicable.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of the deal with like a lot of internet people or people who are in our positions. I guess it's not exactly like it's the most social people going outside and doing a lot of things. Instead, we're in front of a computer, so perhaps we're not the best sample group. But
yeah, I suppose. You're introverted.
Well, I mean, I guess I've said it before, so I'll just say it again. I mean, I lost my friends in my divorce, so
Oof.
I don't really have.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I went through very
coworkers,
similar
so.
without the actual relationship.
Yeah.
See, I said something about coworkers too.
Yeah. I have coworkers, friends and such, but like I also have kids, so like I don't have the opportunity to just go out and make friends in the same way I did before.
That's a difficult thing as well with kids. Like, you have to be friends. Well, being friends with people who don't have kids is difficult, and then being friends with people who do have kids, and then their kids are the same age as yours, and then you kind of expect them to be friends, and they can't be friends, and it's there's all kinds of considerations that don't come in when you don't have kids. I saw your question in Discord about liberalism. Would you be interested in a voice chat about it? It would be easier than over text for me. Oh yeah, we that's part of Reclaim Liberal. That's what's at the top there, guys. Before I got married, I was lonely as fuck living in LA. Making new friends is hard because people don't know if you are dangerous or just a cool dude. God, that's easy. That's the thing. But I think what really resonates is what Gray is also saying is that even if you do have friends, you could be lonely because you don't share a certain part of yourself with those friends. Then you can be in a room full of people and be lonely because you just feel like you're not connecting to them. So yeah, that's what I get from that is like, so even if you do have friends, it's you don't have like if you can't think of somebody that would be your best man at your wedding kind of thing, like that's sad because like I know who my husband's best friend is and they connect. That for he even doesn't want other friends. He's like, this is the only one I need. But the thing is that they connected. He can't feel lonely. He'll feel lonely being away from his friend, not that he doesn't have friends. That's really sad. That is losing friends. Yeah.
A refrigerator thought on the dating stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think my ideal preference would be to be set up by a friend. Like if a friend came up to me and said, "Hey, I know what kind of person you're looking for. I know someone who fits that bill. Let me set you up." That would be
Even
my preferred
ideal
method.
Yeah, it's referral.
So my parents met on a blind date, set up by her. Yeah. So my uncle, right, was my dad's best friend. He was dating my aunt. My uncle was dating my aunt, and he said they put them together. My aunt put my mom and my uncle put my dad into a blind date, and there you go.
And it worked. Like, look, that's the thing. I mean, arranged marriages worked because people were stuck in them.
There wasn't like,
it's not
you guys
arranged.
have
No, I'm saying like, no. I'm just saying like,
Matchmakers.
even arranged matchmaking, that sort of thing did work. But I think even just the most natural way people seem to meet is friends of friends. usually it's a friend of a friend, and then they kind of, look, meeting at places of education is the best. you get to meet your husband in college, so that's the ideal. Of course, every girl wants that. Yes, you all do. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Like friends, well, also the older you get, the harder it is to make friends, because everybody's also established. They've got their friends, and it's very awkward because suddenly it's like when you're little kids, you can just go, "Do you want to be my friend?" And then that person goes, "Yes," and then you're friends. But when you're older, it's a bit. I remember trying to make a friend in varsity, and I really liked this girl. I really wanted to be a friend, but I didn't know how to approach it. And how do you ask for her number? And it was so awkward. And all of that sort of thing comes with getting older and having no friends. So, gosh, so meeting people through other people is the natural order of things, and that kind of, I know what person would go well with this person. People aren't always right about other people, but yeah, being set up is probably the best way forward. Let us continue the playing.
Americans are currently in a friendship recession, and men are being hit the hardest. The percentage of men who reported having at least 6 close friendships fell in half since the 90s. 1 in 5 men say they have no close friendships. Looking at all these statistics,
that's the loneliness, okay? So you can say they have friendships, that's the close friendship thing is gone. Oh yeah, just by the way, Lucy mentioned, reminds me of that video of going around about the trans man that realizes how lonely it is to be a man. That's very sad. It is quite a sad video. Like, because
I think that's in this,
they
isn't
may
it?
make a cameo.
Yeah, they make a cameo.
Oh, they do.
So.
Oh, she does. Oh, okay. I just did the You Wanna Be Friends at a bar last month, swap numbers, and now we're going to be doing a barbecue. Being an adult is regaining the seriousness of a child at play. I love that, Blaine. I really like that idea. It's very scary. It's all very scary. You just have to go and just, you have to just be like,
what?
Well, it's kind of like, okay, can I message you like as well, like Ali, because I've just met Ali, guys, 6-8 months ago or whatever, but you kind of have to go like, can I speak to you whenever I want to speak to you? Are we friends now? It's very awkward stuff, but yeah. What are they going to say? No, exactly, Blaine. It's very scary to be rejected, and to have people find you weird.
Jordan Peterson said something to the effect of women have no clue what kind of effect they have on men.
Oh?
Yeah.
Truly.
I mean, yeah.
Something to that effect. I butchered the way he
when
said it,
women say no. Oh, is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you build up this resistance. That's where we have to get to V's video. Okay, go.
Explosion of figures like Andrew Tate is not surprising at all.
I believe being a man is a blessing because it starts so different. I believe that every man is born without any value at all. I think that the world's never going to think you're important unless you make yourself important.
And recently, a new study came out about how young men are moving towards the right. And every other month, we, the liberal, sockdem, leftists, whatever you want to call the space online, performs the same song and dance. What's wrong with men? Why is this happening? Why don't we have a leftist Andrew Tate? We need to push men to the left. Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics. Andrew Tate talks about men, and the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate. A few months ago, during one of the monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues. And the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger.
She's going to go through these replies, guys. They are proper. It's bad. Okay. I mean, we've all seen this, but just going through it again, reliving it. I just want to check chat. True men don't even know. Hi, I just got you. Hi, Item. I honestly never had any friends after I got with their father, so I think that would make it hard for them to have friends if they see me with no friends. Yeah, it's a modeling behavior. It's true. I had a rough morning. How's your? Oh no, Item. I'm having You think you're having a rough morning? I just had the doorbell ring. Can you even?
Wow.
Yeah.
It's tough.
The nerve.
Yeah. Why would someone do that?
Can you imagine? Okay, I was trying to make light of the situation, Artem. I really don't want you to have a bad morning. We want to brighten it up. Come on, Gray. Wave your hair around. Do something for him.
We're having a good time. I don't know. Something like that.
Oh, we got a badass over here. Yeah.
Hey, you're here now, so it's getting better. You know, it's made our time here better, Item. Thank you.
I have a form of phone anxiety that really hinders many friendships. Sadly, it's not terribly rare. What kind of phone calls? I have that. Also, I have just chronic avoidance of my phone. Actually, you would expect it to be the other way around, but it is. I don't want to. I only use my phone for cat photos. I reacted to this. My take is that the left should appeal to men's natural protection and provision desire. So I didn't sleep well. What's this? You didn't sleep well? Oh, I appreciate the gray hair. Foxroo laughter, kitty antics, Dorcas's scoff. It's making my day better already. Oh, my contractor has the fear of phones, really pissing me off.
Yeah, contractors tend to have that. Yes, that's tough.
Yeah.
Or at their own
But
space.
yeah, I think I don't know, that whole phone thing. I think we're all kind of getting that a bit now. I know, like I don't know. It goes days where I don't actually answer the phone. But you know, we all do text stuff now. It's kind of weird. Are phones actually going to still be like audio in the future?
I'd like them to be. I prefer to talk directly to a person. It would help me out.
But you know that's rarer and rarer these days,
so
right?
here's the unique thing that might like color my perspective. Like, you know, you gotta like see the filter. I actually prefer to go into a bank and talk to the teller. I don't like using the ATM. So
too much of a risk?
No. I prefer talking to a person. I hate dealing with phone
Where's
trees.
the pneumatic tube in that talking to a person?
Right.
When else do you get to use a cool pneumatic tube system?
We got rid of all of our pneumatic tubes over here, so they're all gone.
That's a shame.
So what is it? No, just with like people. Like I prefer to interact with people. I want to talk. I want to skip to on the phone tree type stuff. I skip to the operator somehow. So I'm getting really frustrated recently because they want to cycle you through some kind of AI person to give you and I understand if, like, generally speaking, I never have a question that can be answered by an AI. I always am having to call because I have a complex question that needs a person to do something, and I don't necessarily mind going through the tree to get to the person, but if it's running me around
the tree's
in circles,
there for you.
Well, exactly.
It's for the many people who have very simple problems that feel like they need to call for that.
But there was recently where it made me confirm like 2 or 3 times, like that I needed to talk to a person. Yeah, it kept asking me what I needed help with, and it wouldn't let me out of the tree until I ended up yelling. I don't know if that did it, but the last time I yelled that I needed
chat just
the
got
operator,
fixed.
it was so crazy. Nice. So
I get
crazy
it.
Irritating.
I've done customer service like a shitload for a whole bunch of different places. You'd be surprised, like, what stupid questions people do.
I definitely
like, wait
get
40 minutes to ask.
Yeah, no, I definitely get it. For all of those people, that makes perfect sense. I'm just saying, like, if you know that you have a complex, like, if you whatever difficulty needs to be there to verify that I actually have a problem that needs to be addressed by a person, I'm totally fine with doing it. But once I'm there and I can communicate that I do have a complex question, I don't want to be given the runaround at that point. That's what was frustrating me.
Yeah.
And then sometimes when you do speak to customer support, they used to those those shitty questions when you're like, no, mine's
Yeah.
a real question. You stop. I've tried all of the
And-
things you're telling me to try.
Yeah.
And the
So-
best and the brightest are not working in customer service as well. So
True. Yeah.
sometimes you're also not dealing with a very, someone who has social skills on the other end as well, who can understand what you're saying. It feels like there's a lot that can be improved in
Yeah,
that whole customer service thing.
So my point
But
about bringing all
they
of
don't
that
have
up
to
was-
pay for
yeah,
that tree
Yeah.
where,
Exactly. So
that can filter out a lot of the unwanted calls.
Sure, and I totally understand why it's there. But my point about bringing this all up wasn't just a rant about, phone trees and whatnot, but rather it was to talk about how I may be a bad representative of these kinds of issues because I already don't want to be filtered into the technology solutions.
Can't you just start off with the person? Yeah.
Right. Oh, and another thing like this kind of thing is that my brain also is wired just a little bit differently, I feel, because 3D, like 3D movies don't work on my eyes. When
Your eyes is
on the
broken.
rare occasion that on the rare occasion that my eyes actually do perceive the 3D effect, what happens is that it projects backward through the screen rather than projecting from
You
the
see
screen
people
outward
concave?
towards me. I see. Well,
they're
so
embossed.
It does. Basically, yeah. No,
That's
like
kind of
with-
awesome.
Yeah.
That is cool.
So
I wish I could see that.
Yeah, so the 3D effect is like proper in the sense that like I am observing the correct depth. It's not like the thing that's supposed to be jumping out is going backwards. It's just that is the forwardmost point on the screen, and then the farthest depth is projected backwards. So like I don't, so it like the things that are supposed to be at the screen and then stuff is closer to you. It's just that the stuff that's supposed to be closer to you is at the level of the screen, and what would be the screen is just way far back.
That's still kind of cool. I would like to experience that, but
Yeah, that
I would not like to be permanently that way.
So
what if you
every once in a while I check out the new 3D technology, but it just doesn't work on my eyes, not reliably and not in the correct way. So
have you ever
I
done
just,
VR? Does that work?
Yeah, I have the PSVR 2.
So but that works,
really
but
great.
like somehow the 3D effects don't.
No. That
Interesting. I was just wondering since it's kind of two like
no, because
lenses
it's like a
or
screen.
whatever.
No, but it's just a
Yeah.
screen. It's not.
Wasn't it like two separate ones? I guess it depends on the VR thing.
Yeah.
But
it is. No, I understand what you're saying, but the 3D or the VR technology works on a completely different paradigm than 3D does.
cool. Good to know. I'm glad you can actually like do that because that would suck if it's you're stuck in a 2D world and that's it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a
It would
3D
be awfully
Monster Hunter
flat.
game, a VR Monster Hunter game.
That would be cool.
Okay, that's good.
Cases for not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently, there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does.
Exactly. Hello.
It does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you.
Pause.
Now, recently.
Pause. So I will just two things that jump out at me is that one, it's great. I love Anna's transformation that is talking about more complex issues with a less tribal lens. But the part of the problem is a little bit, even with this, is there is a tribalness to it in the sense that I am a, what is it? I'm on the left first, and I am a person second, almost, in the sense that like men's issues aren't necessarily political, right? But because she sees herself as a political person first, she has to in
Frame it
some
that
way
way.
frame it that way.
And
I'm not saying that is inherently wrong, right? But it definitely does get in the way of you just talking to people.
I have been reliably informed that the personal is political and everything is politics. So, you know.
So there. That's the argument.
I didn't say those with seriousness. That was sarcasm, just for clarity.
Yeah.
Well
Vosh,
said.
who's a
Well said, Andrew. Foxer.
popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes, I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't.
The responses to these tweets and this content were very normal, level-headed, and respectful. Me when I lie. LMAO, cry about it. Boo f***ing who? Oh no, poor widow men having problems.
Wait.
Boo
Hold on, pause.
who?
So something that isn't addressed in this also is the I mean, it's true, right, what she's saying. But the thing that's not being addressed is the fact that Vosh has such a polarized community that people who are responding to him you're self-selecting for a very politically polarized group, right? This isn't a general response thread. So, I mean, if Shu is taking that into account, if that is part of her point, is that, this is how the left sees it, the far left rather sees it, then that is a good point, but it is something that needs to be stated and pointed out. If that makes sense.
She didn't. No, she didn't, but she just said, I guess it was because she just
has a
let
general
Anna introduce
framing.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
She just like
She's a general.
She's looking at but the thing is, it did go viral, went a little bit beyond the audience at least, but yeah. I think I don't know if she replied. I don't know, but this did go beyond just Bosch's audience.
She probably did a quote tweet. She probably didn't respond in the thread.
Grow the
go
up
ahead.
then. Have men considered being smarter? I'm enjoying all these sad little moids and their sad little tweets about their sad, pathetic lives. Sounds like a personal problem. Is the lack of compassion for men in the room with us right now?
That's a fucking lie. I'm sorry. That when somebody says that they mean that there is no compassion for men. That's what they say. Like lack of compassion. The lack of compassion is a phantom. It's a like I'm explaining the joke. You guys understand? That's just patently false. Like fuck, go away. Yes, it is. It's in the thread with us, guys. It's on Twitter. It's right here. Look up, look down. There it is in your tweet right now. It's right here.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance.
It's on display.
Maybe men are just not good people then. I'm so fucking tired of people trying to make male loneliness a huge societal problem. Yeah, no, their fifis are not my responsibility, and I shouldn't have to.
That's exactly what they're talking about. The self-awareness is great.
Punished because they can't get their shit together as human beings. Grow the up.
Lack of compassion for men. Here you go. There it is. It's in the room with us. It's right here.
See,
why are we trying to win?
Oh, wait, pause. And the thing is that this is the exact same thing that they point out as a problem with the right. That they don't care about issues that are affecting people, and they are saying, hey, you know, pull yourself up by your bootstrap, you know, why don't you just stop committing crime? Why don't, you know, all of these kinds of things about like urban problems, right? When they talk about how, when the left talks about all the problems in urban areas, the right's answer is very similar to this. So it's interesting that they're making these arguments in this way.
I'm also going to add
it's hypocrisy. Yeah.
And I don't know if this is something I've like made up in my own mind, attributing motive, but specifically to the last tweet that went on, I want to clarify, no one is suggesting that the solution to male loneliness is for women to be friends with men or to fuck men. The solution that I think most people who talk about male loneliness are looking for is that these people stop treating men like they are all rapists, like they are all the cause of societal collapse, like evils.
But as pointed out on the screen, why are we trying to win over these entitled little predators?
Yeah, there is the narrative. It's in the narrative. Is there. It's beautiful. It's exactly what you were talking about, Dorcas. This is exactly the narrative. Why are we still trying to win these little entitled predators over? The left isn't for them. That's why they go to the right in the first place. Literally, the reason it's happening. It's all happening. In the first time I watched this video, I didn't have this kind of energy of like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, yo. I did keep going, ooh, 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 as she read them out and stuff. But I can see why Hydra is typing in all caps. It's not my problem. The hood isn't being fixed. Have black people just considered not being animals? Who would say this hateful? Exactly.
These entitled little predators over. The left isn't for them. That's why they go right in the first place. We're all lonely and alienated. It's young men going to the alt-right in droves. The problem isn't our messaging. It's them. It's
your messaging. It's that.
Yeah,
it's
calling
them.
it them.
Fuck you.
Literally,
we're not alienating. It's them. Them. I don't understand.
It's fucking incredible.
Is it a joke? Like, are any of these supposed to be satirical?
I think a lot. I think some of them are.
I find it hilarious, but not for the reason.
I really think.
Oh no!
Back room is a cool place just to hang out.
It could use some tidying up, if you don't mind. The back room, you know, you could always clean the back room.
Miss Sprinkles, I think it was, pointed something out earlier. That Sparkles, my bad. Same thing.
Get it right.
You don't put
don't
you don't put sparkles on your ice cream.
I don't. I like
nice sparkling ice cream.
Don't you guys call it Jimmy's on the East Coast?
I thought that was a brand name. I thought Jimmy's is a brand name. It's like
fair
Kleenex.
enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. But but also Jimmy's are only like the cylindrical ones. If they're shaped, they're still sprinkles.
Okay.
But
okay, good to know.
Yeah, like she said that when she got married, she didn't want her kids to see her without any friends because she thought it'd make it harder for her kids to make friends. Something like that. Tell me if I'm
I think it was more
misrepresenting that.
So sorry, chat wasn't working, so I did look at it really quick, but I think it was more kind of like the modeling example is kind of what I thought. Like, you know, why would you expect them to make friends if I could be wrong, but I thought it was more of a modeling thing.
Yeah, and I thought that was an interesting point, but I also had like the exact opposite thing where like when I was like a small child, my families, my parents, my social circle was huge. Like there were tons and tons of people, and like now that I'm like an adult, I have like the I see people as a burden. Like there's all these people around, they're like a burden to me. They're not like friends aren't valuable. Friends are like the amount of people that you have. Like
that's.
I can see that. I
also have a massive family too. Like a lot, and like my family's like, okay, I've got this family.
Always been overwhelmed by people.
By people, yeah. There's like people. There's too many of you. And like I guess I can imagine like I wouldn't know how to make friends if my parents didn't have friends. But it's also the other thing where like, well, maybe if your family social circle isn't huge, then you put a bigger value on friends and you like look for them more.
I think it's more of like if you model those that are around you and like they don't have friends, like you're not as I don't know. I could understand both things because I mean, there's a lot of things that I think are weird habits that I picked up from my parents, but then in so many ways I'm the exact opposite of them.
Yeah,
So,
and
I don't know. It's hard to say.
It is one of those situations where I'm the exact opposite of my parents having like, no, we can't go anywhere with them being like, oh yeah, this is my buddy over here that we're friends with, and I'm like,
Well,
for me, it's like if I see someone I know, I don't go say hi. I'm like, this is a person who's going to burden me if I go say hi to them.
Dorcas?
I could see that.
It like going somewhere with people for like my entire life isn't like something like we're gonna go have there's a barbecue, we're gonna have fun. It's like, hey, this person's having a barbecue, we're friends with them, so we have to go. And I'm like, but I want to watch my cartoons. Like
so many social obligations, so little time.
Yeah, and it was like that. And weirdly enough, this is unrelated. Weirdly enough, I think this also has to do with me thinking that we were poor growing up, because we were middle class, but we always went to like rich people houses.
So
or like
maybe
we were like middle class, lower middle class, but like in America, in New Hampshire, that's pretty good. Like worldwide, like living pretty life is not pretty good. But then we go to the people and like they have a pool, they've got these massive houses, and I'm like, I was like,
so your parents were networking.
yeah, something like that.
They were trying to climb the social ranks.
Well,
that makes
mostly
sense.
friends from like high school.
Something
like that. Sure. I don't know if that's networking, but I was like, ooh, why do we go to these people's houses? They have huge houses, and we have like normal sized houses.
Well, how come they only stayed friends with the ones with the big houses?
Yeah,
with
but
the
didn't they
pools,
have
and
any
not the guys
small house friends?
Yeah.
No.
What about the ones who only have studio apartments?
No, we were I was one of the poorest kids in my class. I was and like, not poor. I wasn't poor. We were fine. But like we live in a town that's like half like, or maybe like a third like rednecks and like 2/3 like tax dodging rich people, upper middle class rich people. Like the bourgeoisie.
Maybe maybe also the people that you've been exposed to might not be the best. I don't know. I'm not saying
they're not bad people. They were just a lot of them. Like they were like, hey, we're gonna go over to this person's house. And I was like, I don't know who this person is. They're your friends. I don't want to go here. And we always had to go.
You sound a bit like my husband. He had the same sort of like.
Well, Gordon's babe. Right? Gordon's awesome.
He is, of course. The burden of social interaction is a thing of like. Instead, it shouldn't be a chore. I understand that like you want those easy friendships that just happen. It's the same sort of thing, but then when it comes to like, it's always your family friends, it's always your mom, your parents' friends, and whatever. It's just over and over. It can get overwhelming for sure.
Well, I also am in a unique position here because my family is so huge and so close together. Like a lot like. People always talk. I always think that's weird that other people don't spend as much time with their extended family as I do. Like, I can imagine that if you don't have a big family, then like if you don't have friends, then you have nobody. But to me, it's like always been, well, no. I mean, you can walk 3 miles and there's a giant household full of people with your last name.
Yeah, I have a friend whose family is like that, and it was kind of weird for his partner because it's like they can have other friends. It was like a difficult thing, like to have other friends other than the family. But then again, the family was the best of friends. So yeah.
Oh yeah, that's very funny.
Is it necessary? Do you need to have friends outside of your family? I'd say. My
cousin's girlfriend, one of my oldest cousins, so like the head of my generation of Paffords, but his girlfriend was like when he said we're gonna go meet the family, I'd imagine in her head she's like, okay, like a group of 5 people dinner, and he took her over, and there's basically a compound in the woods with like a giant Pafford banner.
Do
over
imagine your family living in a compound. That seems accurate.
Well, it and she's like, okay, here's the family, and it's like 20-30 people, right? It's like a lot of people.
Okay.
And I
Yeah.
can imagine that if you're someone who's like thinks that having a big family is kind of weird, it's almost overwhelming. Like you're like,
That would be tough.
here's all the family, and they're all
And
very it's like meeting the cast of Game of Thrones for the first time, right?
Yeah, and they're all very important people. It's not that they're just a whole bunch of like. It's like they're all
No, right?
family,
They're my family.
okay?
They're
They're
every
not
single
just
one of
some
them is
people.
unique.
Yeah, they're all very important to. Yeah, Gordon's got quite a big family as well. I guess that's the same sort of thing. My wife had to meet 21 people on just one side. Just one side. I do have something I would love to discuss with you guys. Sparkles, you are welcome to come on. I can give you the link through Discord.
Yeah.
If you are willing, if I'll share it with you anyway.
Well, that's always been my confusion about the male loneliness thing, is that I don't think I can ever, unless I like move to a different country. Like,
So I think you're lucky, man.
I would say so.
My family is nothing like this. I don't know. Like, I live in the same city as my dad. I haven't seen him in like 6 months. I don't know. Like, it's weird. Yeah, I have a brother that I haven't talked to. I guess I have seen him in the last like year, but yeah, he has 2 kids. I've seen them like twice in their life. Yeah, you're lucky that your family's close. I don't know. Mine is not.
Yeah.
It's different, and you're right. Like if you don't have family and you don't have friends, what do you have? And that's kind of the issue. You're lucky that you have a huge family. It seems like you're actually pleased to be together. A lot of families, there's a lot of tension. Like the second that they're in the same room together. So
yeah. Well, and
it goes.
It's one of those things like it's like found family stories always never resonated with me. Like because I was always like, I could lose 10 family members in a plane crash and I'd still have like 50 more. Like they're like
is it very quantitative for you then though? Like those 10 people, don't they mean anything though?
Well, depends on which town, I guess, but no, I'm joking. But like the idea of like found family, like, oh, we're coming together, we're becoming a family. I'm like, family to me always felt inherent. And like when we're talking about male loneliness, we need to think of there are people who don't have that. And
their families can also reject them, even if they have a big family, they can be the black sheep of the family. They can be the weirdo that just is, because they're socially awkward, they're shunned by the family. Family is not, it's not always great. And I think that's why Gray is saying as well, like, you're very lucky.
Well, I'd imagine like
sure.
My family structures are actually weird in like America, where the family structure was like nuclear family for 100 years, and my family structure is basically tribal family. Like it might as well be tribal family structure, but and I think that if I have kids, I might need to. Oh, you're gonna mute me?
I mean, we will. If there's a guest here, we want to be on our best behavior.
When Miss Sparkles joins, I'll stop talking.
If you have kids, you were saying?
Yeah. I have no idea. Like, eventually, the tribe structure is going to split in my family, which I always think is weird. Like, you can't have too many people in a tribe. So eventually, it's going to become like.
Why not?
Well, it just doesn't. You just can't have like. I mean, eventually, it'll become like we have 2 Pafford villages on either side of the mountain, and they both have 100 people. But eventually, people, you just can't keep up with that many relatives.
But there can only be one.
I don't think it's going to be the next generation. But,
okay.
But I would imagine that my grandkids and my brother's grandkids won't know each other very well.
Interesting.
And that's like to other people that might be like,
why?
Like, well,
why would that be? There's not going to be a Pafford reunion.
Well, there might be, but it'll be too big.
The cabin in the woods.
You've got the woods, sir.
Yeah.
The woods aren't big enough to hold the Paffords.
Well, and like okay, his kids will be cousins, and then second cousins. I know a lot of my second cousins. I don't think I know all of my. Maybe I do, but I don't know if I know all of my second cousins. And then third cousins, I don't know any of my third cousins. Like, how many of your third cousins do you know?
Yeah, you got brother, hey?
I have got 2 siblings.
You could, 2 brothers?
A brother and a sister.
Oh, okay. The Kaczynski Cabin? Okay, let's continue, yeah.
Men flock to Andrew Tate not because they're lonely, but because they're bigots. Hope this helps. Nah, it's just misogynists being louder than before, not getting laid. LOL. Cry harder, losers. 90%
By the way, I
of
think-
all homicides.
I bet you, if I was a bad person, and maybe I am, but not in this way, if I was a bad person who was like, you know, I'm all into casual hookups, I think I could do it. I think I could gamify it. Because I don't think like dating apps is really about like dating. I think that if I really put my mind to it and broke out the Google Sheets, you know, and figured out what worked, I bet, and I bet, you know, if I spent enough time, I could figure it out. Because I don't think like this weird like dating apps. I don't think it's anything about like marriage. Like I don't think people date with the end goal of marriage in mind. At least not in
Not
my.
anymore.
Not
But
anymore.
That's usually what dating is for. Is literally
You're like
that for me. That's why I had like a series of relationships before Gordon, because I was like, nope, because I just didn't want to waste time with people that I didn't want to be with. And when I met him, it's not that I was like, oh my God, I'm going to marry him, and there was just no reason not to be with him.
Yeah, well,
like,
you're looking, and that's really
that's
healthy.
the one that I'm staying with, and that's it.
That's really healthy. And
if you see it ending,
and of
don't waste
course,
time.
and of course, Chinzia, the person who plans not having kids, is going to have the healthiest outlook on marriage or on dating. Like, of course, that's the thing. Like, of course, the people that are like, I'm going to go do heroin and have 20 kids, they don't think like that.
They don't think.
I know. Yeah, and I think if you threw that out the window, if I threw that out the window and I was like, I'm gonna date, but just for casual hookups or like short-term partnerships, I think I could do it. I think it'd be easy. But
yeah, but I think
Yeah.
it wouldn't be good for you, just because
No.
it wouldn't be.
I don't think it'd be good for anyone.
It's very
like,
easy
morally.
to be. It's morally. I wonder. I have more faith in you, Puffy, than that.
No, I know.
Maybe I'm just too idealistic.
I believe in marriage. I believe in all that. But if I didn't,
Yeah, why would you want to do that?
If I didn't, I would be a menace. I would be one of those dudes who, like, women are in like those dating groups, like, oh my God, he love bombed me too, and oh my God, I can't believe I slept with the same guy that 20 other women in this dating app slept with. Oh my God, and he's not. You ever seen those guys? They're never that good looking. I could do it.
Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. Sorry.
It's a great song. Okay, so you're saying like you could do this, but
It's a hypothetical.
it sounds like you're saying that there's a reason not to.
Yes.
Yeah, well, because I actually don't think a lot of people. I don't think incels are necessarily just looking for sex, even though that's what the name is.
Mhm.
Like when we're talking about lonely males, like I think that they, even if like that's like what they're angry about, like I think what they're actually saying is I don't have companionship ever.
I don't have love. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
so.
a lot of the guys
Well-
that do well on dating apps, they're not necessarily. I don't think they maybe they're really good looking, but I think that they're just sociopaths who understand how to play like the dating app game.
I guess it depends on what you're doing. So, what would success be? Would that be finding your mate, like your soulmate, somebody that you're going to spend the rest of your life with? So
it would
perhaps
be as many matches as possible. It would be as many matches, and then those matches turning into
Oh,
dates.
that's
and those,
gross.
I don't know if
and
that
those
would be
dates turning into
success.
sex. No, not in my worldview,
It
not
just
in your worldview,
turning. Mhm.
but in the dating apps worldview.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think a lot of people like it isn't Grinder. You could make one that is like
I would do
Grinder,
even
and
better
that
on
might
Grindr.
be
I would be
different
so
on
if
there.
I was gay, I
but
would
like,
Be a little hooer.
yeah.
So,
I would be
okay,
so good on
here's the
Grindr.
question. Okay, here's the question. What about like a consensual master-slave relationship?
Andrew, kick him.
perfectly
him.
normal, perfectly healthy.
him.
Yeah.
You know,
If that's, but you know, try that. Maybe after you've had. Don't make that your first port of call.
Well, you know what I
That's
think
what
is Miss Sparkles joining?
She's gonna, but
she might.
in a few. Met my wife on a dating app at work because we both were looking for a spouse. Exactly, Nate. My friend who got married to
and I think
to
it
someone
can
she
work,
met
but
on Tinder as well.
I think using the dating app is immoral because I think it's unhealthy, and I don't want to participate in it.
Why? So if you say, for instance, like at a point in my life, it appealed to me. I worked graveyard shifts, so I don't know. My shift started at like 8 p.m. I would get off at like 7 a.m. I'd have to sleep during the day. Like I didn't have a chance to meet many people, and there were not many females in that graveyard shift. So I don't know. It appealed to me. What would be immoral about going on that app and trying to look for a mate?
I just took a big bite of a sandwich when you asked me that.
Sorry.
Well, fair enough.
Here,
I don't like the idea of.
here.
It's a sanctity principle thing. I don't like the idea of looking through people like you're looking through a catalog.
So what if,
Fair
like,
enough.
what if it
but
was?
isn't that what you do? And like, do you literally just walk up to every single woman and
You
ask,
are
like, "Will
looking
you
at
date
them,
me?"
yeah.
Or do you automatically kind of filter?
Yeah.
No,
what
I
about-
don't believe in. I think before you ask a girl, you kind of already. I don't know. Maybe I'm not super. I don't really like the idea of just asking a woman who you think is attractive out, like in a bar. I think usually when you do that, or when I have, you sort of know each other a little bit, not too much, because you're like, because if you become like super good friends, like you become the gay friend or something. Like, it happens all the time. But you someone like you know a little bit, you've known for a few weeks, like, and then you're like, okay, I think I like you as a person, not just because you're attractive, and then you're gonna ask them out.
Okay.
So
Fair
what
enough.
about? Okay. So what about a service that is a matchmaking service, right? That's completely manned and is looking to set people up on dates based off of compatibility profiles, right? And it's not that
Sounds pretty
and
immoral.
they meet on in a supervised dating capacity rather than like the way rather than not just that it is not digital, right? It
So
could
there
there could
is
be
a
a digital
chaperone.
aspect to it, right? But that the point is that they're screened by people and they're using their intuitions to try and find the best matches, and then people meet in a supervised capacity to look
Why do they
for
need supervised?
a partner.
Why do they need
Because
supervision?
because
when they
men
don't-
are dangerous.
Well,
Moral
yeah.
police.
I don't. Well,
He's not
you
wrong.
laugh at that,
No, he's
Kitty,
not
but
wrong.
I don't trust
He's not
men
wrong.
who aren't related to me.
Yeah, I don't know how people actually land up going. They speak to people on dating apps and then they just. Yeah, that's true. I don't think.
Yeah, Andrew, I think that's definitely better than a dating app. I think it's
What about somebody setting you up? Like, hey, I know this person. I think they'd be great
The
for
way
you.
Dorcas
Like,
was talking
is there
about.
something immoral with that?
Yeah, no. I don't think there's anything. I think that what Andrew described was what took the immoral parts out of dating apps. I think it's a little weird to pay a service for that. But I don't think it's
I
wrong.
don't think so. Like,
Would it be?
They have
find
those kinds of
happiness in
services
your
in
life.
Japan.
Worth it.
They have the,
Yeah, I don't think
kinds
it's morally wrong.
Yeah,
Unless
those kind of
unless
services in Japan.
it
It
might be
evolved
wrong in the
out
sense
of
that
the arranged marriage institution.
Yeah.
Where it evolved out of the arranged marriage institution, where so
I don't need it.
Nowadays they don't like force these couples to be together. It is just a way to meet people. Where the point of who gets to decide to be in the relationship is still the people.
Yeah, I think
one of the things that I don't like about that is I don't like getting like a service who, like, unless the service like you're like, I just don't see how that could be the same as being set up by a friend who knows you, or a family member who. Not that I would ever accept a date set up by any one of my family members because I think they'd all be wrong.
Well, that's your family, so
yeah. Any one of the dozens of them I wouldn't accept.
Well, I think
But I don't think it's wrong. Like I think dating apps are wrong. I think that I think that treating people like they're products is wrong.
So
Yeah.
is it just the swiping thing
yeah,
that's
maybe
wrong
it's
then?
that. Yeah. But see what
That's part of
Nape said. What Nape said was it is the intention of your using. Like you're supposed to. The way that people are using it is not. It's turned out to just be hookup culture. But what you are supposed to do, what the initial thing of.
I think predatory men are going to get their way into every single one of those like organizations, and I think the issue is that, like, unlike with a family member, like if you trust your family member to know this person and be like, this is actually like a good guy, and we are talking about men here, like there are very few predatory women, at least in comparison to men. It's just I think it's weird that we have these institutions and there are these men, and you're going out on a date with a guy you don't know to a. I mean,
well, you're always going to. People are strangers until you actually go and spend time with them, and then you do. There is a danger, yes. So I was completely not thinking about the whole supervision thing, but it is true. You do take the risk of they are going to be strangers, but it is nice. It is a preferable thing that you have interactions in a group with other people beforehand, and then you go
Item
by yourself.
Wizard said that predatory women exist in response to what I said. I mean, yeah, they exist. But the difference is that
they cost money. That's
maybe this isn't
generally
okay. Chi-Chi.
Yes.
Do you think that how easy would it be for you to kill your husband with your bare hands?
Not easy at all.
Not easy. Okay, now
they might be predatory in a different way,
do you think it would be for
Is it
your husband
necessarily
kill
going
you
to
with
be
his bare hands?
physically hurting someone?
Yeah, the predatory. That's the thing. It's a different kind. That's what I'm saying. It's a different kind of
Guns
damage.
are the great equalizer.
Well, yeah, exactly. But
no,
yeah,
not
but
where
like,
I am. There ain't no guns here.
Yeah, but okay. So
arsenic is the great
could also
equalizer.
be blackmail. There could be, some sort of, like Me Too accusation.
You told us a story of you used to hit Gordon, and he was like, "This is annoying. Stop it."
Mm-hmm. And
like,
then he.
So she didn't exactly say hit Gordon, but
no, it was hitting. It was hitting.
The way that you just painted it sounded more like there was an abusive relationship.
Well,
there.
no, I said,
yeah, it was more of like an excited thing.
I didn't
say
strike.
abusive.
I would have said strike if that. I remember that, but he did. You hit him, and you meant it in a playful way. The issue is, I don't think Gordon could ever hit you in a playful way, or at least not like with the consistency that you did it.
I mean, that was.
You don't believe in a
really
playful backhand?
I mean, that was the subject of the Reddit "Am I the asshole"
is,
thing.
If there are the same amount of predatory men and predatory women, then the men are doing.
There's.
We're talking about violence versus harm. So I guess you're saying, yeah.
There's a slight difference between abusive and predatory. Like a female teacher who sleeps with a student is predatory, and abuse might fall under that umbrella, but a person who is abusive may not necessarily be a predator.
There are more there are more sociopathic men than women. That's a statistical fact. Men are more likely to be sociopathic than women are. I mean, women can treat people poorly.
Preoccupied,
or are they? That's true.
Men occupy the extremes.
You're right.
That is true.
And in that way, there are plenty of women who abuse their partners and whatnot. But the idea that it is as dangerous.
No, it's more deadly. It's more deadly for women. Yes,
it's significantly more deadly. And the idea that men
again,
are
though, you're going to violence, though. It doesn't have to be violence. Like, it could be your reputation. It could be a mental game. Like, there could be other ways to prey on somebody. It could just be financial. Like, hell.
When you add up I think this is one of the big problems.
That's what I was saying. That's
when you add up all the harm. There is all sorts of ways that women can harm men, but I think when you add up all of it, I mean, maybe it's coming more even now that like it might be easier to destroy a man's reputation now with the internet. But I think when you add them all up, it's significantly worse for women to go out with a man they don't know than a man to go out with a woman they don't know.
Wait, okay, so the gym videos of
potential physical dangers there.
Okay, so the gym videos of women who record men going up and saying, "Hey, can I use that machine?" or whatever, and then blast those people. Are those women predators?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, and you know what? The women ruin their own reputation because everyone thinks they're clowns. because everyone's like, listen, these guys are minding their own. But even
Fortunately, not everyone though.
Yeah.
a significant amount of people. I mean, I think the idea that like there aren't as many people who think that those women are in the right than there are people who think they're being ridiculous.
Fair enough.
I think if those women
And I mean-
actually had videos of men actually looking at them, people would still be like, I mean, come on, you're wearing like barely anything right now, like, and you expect nobody to ever look at you ever. Like even then, I think people would be like, you're being a little ridiculous.
Yeah,
right now.
like you're wearing yoga pants, people are gonna look at you, man. They're gonna look at your whole butthole. I'm gonna go get lunch. Y'all has the fun. Bye, Item. Thank you for coming. We'll see you later. Let's continue with the thing.
What's lunch? I thought it was lunk.
By the way, I
It's
love
lung-
Sean Head.
It's lunk around here.
I love Sean Head,
It's recorded.
and I don't mean that in like a I love her video sort of ways. If I could,
Okay. Sure.
I would.
Yep.
I would. I would
Sounds
murder
dangerous.
Andrew for Sean Head.
Why?
Please don't.
Okay.
By male
just-
perpetrators. We should just
If
get
she
rid of
asked me
all
to.
males.
No questions asked.
To be honest,
Okay.
this includes
I have
trans
some
women
questions.
as they still
It's about-
retain male violence. By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who were like, all men are sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah 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 back in the day? Well, this is them now. Should have just let me cook back then. Listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to
Okay.
become a fascist. Because I recognize most of the sort that look like me are the problem. I may be hideously
even know
ugly
what
and
that
pathetic,
is.
but at least I'm not a
What? You don't know what
I don't even know what that. I mean, that's just.
Well, you don't understand.
Person's a
They've got all these
Sounds
bad
like the
qualities,
person is a
but
racist.
they're not fascists, so they're good.
Well, I mean, they just
No, fascist
I don't know.
bad. See,
They
they're
have
not fascist.
mentally
They're
unwell.
one of the good ones.
Mentally unwell.
See,
That's sad though. That is one of the ways that incel people go is the white knighting.
Yeah.
The white knighting is definitely a thing, and it's kind of taken the way of like we use incel more, but there are white knights like this guy.
Everyone
And he-
knows Death Knights are cooler.
He is saying he is a nice guy. He is being like, I'm a nice guy. I'm not a fascist. Which is-
No, he's saying I've got problems. I've got all these things. You guys you guys have problems, but that's no excuse to
Okay.
become a fascist.
Yeah,
That's
those are the words he said. All right, but the implication and
Mhm.
what the topic's about, he's doing a white knighting. That's like essentially what's
Well, he's dumb. Well, yeah, that's the function of the whole.
I'm bad, but I own up to it. Everyone
ladies.
else
Yeah,
is
look
so
at me,
much
everyone.
worse.
I'm a male feminist.
Hey, ladies.
Yes.
I'm not a fascist.
Yeah, hey, wow.
Wink.
Deal.
fascist.
That is.
Thank you for your input, buddy. You're really
By the way,
helping
Tate isn't a
situation.
fascist.
The reason
He's
young
a human
men
trafficker.
Yeah, just a human. The reason, okay.
flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them, for our own sake. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead advice?
Oh
What
my
advice?
god. That you see, it's inherent. It's literally you've decided that in that as rape, that they don't rape, in that, you're saying that they're rapists. Okay? That's what you're saying. The lack of self-awareness.
Advice. Don't rape? Don't be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have no friends or community. I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping? Act like a decent fucking human being. It's not hard. Is brain dead advice?
You act like a fucking you do it. You be decent.
Brain dead advice like get consent and don't be a Nazi and women are people.
Yeah, you know
Walking
what?
up to men strong.
You know why I think people in the chat took such offense to me saying that more men are predators is because there are like this certain brand of Tumblr feminists who say stuff like this, and it's sort of like
and
it's
white knighting.
yeah, well, it sort of gives like non-feminist. I don't want to say anti-feminist. But people in this space like a bad taste in their mouths when people are like, you know, it is kind of hard for women in these ways. They're like, this is sort of like almost.
Well, are you white knighting?
I don't think I am. Maybe I am. But I think that I used to have like the opinion that it's very easy for women these days because they get all this help, You know, like there's feminism is huge. It's not like it was in the 1920s. Like everyone is like a feminist by default. And I used to think this, but I'm sort of like, well, no, it's women have their own challenges that as a guy you just don't understand. And like sort of like how you say women don't understand that it's harder for men to make friends because people assume men are like dangerous and violent. But the thing is that there are some men who are violent. And if you're a woman and you're, I don't know, 50 pounds lighter, 8 inches shorter than a man, something like that, it's more like interacting with a man is not the same as a man interacting with a man.
It isn't. On a psychological
And it's
level.
and if you're a woman alone in like New York City and like some guy like construction workers are like saying some vulgar things to you, it's not bad for you to be like, you know, don't do this.
No, I that's the thing. This is becoming again the whole. Oh, if you care about men, that means you don't care about women. That's not what it should be. This is not the discussion.
Struggling with loneliness and depression, like
kids, don't be racist.
Incredible. Here's my
Don't be
actual
racist.
advice I would give to my teen boys as a
Except-
leftist. 1, always get enthusiastic consent.
Except for white people.
2, save the planet.
You can be racist to white
3,
people.
don't say that. It's actually kind of racist. Like, what the f is this? How does this address men and their issues? It doesn't. Why does their advice always seem to be, become a liberal? Hey men, here's how to fix all your problems. Agree with me politically. Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit.
That's really well done. Like, what kind of argument is that? It's like, that's the whole point of the movement, is that it benefits the like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Literally the point.
Yes.
Be honest. Aside from procreation purposes, men have become obsolete.
This is the man here.
Most women can find other methods of achieving orgasm
like me
without
if I
a
was
man
called.
there. And speaking as a man, most of us are horrid to be around, and I don't blame any woman for just saying, no thanks. Oh my god. Dude, this is what every
White
Just
knight.
Pearly Things tweet looks like to me. Just with the
Mhm.
genders swapped. This is pathetic. You know what fixes me?
It's a really good
That was
point.
bad.
Yep.
Wow. Like, okay, they
You
just
know
out there
what?
saying,
Let me tell you
yeah.
something. Women are picky, and it's their right. But if you're a man and a young man in this society, you might be hard to be around. So my advice for you young men is stop being so hard to be around, and maybe all the women will stop rejecting you.
Like, he is saying that. That's cool,
Well,
but yeah, that's a positive. But that's at least a little bit less of a okay. It's still negative, but he has positive things in that. Make yourself valuable. All of the good things that he has about self-improvement. I'm with him on those things.
That's what's great about-
the thing. He's not saying don't rape.
That's what's great about early Jordan Peterson. I haven't, again, going back to that whole,
pre-haiku Jordan
exactly,
Peterson.
right, yeah. So, is that he had a positive message for men without coddling them. You know, he would tell them about self-improvement,
and it changed things for them. They loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, and he talked about, you know, responsibility and self-improvement and such, and, you know, talked about the problems that they have, but then also said, you know, if you find that all of your relationships are failing, the common element in that scenario or scenarios is you.
Men.
So you need to look inward because you're probably doing something that is
You're the only thing you
sabotaging
have
those
control
relationships.
over. Yeah.
Hmm.
I have to resist the urge to tweet. Are they haikus? Are they haikus? Because they look like them. I don't detect haikus properly. But
Haikus are.
It's 575, right?
I think so.
I don't know. So but the point is, it seems like he's doing that all the time. I'm like, stop. He did like 10 tweets in 10. I used to do that a lot too, but not haikus, but like 10 tweets in one go. Like, I get it, but I'm just like, dude, stop with the haikus.
There's actually this is
and
totally
it's 5
off topic.
syllables.
There's a
Yeah,
Th-
5
there's a-
syllables, 7 syllables, 5 syllables.
Yeah, 5. There's a song by Tally Hall called Haiku, and it's the lyric thing is 576. So they always like add an extra syllable. It's very unsatisfying. And they never get to a haiku.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to Jordan Peterson's Twitter and see if it's a haiku. So it's 5-7.
Yeah, syllables.
Okay, no. He just typed funny. That's it. You can't pander to what has already eaten you. That's 8. Yeah, he's not he's just making poetries. He's just like, it's a poem. That's it.
Male loneliness, jerking off. As a man, I'll say this: sit down, shut up, and beat one out. You'll feel better.
Wow, that's great. That's just all
But
it's
will
about.
you feel less lonely?
Yeah.
Guys, just beat one out. Just off. Just watch.
You and
that
your
man will be very
hand.
disappointed in all of you. It's so funny how men feel entitled to a girlfriend.
No, that's exactly what Dorcas earlier on he was saying. This doesn't mean that you have to date the woman as the solution. It's just to date the men as the solution. It's
here's
it's
the
not
thing,
entitled.
Here's the thing, is that people are designed, or let me rephrase that. People are like, it's encoded within them. There you go. It's encoded within them to be attached to other people. But we have we also have the autonomy, right? So you don't have to engage with anyone in particular. But what we're noticing here is that in everyone kind of going their own way, we've made ourselves lonely, and we're trying to find our way back in a way that doesn't violate each other's consent and autonomy.
Yeah.
And this is just the what is it, the waffle pancake thing. It's like, oh, I want a girlfriend. It's like, oh, so you don't care about consent.
Yeah, exactly. It's, no, I'm just saying.
Oh, you sexist freak. When one
Calvin.
Yeah, I was gonna say there is something to this though. It's like, okay, if one girl rejects one guy, it might be neither of them. It might be like she just thought it wouldn't work out, right? But if you're a guy and all the women reject you, it's your fault. But then, I mean, what happens if you're like society wide, all the women are rejecting like all the men? Is that like, well, are we in a situation where the men just aren't good enough now? Or are we in a situation where the women either are too picky or not interested in relationships?
Well, we can't. I wouldn't say all. You just got to find that they're harder to find.
Okay,
I feel
but
yeah.
then, okay,
like
but
the less picky
I'm
women are harder to find. I think it is a problem.
I'm expanding the. Well, where are the less picky women? All right, let me find them. I was just expanding on the Jordan Peterson.
I just tend I tend to be harsh on women, I suppose, because
I think the real issue is that there's not a process anymore.
A process?
Have you read the book? Have you read the book Dracula?
No.
Well,
but I know.
You mean Bram Stoker's Dracula?
That's the one. Bram Stoker. So when the two female characters, I forget their names, are introduced.
His wives.
No, not the bride's Dracula.
Sorry.
Jonathan's wife, and then the woman who gets. Well, anyway, so the chick is telling her friend like, oh, today at lunch, three guys proposed to me. Just happened, and throughout the book, she rejects 2 of their proposals and accepts 1, but they're all still like around because back then it was like a marriage proposal was just like something.
It's like dating.
Yeah, like it's not even like dating. A marriage proposal was just like, hey ma'am, would you like to maybe marry me? It's like, oh no, thank you. I've never met you before.
Kitty, I sent you something to screen share.
There's this thing like nowadays, asking someone out is seen as like super vulnerable by everybody. It's like it's not something you can just do to somebody. It's like this means something. Whereas, like maybe a while
It
ago.
kind of depends how you do it.
I do think like we can't. Like,
Oh, Sparkles is here, guys.
Okay, is it better if I have headphones?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on. Then how do I leave? I'm gonna leave.
No, you can just mute.
Mute?
Yeah. There you go.
Perfect.
Oh.
What? No.
I don't know.
Okay.
we go.
Now you can put your headphones on and then we'll unmute you when you're ready. I mean, we can do it now. But,
you know that's the Ryan Long joke, is that like
this
like how different are men and women, that a man who's not getting laid will shoot up a school, and he goes and it's kind of effed up because women have the answer to solve that problem and they don't do it, which is and then he goes, if a single woman if a single woman in history was ever like, I'm gonna shoot up this mall if I don't get laid, like 10,000 men would be lined up.
Okay.
Oh, there's echo now.
Yeah.
It is echoing. I'm using my tablet. It's not.
Oh, did she jump out?
She'll be back.
She might have.
This is a great diagram, Dorcas. Doing a thing. Now I can see diagram this shit. I'm gonna.
This is a haiku, of course. Thinker's haiku.
Doing. Is that two? Doing or one?
That's two.
Doing. Think here. Now Kite makes a based point. Based is one word. Based
is one.
Based point.
Yes.
Diagram this shit. Woo! Haiku! We should send that to Jordan Peterson. Be like, actually, I'm gonna reply to him one day. Just like, are these? Do you start them off trying to make them haikus and then they just not anymore? Okay, I want to wait for Sparkles.
Let's finish it.
Side is like, wanting a girlfriend is sexist entitlement, and the other side is like, here's how to get a girlfriend. I don't know, bro. What happened to males just kicking the bucket? Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice issue. Oh, trust me, men are still kicking the bucket. And when they're not giving mind-blowing advice like just to be a liberal, they're outright dismissing men's issues completely. It's not our job to educate them. Since men created the problem, they need to take steps to fix it. We have other things to care about. Men can figure out their own problems that they created. Again, it's not women's jobs to change how men are socialized. It's a man issue, and y'all need to address that amongst yourselves. Men created their own problems. Men can solve their own problems. The left is busy. Why does the well-being of other people concern me?
It's so true. Oh, that is it. It's wow.
See, this is how you become unbreaded. This is how you become unbreaded. Is that you hold consistent principles, and then other people don't follow them. You zig and they zag, and you're like, whoa, wait, what's going on here?
Yeah, exactly.
Leftist, by the way. It's all systemic issues and societal factors and blah, 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 until it's a man, and then suddenly it's pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. This problem
That's exactly what you said earlier.
Influence of the patriarchy. Take a wild guess about which gender created the patriarchy. Solve your own problems and leave women alone. These people rightly mock the bootstraps rhetoric until the subject is a man, and then it's bootstraps all the way down. They would never talk about any other group this way. It's wild. And it's kind of like both sides are telling men to hold themselves up by their bootstraps, but one is like, I'll show you how, and the other is like, fuck off. And when they're not telling men to straight up fuck off, they're giving the 200 IQ answer that nobody has ever heard before. Just show your emotions, bro. And I'm not
there is that as well, where it's like, show your emotions. There's toxic masculinity and whatever, but that still exists. There's still a thing of there's a masculine way that people are supposed to do it, but then also once they do show their feelings, then you get shat on. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Seeing this problem, okay? I've made videos talking about this. Oh, you're crying?
Wait. The thing I was going to say is that about that sort of thing is that it's not fair to say that like one group is saying to do something and another group is complaining about when that thing happens. But but in this case, I have heard it from the same people. People like they do compilations of women talking about this kind of thing. Be emotional, You know, why can't men talk about their emotions? And then like months later, they talk about how men are like men opening up, talking about their emotions is so cringe, and what
It's
the hell are they
cringy,
doing? It's
yeah.
gross, and like, don't they have more self control, or what happened to stoicism? You know, stuff like
What
that.
happened to what happened to like I still want a manly man, and yeah, it's just too much. Very womanly thing as well to just go back on what you want.
At your grandfather's funeral? Okay, f it. And studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid like this? Fellas, is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and
Fellas,
sexism
is
are
history
features of a real
gay?
man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays? You have to be vulnerable to make friends. Don't tell me there aren't systemic problems affecting men. Now, while a lot of this may be true, men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relatively a new phenomenon. Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays. The cultural embrace of like gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie, blah, 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s. But social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did, and the housing crisis, and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently.
I don't think
oh
that
my
matters.
God, the privileged.
Yeah,
I don't think that one matters.
Age of toxic masculinity and things.
Other people being more rich than you doesn't affect like your average everyday life.
Mm. Yeah, it does. You got your own stuff to think about. If you're sitting, but I suppose no. With the rise of social media, you're aware of other people's wealth more. I suppose.
Mm.
No, but
yeah, I mean, it seems to be people, showing off for the most part.
no, I think that,
Yeah.
it can affect a person.
Oh no,
I
Sparkles!
think that it is a. Oh, what happened?
He just causing my
Saying that he
modem.
might be causing her modem to.
It would be
Sorry.
better after this heat wave. I think I could try one more time, but it might just disconnect. Try. We've got nighttime Hydra. Is that someone we know? Is
Yeah,
it a
we're
real?
hoping that
Is
would
that a
work. We
real
want to know the
Hydra?
issue.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
That's a picture of an actual
We
Hydra.
can.
No, it's a
No, it's a
picture of
dark
from
Hydra.
humanity from Dark Souls 1. But I'm on my phone and I'm in the middle of, well, let's not discuss that. Anyway,
Yeah.
hopefully, oh, Jesus Christ, this guy. Stray Cat jumped on me and scared the shit out of me. Anyway, so I don't know for how long I can join you from here, but as long as some children don't decide to come to an abandoned playground in the middle of the night, I can be here for a little bit.
Awesome.
Nice.
Loving it, yeah.
Not creepy at all.
Or
Thanks
until my
for
data
joining.
runs out on my phone. So I'm
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of super scuffed setup here.
Oh, you have
Make sure that you're not watching. I think you can turn it
have
off that you
data?
don't watch. Yeah. Okay, now we're big. We got
How the
Sparkles
fuck do I
here
do
too.
that?
Now
Wait a
we got
second.
Sparkles.
Okay, am I echoing still? Am I echoing still?
Yeah.
No,
can
not
hear it.
nearly as bad.
Not nearly as bad.
I
There's a-
think I can hear myself in it actually. Maybe I need to.
Could it be
talk.
my headphones? Because I have multiple headphones.
Okay, you got to maybe change your device to so whichever device
I can't.
you're
All I have
using-
is this crappy tablet.
No, that's not what she meant. She meant like.
Did you
change
have a
the-
mic on your headphones?
Oh, a mic? Well, yeah, there's a mic on the headphones.
Yeah.
It
So if you
is-
use the same mic as your headphones, it should be fine.
How do I do that?
So is there
It's in the
settings?
Hydra!
No, we just lost the Hydra.
I
Oh, that
was-
sucks. Just before you joined, Hydra joined.
Okay.
That is kind of fun.
It's
Did
okay.
that
Let's
help?
just keep going.
Well,
It's fine.
Let's see.
Did that help?
Yes, actually, I don't think I can hear any
It's
of it.
quieter.
I think it's
anyway.
gone.
Okay, because now
Nice.
I picked wired.
Well, hello. You said that you had an issue.
Hydra's
but,
back.
Well, it has nothing to do with this.
All right, so that's not the
Oh,
button
no.
to turn off the screen.
No!
That's not the button
We
to
might have
turn off
gotten
the
the
screen. Okay, fine. I will find the
sorry.
button that turns off the screen.
Hydra, that happens a lot. Actually, it happens on StreamYards. Lots of people do that. It doesn't. It's like that is the back num. Yeah, I've done it. The mobile
But
version.
how
of
can I
StreamYard.
find out? Oh, it looks so weird. Holy hell.
Yes, that might be it, Blaine. That she has the stream open. But her problem is her modem. She says she keeps getting disconnected.
Oh yeah, I did that before. I think.
Yeah, you did that backspace. Okay, let's see. Let's go.
Life these poor little boys must have, that their biggest problem is being lonely, i.e. so insufferable that nobody wants to sleep with them. So much more pressing than the poor distribution of wealth causing people to suffer food and housing insecurity. Boo-hoo, you're lonely and have no friends and are suicidal when? Because feeling alienated under capitalism apparently isn't a thing. People are working harder and longer while wages have been stagnant. Men have been dropping out of college like flies. And what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men, this most of the time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to
It's so funny how you can
In my opinion,
complain about this, but you can't complain about the reverse of this. Like as far as it was, it was look at all the disadvantage of women, but as soon as it was like the man, because it's all about not actually what you're doing, it's not actually about what you're going to, it's not actually about the individual, it's actually about just the history of what you claim to be. I'm in this negative starting position because of this. And this why, because the reverse the standards don't apply. It's not actually about the standards, it's about look at my past.
Okay, Sparkles.
Sparkles is back.
I'm so sorry. I feel so embarrassed.
Well,
it's all good.
You know what's crazy is that they put lonely in quotes. Like, loneliness literally kills people.
Yep.
No.
Yes.
She keeps
She's gone again. It's
See,
because of Calvin.
Our combined power is so great we can't appear.
Yeah, we can't.
The punishment below the death sentence is solitary confinement. That's how bad loneliness is.
And it's worse than death sentence, by the way. I would just like to point that out. Like, it actually
not
breaks
really.
people.
It creates
to be about themselves.
Okay, in my opinion, big caveat. In my opinion,
priorities are
worse than death sentence. Sorry, my priorities are forwards for me. Okay, for you it may be backwards.
Oh, how do I not want to show my camera? Okay, there it is.
Okay, I can turn. Okay. Yeah.
Here we go.
Turn you on photo layout.
Because I look like crap. Okay, I know what I keep doing. I keep going to the settings and then I don't know how to go back. It keeps exiting out. So.
Oh yeah, the mobile. Don't touch anything.
Don't touch anything. It's okay.
Everything sounds great.
Yeah, I just did that. I just did a little just did that. Okay.
So you said you wanted to. Yeah, you wanted to. Well.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do. It isn't about this. It has to do with that we. I want to know why we don't expect like the when with the YouTubers debate, like the ones with a lot of followers, we don't expect them to be updated on their educational stuff that they're debating, or on really knowledgeable on what they're debating. Like they just like Hassan using the lizard brain theory, that's been debunked. And he still says that. Or like Destiny when he was yelling about that CNN is not biased. That's not true. And they don't use communication skills like Sam Cedar when he was talking to Sean. He kept saying you. And we used to expect people that were debate and stuff to be educated on what they were talking about and have stuff to back what they're saying up. And we don't expect that anymore. And I want to know how you guys feel about that.
Whoa, was that an attack at me?
Yeah.
No. No.
Yes.
No. Has nothing to do with you guys.
No, I think that's a really good observation. You know, like it is kind of the difference between like a traditional, like, like Oxford style debate where like you'd actually have a moderator, you would have the topics prearranged before time. And if you were using any supplemental material, you would kind of submit that so that the others could
or
talk.
at least be knowledgeable of what they're talking about.
That's not really what we do on the internet. Yeah, and you're right. Like the least amount that you could do would be like be informed on the subject. It just seems like right now people are kind of more interested in rhetorical wins.
Yes.
So you don't have to know anything about it. You just have to know how to make somebody look stupid with your words.
Yeah.
Would I consider spreading misinformation now in a way?
I don't think they seem to mind. It's made a huge. It's made a business. You do get the Destiny clone Vosh, and then you get like Hassan after that. A lot of these people did kind of make their.
Go Ave, I have nothing to feed you. So, sorry, Kitty, is this you? Is this fucking you? I'm being pestered by a stray cat right now. What the fuck is this?
Oh, I heard it.
That's fate.
Too cute.
Well,
I think like a lot of the things on these internet debates, it's not about actually coming to like a consensus or even coming to a winner on this. Instead, it's just kind of looking good for your audience and perhaps even kind of building on that audience. And that's
so it's not
the
even
goal.
to teach people anything,
So it really
or
sucks.
anything like that, or to.
I don't think so.
This is what Blaine says it's about. Blaine says this is what it's about. This is what the internet wants.
Yeah.
Well, the
100%.
The
I
whole
posted
reason that
this- oh,
Destiny's
what is
big
it?
is not because he's like the smartest guy, it's because he's one of the best debaters. And being a good
Yeah, but
debater
he-
in that format isn't about knowing what you're talking about. It's about coming across to the audience like you know what you're talking about, which isn't the same
Yeah,
thing.
but he used to do where he would he used to do streams, so I don't watch him anymore. He doesn't I haven't seen him do this in a while.
Yep.
Where he
He
used
used to have the
s-
study streams.
Yeah, there you go,
prepping
yeah.
for it.
And I really liked that. I thought that was really
Well,
good, but I don't he
Yeah,
doesn't do that anymore.
but the Sitch and Adam thing where he talked about CNN not being biased. I mean, he didn't like that's not what they thought this debate was going to be about, right?
Yeah,
I mean, so
Yeah,
for
as
sure.
well.
It did seem like a
It's not
tangent.
structured when you.
That's
when you
probably
get into
because he doesn't
arguments.
consume much CNN material at all. Like I took a look at a large amount of his streams recently just to see, like, especially after some of the things he confidently claimed, I took interest. And yeah, so his entire information structure in regards to what mainstream media claims are people in chat linking him things. So that's literally it. He rarely ever goes on, or if he ever goes on CNN, it's like he types in the exact figure that someone mentioned and stops at the first article of, like, I don't know, fucking Washington Post, and then stops there and goes back to doing what he was doing, which was playing games poorly without audio. And whenever he's confronted with a difficult choice, going on the game's wiki and looking at the scripting outcome and then choosing that. What the fuck are you doing? He butchered Ixion. He was playing Ixion,
I don't know
an
how
amazing
poorly
game,
he
and
played
he
the
fucked
games,
it up.
okay?
And he
I can't
he
comment on
spoiled the
people
entire
playing
game
games
just so he could catch more materials. What the fuck is that? He spoiled the
Well,
storyline
also-
for himself. Why?
Well, I get that they want to rile people up and make like for views and make it exciting, but I just noticed a lot of them use really bad communication skills, like saying "I know" all the time and like all the time, and it irritates me because like I can't even keep track when you're saying like every second, and I just don't understand why we don't expect
that's
them
me.
to not.
That's me. But Destiny's worse. He says a lot.
Plus, they listen to everything on like
but to be
1.5
fair to
speed, and the
Destiny-
problem is that everybody's already rambling, and you can't listen, you can't hear anything. Like it's a completely different culture with like full of its own unique methods of screeching and arguing and yelling about how the other is the literal representation of the devil, and they are responsible for all of the evil in the world.
Even when they try and be formal and make a formal debate, like and they have a moderator and stuff, it's not. The monk debates are basically as close to a real formal debate as you're going to get, and even then, when they get to the open,
real
talking,
Oxford ones are pretty decent too.
So it's just
But
about
yeah.
entertainment. It's not about learning anything from it
anymore.
Of course not.
I
That
think
doesn't
so.
pay the
It's-
bills.
Nobody mutes
It's
anyone
mainly
either.
rhetorical wins.
True.
It's owning the other person or getting some sort of win so you can get a clip and put that up
Yeah.
for the most part now.
Yeah,
like Sam Cedar with the
Which kinda
you all the
sucks.
time, which makes people defensive. When you say you all the time, it makes people defensive, and that was bothering me so
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, so okay. Well,
That was
yeah,
also
they
so
get what they don't
interesting
expect
to
I
me.
mean,
them to
Cedar
know
is not above any of that.
that. Yeah.
Like when Destiny
I
was
don't know.
saying about he had his beef with the Sitch and Adam audience about how, oh, actually this won't cause like I'm not that, but I'm saying the truth. All of these and he was saying the truth, by the way. We were talking about how look at how all of these Republicans are they don't believe in these things. They are how look at how insane they are and whatever. And it is true. A lot of them are fucking insane. And he was constantly talking about that. And then the Sitch and Adam audience pointed out to him like, look. You are going to lose all of the Republicans that you've appealed to successfully with your more moderate ability to describe their positions and steelman it and then argue against it and defeat it in good faith when you just continuously let her rip and let your inner self go out and like fucking tell them how they are all morons for not believing in
Destiny's
dinosaurs and whatever.
defense, like-
And the problem is that he understands this. And then he pivots to the position of, yeah, but it's true. And at the same time, in a different stream, he continuously talks about how optics are so important and how you have to win over an audience and show them that there is a better way to argue on the internet and be positive about things. And just, dude, do you not see yourself? Like, you are on the right path, but you get carried away. And the problem is he can argue so well, even when he's fucking wrong about something so obviously. Like, when he took on the fucking advocate, or what's the name of that person, and just completely made shit up. And even when a lawyer and fucking Abba jumped in the stream, he still was like, "No, I'm right. I don't need no evidence," because back in my relationship, and from there on, he went on the same personal spiel and storytelling. He criticized red pillars about you're just telling a story. You're just talking about personal experience. He did the exact same fucking thing. How is this possible? How do you not have any self-awareness? That is the most frustrating thing, man. Somebody is so intelligent. Somebody's so intelligent and argues so well and is capable of still in so many positions and be a good faith interlocutor and be smart and then noticing themselves, tripping themselves over and fucking themselves over and falling into the same pitfall. I just want to claw my eyes out at the stupidity of this situation.
Interpersonal thing. That's the communication thing that Sparkle's talking about as well.
What would you have rather Destiny done in that situation, other than admit that he was wrong?
Well, going to a deep philosophical debate, for example, literally anything else would be. It would literally have been better if just to. Yes, exactly. That if it would have been actually more honest and interesting if they derailed into what counts as the custody of a child. That would have been literally a better conversation than just saying no. Actually, the lawyer doesn't know how to lawyer, and the fucking. Whoever, like everybody else who jumped in the stream, like, here are the receipts, and he would just continuously say, man, you are fake, you are fake, you don't know anything. Actually, I was married once, and you are all wrong. I'm married again, and you are all wrong. And
wouldn't it be like confirmation bias is why they get that way?
Well, they're on the defensive. Yeah.
Yeah, and the same time. And then Destiny fucking goes on to posture about dating how, actually, now that I am famous on the Twitch, I have no problem approaching women. And then when people point out, excuse me, fucking bias, you know who the fuck you are, okay? And then he goes on, yeah, but even then, before that, way back when I was dating in my college days, and then people point out, back then, there wasn't fucking social media. That's causing 90% of the problems in modern dating. And then he just goes about, yeah, but you're just so wrong. You don't understand. I have the real experience. I have been with so many women. It's like, but your experience is tainted, dude. It's not the same.
Destiny's wrong sometimes. Everyone's wrong sometimes. But the idea is that if you're supposed to be someone
who's saying he's wrong is irritating.
Yeah, but hold on. But like we're gonna assume that, like, saying on stream, hey, I'm wrong, that's not an option. All right, if you're Destiny, like literally, it is an option.
He did that, by the way, before.
That makes you weak, though.
It literally is an option. It literally is an option.
He did. Ow! Fucking go away. Sorry, cat. Go away.
If you're in that mindset of I'm arguing a point, we're gonna say he's got debate brained. Saying I'm wrong is not an option for him. At least not in that mindset, right?
Yeah, in that mindset.
Him pivoting to personal anecdote is a way for him to try to escape the corner that he's put himself in by being.
I understand, of course, I know,
and
I know what he's doing.
A lot of people wouldn't be able to do it as well as Destiny can. I mean, even in situations where he's egregiously wrong.
I understand that, dude. I understand that. I understand all that you're saying. I already figured it out. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed that he would fall into the exact same pitfalls he points out so accurately for everyone else.
Yeah,
yes, exactly. I thought that, oh my god, an actually smart person on the internet who can see, oh no, he just fell into the exact same shit. Whatever, fucking hell.
Well, like, during, like, I don't know if I'm right on this history. But like during like Greek times when they used to have like the big debates and stuff, the scholars and stuff would get together and they would know what they're talking about when they debated each other and like would admit that they're wrong.
Yeah.
And they try to convince everybody, you know, they would debate what was, I don't know, I don't like the way that it's going. I know.
Yeah, but they wouldn't know everything about everything. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a debate.
Miss
you
Parker,
just know the answer.
Listen. Back then, it was a shit show too. At that time, whenever they fucking walked in and said, "Look, a man is a featherless biped," and then the other dude brought in a chicken without feathers and said, "Behold, I brought you a man." Okay, it was a different time back then. We had good arguments back then too. Okay,
he was prepared. It proves Sparkle's point, though. He came prepared with a man.
Yeah, see,
true.
They should at least study up on what they're going to talk about as how at home, or be prepared for it.
They really should.
Yeah, but in
I think it
free-form
just
debate,
comes
you
from,
don't really know what you're going to talk about.
And also, yes, true.
But most of these you do. And it would be great if you have a study that you want to discuss, send it to the person ahead of time. Like, then you can actually discuss the study. You're not just like bringing it up out of nowhere, surprising somebody. Like, what's your reaction to this.
But you see,
I don't know.
that is where, it's.
Oh, I was just gonna say it doesn't seem to be about like actually finding the truth.
Exactly.
It's more just
Of
some
course
sort
it
of,
isn't.
you know,
No, it's about
optic
winning.
win. And
That's what I was about
you
to
think
say.
debating arguing was about finding
But-
the truth? No, it's about winning.
No, but
It's
you
about
see,
talking over everybody.
With the Destiny thing,
when it's a literal conversation, people, it's not a debate. So actually, debating we shouldn't debate. Okay, it should
Conversations too. It's about winning. It's about winning the conversation.
Yeah, on the internet, it is
It doesn't
about
have
winning
to
the
be.
conversation. But when if you are not in
I
this
win every
process-
Thanksgiving. I'm the winner of the conversation every Thanksgiving. I get there, I get my turkey,
Well,
and I
your turkey
win. I
definitely
win
loses.
Thanksgiving dinner.
But no, but the point is the communication style. You know, when we saw Destiny versus Blair White, right?
yes.
This was before he went and did all that, right? So he's perfectly capable of having a disagreement, and
It depends on.
they're not trying to convince each other either way. They're just presenting what they think and presenting what they think.
Depends on his mental state, unfortunately.
Yeah,
because
it
I've seen
does.
debates where he's like, the other person is like incredibly like. I'm not a heavy Destiny viewer. I just check out his stuff frequently and checked on him sometime after he like moved more so into my peripheral vision. But I've seen enough to where I can confidently state that. There have been times where someone comes in super aggressively, super passive, just constantly accusatory and dehumanizing, and just dripping with venom from every word they say, and a constant toxic behavior of just trying to bring you down as a person. And he just sits there completely chill and talks them through it because he's having a good day. And at another point, and he's just having a bad day for some reason, someone comes in with, hey, listen, I think something interesting is going on. Maybe you should take a look at this. And immediately say, fuck you, how dare you not believe my and just immediately unleashes a fucking machine gun.
I've rarely seen him go like to 20 when, you know, the other person is at like a 2 or something like that. Like he really does seem to mirror the other person's kind of energy.
He tries.
I've followed Destiny for a long time, at least with his debates. I definitely don't watch every live stream or anything like that. But
look at the
you know, you
lore.
gotta
We're
admit, like,
getting
some of the most
revealed,
endearing things are when people get like the amygdala jack. I know, like, I always love it when Adam goes off when, you know, his elephants are in control.
And people love
Destiny
it in
definitely
the
has
chat.
the same thing. I mean, I don't think any of us are above that.
I don't think we can be.
But
Also, their young audience is gonna go with their opinions, and we're not trying to educate their young audience on what's correct. I mean, what's the truth and what's not, just on opinions.
Yeah,
we want them. Just have an adult audience. I mean,
this also
it depends. So it's kind of the goal. So like the group that I'm kind of fighting against, like the Fandom Initiative, these guys are trying to create like their own echo chambers. So they don't actually have to provide evidence. They just state things. Their chat kind of says it back to them.
Yeah.
They don't have to prove anything with them. They just kind of create their own little, you know, I struggle to find anything to call it other than an echo chamber, but it kind of breeds their own. Yeah, exactly. And then they can definitely use a shorthand with each other. And you don't have to prove anything. It's just, you know, we all know this information. I don't know. It would be nice if there was more of an open dialogue and, you know, people could actually, okay, well, why are you saying that? Could you actually show me what leads you to believe this?
And cooperative. Like, let's find the truth together. You know, like, let's get through this study together. Because wouldn't you want that? Like, but I do agree.
Nah, I want my bills paid.
As much as, as much as that's what I want. Again, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be above. I'm not above just getting bitchy. Basically, I'm pretty sure I could do that.
Yeah, you seem like you keep yourself updated on like you were just talking about a book you just read. I mean, you don't seem like you just get stuck right there and not continue to learn on stuff. It doesn't seem like that you're that type. That
I think we should.
The other, I don't want to excuse it, but it's like Destiny, I think he streams like 12 hours a day. And like a lot of these other streamers like Vosh and stuff, it's just like, you know, when you're devoting that much time to like trying to
Fucks with a
entertain,
person.
like
I know it's
how much
gotta
research.
be like it transforms you a little bit. It's kind of like when someone gains the position of power.
What is
it
your
kind of changes them.
personality? Yeah, what is your personality?
That for sure would be. But then also, when would you have time to do like research? Like, you know,
On
streamers
stream, like
are
what he
watching
tries
the book.
sometimes.
Yeah, that's do it live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it does kind of suck, and I'm not trying to give him an out, but you're right. He could be more informed. And
Yeah, but does he have to stream that long? He's
Hey,
rich. I mean,
Dorcas
he
is
doesn't
back.
really have to stream that long. He has enough time to be a whore. He doesn't have to. How come he doesn't have time to study?
That is a good point. He could do less whoring and more studying. Yeah, but I think, you know, like you have that fear that like if I'm not streaming at this time, could somebody else snipe my fans?
That
You
ain't
know,
never gonna
would
happen,
they just move on to somebody else?
It's not just that he
Yeah,
himself
it just-
continuously needs the stimulation of crazy people because he got used to like having this energy in his life, so to speak, that is hard to find anywhere else.
I think yeah,
Anyway,
he's also
I didn't
Well,
want this
not
to
doing
devolve into like
wonders
a
for his
social or
business.
personal critique of some random streamer. My apologies for dragging this fucking Destiny into like the main topic, but my point was just that no one is really immune to this transformation. Some people embrace it, some people try to resist it, some people try to turn it into a business model, but I don't see anybody really doing that much constructive stuff with it. And even the people I thought were trying, turns out no, they aren't really doing it as well either. So yeah, and I'm still kind of salty about missing out on the juiciest part of the fucking shoe on head video when I had to like type in chat, but I was still on my way for some other place. Like
with the
come on, man.
responses, yeah.
The Twitter responses,
Yeah, it was.
Yes.
Dorcas and Foxroom, you guys haven't spoken. I know we're a full house tonight. I wanted to ask what if you guys are okay.
Yeah, I have.
No, it's not quite full.
I have a topic thing to think upon.
Yeah.
The topic about Destiny in the Blair White debate, and then compared to his more recent debates.
With Adam?
Yeah. Brought about the question
One
to my
extra thought.
mind. You know, are we the person that we are on our worst days or our best days?
I think that is a very obvious
depend who
answer
you're
to this
talking
question.
to as well.
You're middle. You're
'Cause,
medium
like, on
days.
my-
You're your person that you are on your medium days.
So would you be like, you know, like the average of your
That's
days
that's
then,
what Calvin's
or
saying.
That is the mathematical
I'm
approach.
thinking-
Yes.
I'm actually. I actually think.
I mean, like,
think it's
but
your
you're a
worst
different
days.
person to everyone you talk to, right? Like, so some stranger on the street, that's not going to be the same as like how you talk to your parents or how you talk to, you know, somebody else in your life. I don't know. One of the things about this debate was, you know, he said a bunch of super inflammatory things about conservatives, but there were no conservatives like in this discussion. So it wasn't exactly like he's like trying to debate like, okay, who is correct here? It's
Because
we're all
he
on the same
saw
side.
his
These
worldview
guys
as being
suck.
attacked,
It was-
and he saw it as it being challenged, like as if someone was standing up to these people and saying, no, actually, they aren't guilty of any of the things you accuse them of. Whereas in the main point was, maybe I misunderstood. Again, I think I explained this before, but just to not to repeat myself, the problem is you are wasting your approach and changing what you are doing in the middle, and you are tearing down all of the progress you made by approaching these people in a reasonable way, but just suddenly throwing it all away and venting how actually this is what I think all of them. And not to say that you should lie about them or to their face, but to be more humane to them. And I can't believe that he doesn't obviously see that all of the people he will immediately lose whenever he wants to just hold a more rational conversation about here is how we should think, here is how we should approach this topic, instead of like, no, you have all of these faults, you are guilty of all of these things, you don't understand, you are responsible for all of these things. Like, even if you work it's so hard to work up to actually have a reasonable conversation and just a humane connection with people on different political positions, and then to just waste it and throw it all into the fucking wind by saying, actually, no, fuck you, you are the problem. And just, I understand. I'm not debating that you don't think this, that you don't agree. I even partially myself agree with more things on those statements that I myself would be comfortable with, okay? But listen, this is not the way to talk about this or approach this. Even if I think that you are responsible for the vast majority of problems in this world, I would never publicly try to drag you for it, especially after working so hard to befriend you and show you my opinion. I'm sorry.
Well,
okay.
What got me?
I don't know if he sees chat. Sorry, Katria. After this, I'll read Blaine's. You can read Blaine's chat.
Oh.
Yeah, he's also having a really tough time right now. His mom is going through kind of the start of the late stages of Alzheimer's, so it is.
Oh shit,
yeah,
that must be really super rough.
I don't trust that story.
So, I mean, I could understand, not exactly being like nice and everything, and getting a little bit easily perturbed.
I think Destiny, he tells too many stories about how like his friends all turn out to be rapists.
Wait,
like,
what?
He tells the story all the time. He's like, you can't really know these people until you see them with everybody because you have some guy.
No, that's a staff report. That's a fucking staff report. I don't believe that. No, come on, man. That's just admit you didn't know your friends. Just admit it. You can't like. There is always going.
Well, that's
to
why
be
I don't trust Destiny.
How did he find that many rapists?
That's the problem. There is always a dark side to everyone, but to be a fucking.
There's an expression like, "A man is known by the company he keeps." You ever heard that expression?
That's the one pet peeve I have with Destiny.
That's what
Destiny seems to have all these orbiters that are like horrible people.
Yes, because it's entertaining and it generates him money. He sees it as a business relationship rather than
off put by that. Like,
wait, you're saying
how many
straight
people
rate
you
is
met
a
in real life
horrible
that are
person?
like you kind of get like a vibe that this person's awful, and you're like, I'm not gonna associate myself with you.
Yeah, he said he's a good judge of character. And he's not.
He's a horrible
He's
dude.
not a
He
good judge of
doesn't-
character.
Is that what you're saying, Hadra? That he's just a bad judge of character? That's it.
He said he has
no,
a good
it's
one.
because he
Yes,
doesn't. No, he doesn't. He judges character in terms of how much reaction and content this will generate, whether or not do I want to associate myself with this. And it's just
He's not
sometimes so
necessarily
weird when
inviting
you're.
everyone over for chicken and
I think he knows
waffles.
exactly what he's
It's not.
doing.
No.
Mr.
That's
Girl,
not my
so.
problem. Like I'm not talking about who is it hurting. It's hurting this group of people. It's hurting them. But even when it's hurting the orbiters themselves, like bringing on that fucking woman who was obviously so much mind fucked and literally fucked by her own dad, and you are going to encourage that relationship to go on. Like I don't care about chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes but that's a completely different degree of separation. But to literally contribute.
I'm just saying, there's
to
few
some
that actually
abusive
come into his
relationship like
real
that.
life. Like,
Mr.
Listen,
Girl
it's
is the
obvious.
worst one, I
I've
think.
seen ABBA over there, and I've seen what's his name, Fuentes. But other than that, like a lot of those orbiters, I don't think they
Fuentes
actually
isn't getting
have met
railed by his
IRL
dad.
or
Okay,
anything
that's
like that.
different. That's the
Oh my
problem.
goodness!
Mr. Girl is the worst one out of all of them that he's had like really propped
I don't
up.
know the
Mr.
lore
Girl.
of that.
No,
Mr.
Mr.
Girl
Girl, I
is
only
cute.
ever,
And,
I only
Mr.
ever tried
Girl
to
is a
watch one of
weird
Mr.
one.
Girl's videos, and it opened with him staying naked and eating an orange
Hi,
and explaining
cuties.
how actually it was okay to fuck over his girlfriend and like mindfuck her into doing something that she didn't want.
Bunga,
It's like, I clicked off immediately. Nope, thank you. Not my thing. Not my
It
content.
became
not
a thing
actually.
because of the Cuties movie.
Yes,
Oh,
I
he said
know.
it. He
Is
Just
he
said review
supporting
on
the
the-
cuties?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I wasn't as
Yep.
chronically online as I was before when cuties came out.
Yeah, he,
Sean had watched it, like the hero she is.
Yes,
and
she has a video on
I
it.
watched it. I watched it as well, and I felt
watched-
very
You
uncomfortable.
watched Cuties?
It was
No,
very
please.
Oh, report. No,
Kelvin, you were just beating your chest when Cuties was mentioned.
I was
No,
no,
I
we
was
were,
beating
we
it.
were,
I was
we
beating
were,
it for
we were,
for
because
Blaine's.
we were, yeah, we were making monkey fight
Okay.
noises.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
Kitty,
Bad fake train.
Okay, I just
BF as all get out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Kitty, one quick thing first.
It's okay because she's a woman.
didn't
She
see.
can watch it.
Wait, what?
I could watch cuties.
No, I missed the joke. My apologies. I can't see the chat because I'm on the phone. But someone asked something and you highlighted it, and I didn't see it in time. So please, if somebody asks anything, tell me because I literally can't
sorry.
see
It
the chat
was
because
just the
fucking
Destiny's
StreamYard.
mom
It was
situation.
about Destiny's mom.
Yeah,
I don't know much about
we
Destiny.
did bring it
And the
up.
other thing, Can you tell your cats to fucking chill? Because there are now multiple ones showing up in the middle of this abandoned yard, and
Kick him. Kick him.
No, I
Well,
don't want to start a fucking race war between the different kinds of cats and humans. On this game.
I will admit, I did like the pedophile song by Mr. Girl. I thought it was funny as hell.
No, no.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Kitty, if a stray cat is bugging you, you can kick it. It shouldn't be going up to random people.
No,
I don't. The problem I take it home.
True. That is not how the rules work.
That is not it.
No,
the problem is
that is 100% how the animal rules work.
I take the stray cats home.
Yeah,
listen, the problem is that the original
do
stray
that.
cat
You can
that
also
brought
offer
it here,
food.
the original stray cat that brought the others here is one
I can't hear
have a
Calvin, she's
beneficial
lovely.
relationship. I have a beneficial relationship with the stray cat that originally brought the others here. So if I kill the others, I'm going to lose rep with this guy, and I work so fucking hard. Okay, I'm not going to do that.
My dog kills stray cats in the neighborhood.
No, fuck you.
Okay,
Don't do
I
that.
think you taught it that because not only are you kicking them, but you have an animal that then kills it. No, man.
No, she taught
gotta
me.
set some
She taught
boundaries
me to
with your
kick them.
dog.
I was very sensitive about cats, but she taught me how.
Why?
So the dog is the one in charge here?
Yeah, she is. Hey! She'll be here soon. Yeah, she kills small. She kills small neighborhood animals.
That's
horrible.
No, it's not horrible because she kept the coyotes
If I had a
out.
dog that killed the cats, I don't know what I would. I honestly don't know what I would do.
My dog
I don't know
keeps the
how
coyotes out of the neighborhood. All right, you don't want coyotes in a neighborhood with small children. All right.
Oh, it's just one. Okay,
A coyote is a dog.
Oh yeah, I
He's the one
forgot
with
you
the dog.
guys have like
Okay.
all sorts of those. I forgot you guys have all sorts of crazy animals. All we have over here is poisonous and venomous snakes. Like,
Yeah, well, we have coyotes, and coyotes come and they kill babies, right? Dogs don't kill babies.
whoa, okay,
But
I didn't know that.
If coyotes
Some dogs
chase
kill babies.
if coyotes chase the squirrels and the bunnies into the neighborhoods, they kill the babies. All right, that's what happens. So either you need.
I've never heard of a cat killing a baby.
Yeah.
True.
You don't.
A cat has killed a baby by laying on it while it's sleeping with the baby bottle.
Okay,
It
but
will try to
if
get
we
the milk from the baby
hold
bottle
on,
and suffocate.
if we take how many times does a cat interacted with the baby, and how many times has a coyote interacted with the baby, and we take how many of
there is
those
a-
interactions ended with a dead baby.
Listen,
You're
this
right.
is-
We should do more studies.
This is a statistical
Well,
problem, okay? There
There's
is
a baby
obviously
that died
bias
from
here.
a
We need to
coyote and they have
filter
a
it
movie
out.
on it.
Well, no, but like a cat
There's a
will
movie
steal
about a baby
baby's
dying
breath.
from a coyote.
Oh shush!
No, a cat will steal a baby's breath.
One of you and just sit
Those
there
are
for
dirty
days.
lies.
No. Do you know about that? No, it's important. You should know. So what they
I do.
Suffocate the baby
I,
and make
no,
it in a
no, no. They
crib.
get in. They're interested in the baby, so that they get
milk.
close to the baby, right? And they match the baby's breathing, right? So that the baby's mouth area is filled with carbon dioxide, so they can't catch good breath. It's a real phenomenon, and it is a problem.
I know
that
about
you
the
need to be
suffocating
aware
from a
of
cat
as a
when they
cat
climb in the bed.
owner.
Yeah.
I'm questioning or whether or not this is the kind of conversation I want to be joining in the middle of the fucking night from an abandoned park.
Listen,
you know, it's kind of
okay. The
yes.
fact of the
Let's
matter
talk about
is, you've got
synchronization of breathing between cats and humans' babies and how often it results in fatalities. Thank you. That's...
Just be careful with your
I'm
cats
sorry,
around
I'm sorry, I'm
babies. He's
stop being
always
so
trying to say. He just wants you to be careful with your cats and the babies. I don't have
Don't
babies
kick
anymore, so
cats.
I don't need it.
yeah. Let's keep the cats away from babies, but don't kick them.
Mm-hmm.
My
The
cat
reason-
We found the middle ground.
Blaine, we don't have rats. That's not a thing we have here. I don't live in some crappy Portland, Oregon.
You don't
right?
live in Paris, no?
I have
no,
rats. I
we
saw
don't have
them
rats.
the other
We
day.
have
Because of the
coyotes.
cats.
No, wait.
The
Kitty,
cats
you'll be
keep
happy.
all the rats
Kitty,
away.
There are no more
You're
cats.
welcome.
They're all dead.
No, wait. No. You'll be happy.
Oh my God.
I looked it up.
Sorry.
What happened was that they would attribute. This was a theory. This is an old theory that has been debunked. What it was SIDS. So the cats would be near
Yes.
a kid that had SIDS.
Just let an infant, yeah.
Right,
Infant
but
dead
the cats, the stealing the baby's breath is actually a myth that I am sorry I perpetuated. This was wrong.
Oh, good job.
It's obviously a myth. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Stealing
No,
the
it's
baby's
not.
breath. That's
No.
people.
No, but
Andrew.
cats have
People like
suffocated
Calvin
babies
kick
by laying
cats
on top
because
of
of
them
rumors
inside
like
of their
this.
crib.
That's not stealing
Andrew.
a baby's breath.
Andrew.
That's suffocation.
Andrew.
That's straight suffocation.
Listen here, Andrew. That was a good attempt.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But it's too late, Andrew. That was a good attempt, but it's too late for you. The Council of
Yeah,
Kittens will decide your fate. Okay.
Council of Cats. The Council of Cats. Yeah, yeah.
Council of Kittens.
Hold
No,
on,
that's far worse.
I'll show them to you. Just hold on.
Well, the cats don't like him because his dog get killed. Or am I confusing the people?
No,
Is he the one that has a dog that kills the people? That kills the cats, kills people.
Kills cats.
My cats.
Kills cats.
Yeah.
I'd rather have no. Sorry.
Also, sorry if I sound different. It's a bit, I don't know. This is, again, I'm from my phone with
I'm loving-
earphones. Like, I'm sorry.
It
I
sounds
can't.
good, and
Okay.
Yeah, and I can guess your accent now.
So hey,
Sorry?
we dealt
you-
with like one.
What were you-
what do you call it? The shoe on head problem with loneliness. You know, right? So I have a video in the private chat that like a proposed formality for like, you know, as an alternative.
To what?
Okay. This is
An alternative to what? You're missing.
No!
I'm missing the main point.
Naughty dog. I'm not interested in that dog. Oh, she's sweet, but fuck you. She's killed cats.
No, this is the puppy. This is the puppy. The puppy hasn't killed anything yet.
Okay,
So she will kill cats?
I love
Actually,
the moral condemnation immediately. It was so strange. I love the
dog.
witness that. I
To
really,
a
that
dog.
was amazing.
Hey, this puppy. She saw a snake for the first time, and now she's scared of her. She saw a snake for the first time, and now she's scared of her own poop.
Oh wow! So
she thinks it's a snake.
Yeah.
She takes after you then.
And sorry, one second.
I'm
sorry
not
for
doing
interrupting. Miss Parkers was saying something about what she was. Is it the cicadas? Because they are pretty fucking loud here. Sorry?
So
I can guess your accent now.
Rats are
Oh.
best pets.
Yeah. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, don't say it. damn in private.
See, yeah, just
Anyway,
tell us if you
I
got it
tried to
right.
move away from all of the big trees because there are a lot of cicadas here and they're very loud. But hopefully Discord will filter them out, like the good
it's a
program,
nice
the good
sound.
spot that it is.
It's a nice sound.
All right.
We don't hear crickets up here. We don't
Yeah,
hear them
yeah.
at all where I am. Although actually no, I did hear them the one time. Okay, so this is now. This is
just
Catherine.
play. Just press play.
Going back to the
Okay, what
pink
is this?
yes. This is the alternative to loneliness.
That being not being lonely.
Yeah,
For what?
you get collared.
Hello, everyone. My name is
She's wearing a collar.
Evie Lupine. Welcome
is.
back to my channel. And today
I love
Oh,
her
is this the
makeup
girl that
right
did the
now.
kink video?
But she looks really great in where she is now.
I have another.
Nah, this is
video.
Andrew's secret girlfriend,
Today
guys.
we are going back to another subject by popular demand,
I'm not
and we
saying
are
it.
going to be talking about collaring ceremonies. This is something that I first discussed
Wait,
in
I like
the
her
what?
video.
What the fuck is
Yes.
that? I'm missing
Collaring.
something.
Collaring.
Andrew.
Not collaring, not
Andrew.
collaring.
It's the same.
Catru, you kink dictionary. I want you to explain this to me. What the fuck is a collaring ceremony, okay?
Okay, so it's like the.
It's not his kink dictionary.
It's
No,
the
he is just a kink dictionary. He is just he's so educated on the entire topic. He's one to whom I will turn with this kind of question.
No, it's kind of like the BDSM version of a wedding. In
I'm
fact,
way too educated on
sometimes
fetishes.
they're even referred to as black weddings. So you'll have a white wedding and a black wedding. You know,
Why? Because of all the
I've always
latex
thought
or
black
what?
weddings were so much more fun than white weddings.
Well, it can be. It
Just the
depends.
music's
True.
better.
There's a lot more dancing.
A lot more dancing. The vibe, yeah, it's
Music
much
is
more
way
uppity.
better.
Yeah.
Oh god, you guys.
I
The
don't
food's
think
pretty
weddings
good,
look
too.
fun
Yeah.
at all.
What?
I
You've
don't
been
think
to a
weddings
black
look fun
wedding,
at all.
Oh, okay.
This kind of
They
wedding
look
might be
stressful.
more your style.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Like 3 years ago, back when I used to wear ears every single time I would film something. So it has been a hot minute since we have talked about this. And actually, we
ears?
just did a video
No,
where
no,
I did
cat
101
ears.
No, just ears.
Oh, cat
Cat
ears.
ears.
Okay, okay.
I thought she was the puppy.
I don't
Oh,
care.
sorry.
what
No,
I-
you're right. No, dog
Hey,
ears.
have
you're
you ever
right.
seen the? There's a video for like a song called like "I'm Mad at Disney" or something. You ever heard that song on like TikTok?
No.
And in the music video, she wears like fake ears, but they're not elf ears. They're just regular ears, and they just make her ears giant.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Collars
Like
and
Ferengi ears?
They're hot. Yeah.
Yes, and I got so many comments
Yeah, oh,
from
yeah.
you guys that were like, yes, oh my gosh, please make a follow-up video to this. Please talk about collaring ceremonies. So that is what we are doing here
Collaring.
today. Let us just go ahead and get right into it and start off with part 1.
I do like her collar. It's very nice.
What
Yeah,
is
it's
a
a
collaring
it's an eternity
ceremony?
color.
It seems classy.
Yeah.
What,
What is
color?
an eternity
What?
color? Oh, shut your cute Paparoo. We can't talk with that puppy here. We can't talk with
I'm missing out because it's so tiny on my screen. I can barely see your nose moving.
Oh, Paparoo.
Yeah.
No, Pappy has shared pictures of her before. Oh, Chopper.
Yeah,
Sorry.
she's so much bigger. Her
What is
legs
they-
are crazy long.
Oh, she looks like an Africanist doggy.
Share screen.
Hey,
Okay,
you're African,
get through.
Paparoo.
Get through.
Yes, Papa.
Search phase
good
eternity color. What is it? Tell
Hey,
me.
wait.
What are you trying to show
Wait.
us? Oh, her
Here,
legs.
wait. Here. I'm gonna.
Those are long
wait,
legs.
That's what I was.
Here, I'm gonna.
You're derailed.
Here, I'm gonna switch
Yeah.
to this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You already did. Sorry. Yeah. So
How?
this is like.
Oh, it's got like a little.
Oh, that was quick. Okay.
So it's not going to save you any money when you're going for rent.
No.
Oh wait, there is a decimal point. It could
That's so
save a little
helpful.
bit of money actually.
Hey, there you go.
So
$250 damn dollars. I'm good.
Yeah, but when you think about the other
The
ring,
only thing I like about that,
250 is a steal.
the only thing I like about that
Are there
is that
engagement
it's
collars
like the
too?
domain collars.
there are colors of consideration. Is what they're called.
What the fuck is that?
So there are engagement collars?
Yeah.
Do you have a diamond on them?
So consideration.
Yeah.
Is she a furry or something? Is she into furry stuff?
No.
Oh,
It's
okay.
different than furry.
Well, I mean, she wore dog ears for a while, but no.
Yeah.
She's
A
it's
little bit.
different.
I don't
no,
blame
that
you for
eternity
confusing.
thing looks really cool. That eternity
play?
one looks really puppy play.
Yeah, up
Yes,
here.
that's it.
Yeah. Up here.
Yeah.
Hey,
But it's got like a
puppy
little
plays
hinge.
a slur.
Puppy
Why are they
plays
so
a slur.
expensive?
Yeah.
So
It's a
does anyone
slur?
give
Okay.
themselves a collar, or can you only be collared by
Well,
Okay,
no,
I'll
okay,
wear
so
one of
here's the
those
thing.
Self-love.
because I like the way it looks. Nobody must be thinking that I've got a collar. I just like
Yeah.
the way it looks.
I can't promise you
Exactly.
anything.
So, like, are there a bunch of
Oh,
different parts of
look.
media that are like coded and stuff? Like, some characters in like Black Panther and stuff had collars. Is that
Chokers are collars.
possibly coded or
You
something?
screw it in, or what's that? What is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Yo.
So. Yeah.
I
People
bet you it's so
will.
uncomfortable sleeping.
Well, generally speaking, you take it off to sleep and to
Okay.
bathe and such.
So you have to unscrew it every. Yeah, no.
Well, no.
So it's
That's
not
a lot
an
of work.
actual eternal color.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank God.
Fake news
okay.
is not what I was promised.
Well,
Yeah,
in
there's
Wheel of Time,
So in this
the
community, those little screwdrivers, they're everywhere, so that you can, take your collar off all the time.
No, yeah, no.
That's the
no.
mark
You
of the
don't take it
trade,
off.
so to speak.
That's the thing. You don't take it off.
Yeah, but if your partner won't take it off, then you're screwed.
Yeah.
Then you have to sleep with it on.
Yeah.
ooh, that
But there's
trust
jewelry.
thing.
These are like day collar type stuff.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's not formal or elegant enough to be an evening collar. I understand.
Stop it. I think it's a good joke, though.
Wait.
That's an evening collar right there. You
We're
kidding me?
just making fun, vanilla
Yeah.
jokes about
Yes,
stuff.
yes,
This
yes.
was- okay. So let's
I'd
go
be
back.
very offended.
Wait.
Okay, does she tell us about the eternity collar? In
No.
It doesn't have to do
Well,
with
I mean,
it.
shoot, not specifically, but
yeah,
yeah.
but it is
Is
a
that
whole
part of this?
ceremony.
Ceremony? Is that part of it?
Oh, what? There's more here.
No.
15 of your first.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
your first. You haven't bought from here yet. Just kidding. I'm being mean.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And the
I do like the way that looks. That's all
Mhm.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
And if I now need Gordon to go and screw shit in, like, come on, man. He like,
Well, theoretically, you could do it yourself, I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
you just spin it around and.
Yeah, and
fight with your collar every night.
Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're
what are we?
almost. No, we're not full. We're
So-
watching. We're kinking.
Think way I can think of just
Again?
Yes.
describing
We're
it
having another
is
kink
this.
about it.
A coloring
Did Andrew
ceremony
request it?
is an event.
Yeah, I
that
need
is
to change
considered
the
No,
title
this one
of
was
a-
straight CPAFy.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was CPAP. He was talking about
Okay.
collars and things. No,
So he
I
bears all
actually-
of the responsibility.
I can believe it.
So the kin things turned into kink things. Close enough.
BS relationship. It is a way of solidifying the mental, emotional, even spiritual bonds that go into a power exchange relationship. Traditionally, this is something that happens after a lot of training and negotiation and maybe even tests that the submissive has to go through to prove that they are ready for this level of commitment. And traditionally, as well, oftentimes this is only really considered when the couple is ready to move into a permanent transfer of authority.
Permanent,
And
Jesus.
because of that connotation, I think sometimes people assume that collaring ceremonies are just for 24/7 total power exchange, MS, aka master and slave type relationships.
I mean, you made it
or
sound like
at
with that
least not to be
permanent, but
moving in
okay.
that direction to consider having a collaring ceremony. And I can understand why, because a lot of the language that talks about collaring ceremonies is about like slaves and property and ownership and things that we would more typically associate with total power exchange as opposed to partial power exchange. But you don't have to be into or want to be in an MS relationship to
Who the
have a
fuck is
collaring
doing?
ceremony.
I'm sorry, I'm losing my
Me
patience.
personally,
Who is
I
that?
think
It's Jab.
Somebody's having terrible.
It's not me.
Oh no, it's
what?
CPAFy?
Is it me?
It sparkles.
It's me.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
I'm messing with my makeup. Sorry. Sorry.
Listen, I'm the one in the middle of fucking nowhere, surrounded by bugs and an abandoned yard and stray cats. I'm the only one who has right to have any sort of background noise at all. Okay, so stop
I'm so
doing
sorry.
whatever you're doing with that camera.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I was messing with my makeup.
I'm sorry. I'm
so-
sorry. I was being too rude. I'm joking. You know.
You're fine. It's
Ju-
fine.
Look. I'm a bit sensitive to sounds. That's all, please.
No, I understand. My son, my oldest is too.
Yeah. So.
We'll grab one more thing. That's it. Okay, done. Okay.
Anybody who engages in power exchange can have a collaring ceremony. You might be a submissive or a little or a pet or anything else. And if a collaring ceremony feels like the right step forward for your relationship,
What's a little?
Oh, a little would be somebody who is doing age play. So, like, you know.
Ah,
I don't like
the
age
hell?
play.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Age play bothers me.
No.
No kink shaming.
Is that controversial in the community?
I don't
I'm not
believe
shaming
it.
anyone. I'm just realizing the depths of where we are going. Okay.
Wait. So,
I guess it depends what you mean by age play.
One thing.
I'm not shaming. That is disgusting, though. That is disgusting, degenerate, horrible.
You're shaming.
It's
let's mute
morally
yourself, Scott.
wrong.
Wait.
Wow, look at this vanilla ass normie fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so your typical age play like scenario, like activities. You're doing things like coloring books and stuff. You're
Yeah.
drinking from a sippy cup. You're not.
I'm not trying to do that. Just like
that's
you
creepy.
kind of heard the visceral reaction from like the crowd here. I was just wondering,
No,
like,
that's weird. Don't do
does
it.
it have that reaction in the community?
Are there
or
diapers?
Hey,
No,
listen,
no.
Sympathy.
Does it have a
There is
taboo
a
in the
difference
community
between
or no?
No.
Sympathy. There is a difference between that's weird
Okay.
and don't do it. Okay, I'm
Makes
kind of holding myself back to. I appreciate, like, I tolerate the rage. Okay, I like it, but please, let's just have our kink lexicon do his thing
No,
for
listen.
a while. Okay, let
I
him
think it
finish
should be
first.
100% legal. I will fight and die for your right to do that. But also,
Okay,
don't
didn't
do
sound
it.
like a
You
meme
freak.
before, but okay.
Yeah, listen to CPAP.
You freak.
Don't
do
do that shit. It's weird.
Okay.
All right.
We'll show your
I'm not
solidarity
doing
in
it.
silence.
Please.
Okay, let's first play.
I'm just
Let's
trying
first
to
play.
say, like, hold that. Wait before you hulk out. Okay, we haven't got to the finish yet.
this is certainly
Okay.
something that you might consider engaging in. Now, I think that collaring ceremonies are something that we should consider seriously. Within the BDSM world, people often compare this to a vanilla wedding or to a hand fasting, in that it is typically a way of demonstrating a lifelong devotion and commitment to a relationship. It's not just something that people like stumble into one weekend because it sounds like fun. It's a way of
The real question is,
solidifying
can
your
you have a
relationship
coloring
and
divorce?
I'm sure that
Yeah,
is permanent.
yeah.
Right.
They say
It's an
permanent,
uncoloring
but
ceremony.
it's as permanent as a real marriage.
Yeah.
continuing
Gotcha.
with
Okay.
moving forward. And actually, oftentimes,
And does it have? Okay, is it gonna be monogamous? Is that what it's about? Is a commitment to this relationship, or doesn't matter? Doesn't have to be a
Not
monogamous.
necessarily.
Yeah.
They are.
That doesn't have to be part of it.
So as
No, that's
far
what I
as
would
I
think.
know, because I just haven't experienced it or anything. But as far as I know, this kind of thing
waiting
is
to
more
experience
for
it.
the monogamous people. It's not necessarily for polyamorous people. Not that it can't.
Yeah,
I'm sure there are plenty
But
of examples. But
wouldn't
it's
somebody who's like a
probably more rare.
dom? So wouldn't somebody like a female who, instance, is like a dom or whatever, like couldn't she be collared but then still have clients who want to be dominated and stuff? Like, wouldn't there be no issue with
Okay,
that?
so
Like, since that isn't part of this,
okay, so you're talking about like a
like
switch?
you could still have your
You're
relationship.
talking about a switch?
Well, so no, not necessarily, but like somebody who's part of a relationship, but then they also have like their own business of being like,
Well, okay,
you know,
if
dominating
she's
people or whatever.
if she's the dom, then her sub would be collared, not her.
Only one
Fair
person's
enough,
collar?
but
Yeah,
it depends.
That's freaky.
Okay.
You could have multiple collar situations.
It's owner pet type
But
thing.
So,
Well-
well, I mean, I suppose ideally you would want the dom is also
he will have something,
committing-
or she will have
committing-
something.
committing to being the dominant
Yeah,
person. Okay.
but it's
Well, if you're
just not
supposed to be like a
collar.
dog, then you're a pet, right? You're the dom would be the,
But that's the whole
owner, like, yeah. All right.
Listen, guys, I'm sorry for shouting a lot. I'm just
no
bit too
worries.
aggressive. This is all new to me. I'm just trying to enjoy the ride because this is like, man, what are we doing?
It's just take it. Just try to be
Yeah,
curious
just enjoy it. Go with the flow.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
Breathe.
and
It's okay,
Andrew
breathe.
is not trying
New
to
territory,
convert,
okay? We
he's
are
not
on
trying to
foreign
convert
land.
anyone here,
Unknown land.
guys. It's just
is
an
a-
interesting. It's an
yeah.
interesting way to look at the world. That's all.
And
No
For sure.
judgment.
And I think we're just trying to understand.
Yeah.
No judgment.
I like learning
judge
something
over.
new every
there's
day.
more in a later section, hand fastings and vanilla weddings do often go along with collaring ceremonies. Now, there is something that I see
Hey,
a couple people
I know about
getting
that
tripped
vanilla
up on when
tradition.
it comes.
Yeah, they see. Look, we know some stuff. It is quite interesting to think.
I've heard about hand fasting.
It is quite interesting to. I want to know. I want to see what she says about what is the dom doing in this commitment thing that it has been made to sound like. Well, not made. It's been compared to marriage. Like marriage, you know, symbolically, we both have rings on, and yes, the ring is. It's not a symbol of ownership, but it is the fact that you are unavailable. You are committed to someone. The whole circle, that whole thing. That is great. I love some symbolic things. But the fact that the dom doesn't have anything, that's weird to me. I'm like, they must have a bracelet.
Yeah,
okay.
that is kind of
Why
weird.
don't you have a reverse collar or something? You know, something cool.
Yeah, but both wear collars.
Yeah,
but
you have
that
a
doesn't
pair
work.
of rings. It's fair to have a pair of something. You know.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Shouldn't they have a leash
But that's
that they
vanilla
always
thinking,
carry
I
around or
suppose.
something?
A leash, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say pets. You don't have that with your pets, so.
So
The dom is the leash. That's what
yeah,
Lucifer
you can
said.
set down your
It's
leash.
true.
You're still the man.
I guess that makes sense.
Fair
The
enough.
leash, yes.
Uh,
I want that, just so it makes
so-
sense.
So if the collar ceremony is like a vanilla
screwdriver.
wedding, so what would like hand fasting be? Would that be like vanilla bondage or something?
What's hand
Like
fasting?
I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna
So,
ask, what does
like,
that mean?
Before they had like a, so it's like a ceremony. I think like a lot of Celtic did it, but like you used to have like traveling, whatever, like clergy or whatever that would actually marry people, but they weren't available in every town. So often they'd have like a hand fasting ceremony where you symbolically tie your hands together in a knot.
Oh, we did
you
that
do it in
for
front
my
of your,
wedding.
There you
We
go.
actually
Yeah.
did that, so and I'd
Yeah,
like to know
so
what it's called.
it's kind of a,
Yeah.
the tradition is like you would do that. It symbolizes to everybody that you are married, but it wouldn't be official till like the whatever official comes back to town or whatever.
We
That
did
was
it because
the
of the
tradition.
But-
symbols. the tradition of it was each ribbon represented certain things. Each person got a
And
ribbon.
I do believe that's where you
Yeah.
get tying the knot comes from
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I've still got the
Why are
the
words?
ribbon.
Yeah. All right.
I love that channel. I've been watching that Across the Pond channel thing, or Lost in the Pond or whatever. It's great.
Comes to
Yeah.
collars and
Mhm.
collaring
That is great.
ceremonies. So I just want to clarify something really quickly here. Not every single time you are presented with a collar is a collaring ceremony. There
Indeed.
are lots of different types and reasons and motivations behind collars, and not all of them are related to collaring ceremonies. You might, for example, be in a relationship where you decide that the only time you want to wear a collar is after you've gone through a collaring ceremony, and that's totally legitimate. It's also legitimate as well if you just want to wear one for play. So you don't have to go through basically BDSM
Wow, look at this
marriage if
liberal
all you
attitude.
want is
Nice.
to wear a collar for a bondage scene or for role play. You don't have to go through the whole rigmarole. It's totally okay to not have been collared and still wear a collar. It's not a requirement. Similarly to how you don't have to be engaged in order to wear a ring. People wear rings for lots of different reasons, and it has absolutely nothing to do with marriage. So if you do want to wear a collar, please feel free to just wear one. You don't have to have a collaring ceremony, and
Press
hopefully that
pause.
kind of clears things up a little bit.
See, this is actually something where I would somewhat disagree with Evie, is that it's what
You're
I
not into
talked
casual
what
collaring?
I talked about last time, where like we're losing our institutions. I feel like
Oh yeah.
The institution of collaring has become too loose.
Yeah, basically. So the point is that
A
what do you
great
call it?
tradition was lost. No?
It's becoming well, no, it's just becoming like it used to have more meaning, right? And it was a
okay.
meaning that was built up, right? It's not something handed down for forever. It's but it was something it was a meaning that was created that symbolized something to the community and to each other and such. But now the more that we have, the more that this kind of idea propagates, the more it's simply just a fashion statement and less
Okay, so yeah,
actual
so
meaning.
you're saying, so you're saying the meaning around in the like the social meaning of marriage, right? Is I have a wife, I have a husband. That there's a proper social meaning. Everybody understands what that person embodies. If you're wearing a ring, all of that comes along with, and is supposed to be socially communicated.
Right.
If you're wearing a collar, it should be socially communicated within this subculture.
That's interesting.
It should
Yeah,
be.
and so
I had never really thought of it that way. That's
That's
really
what I
kind
love
of cool.
about this stuff.
I
It's
didn't
very
know that there was
interesting
that.
stuff.
Like,
It's so
yeah.
cool to just think. No, I don't know. I'm a tourist here. But I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay. So tell me about how this works. It makes sense. What you're saying is that there's people walking around with collars that it doesn't even mean that they're properly like owned, or I don't know how you would say it. I don't know the terminology.
Do
Yeah.
you think people wear collars so that other people won't hit on them?
Yeah, no,
Or
that's
is
the
is
collar
the
of
thing.
protection that I was mentioning before. Is that and generally speaking, that a dom will still have put that collar on that sub, right? And so and it will be known to the community that they are under that dom's protection. So
It had meaning, like you said.
It had meaning, yeah. And so there are different types of collars. So in that sense, I mean, you could have like a play collar. You could have a collar of protection. You could have a collar of consideration. You could have your 24/7, your collaring ceremony formal collar, right? You could have all these different types of collars, and I'm all in favor of all of this, but there should be some level of formality to it so that it maintains the meaning to the community and
But yeah,
to each other.
So this is what we got to. Sorry, Dorcas. Yeah.
I would imagine part of the enjoyment of all of this is the act of setting the boundaries and understanding where each person
What it
stands,
means,
right?
what everything means. Yeah. It's not just temporary. It's not all temporary, and some symbolism must be quite important. Yeah. But what I was going to say is what this just shows is that no matter how counterculture your culture is, there's many cultures inside it. So there's even within so to us it's all strange, but then within your community already there's subcultures that are like, oh well, that's fine, and then other people are more traditional, and then like there's tradition within kink. Like when she said the word tradition, I was like, oh, you said yes, there's traditions. That it's a whole culture, a whole part of it has traditions.
It's super
and it's
interesting.
it goes through its own erosion. Yeah.
I accidentally got the wrong bell, and I got a collar in the mail. Somebody accidentally got sent to my place. It has spikes on it.
Oh,
and a
yes.
ring. What is that collar?
Collar
Does
with a
that
bell?
mean anything?
Yeah.
With
It has spikes on it. It has a ring on it, like where in the middle, like where you can attach stuff
Like
to it.
Oh
like
yeah,
you could put
like a D ring or a no ring.
You could put a leash.
I don't know.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, like something
I'm
like a
guessing
big ring.
D.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was like, okay, that's nice. I feel bad for the. I came with nipple tassels too. Nipple tassels.
A harness point. Yeah.
And I was like, oh,
Generally
that's embarrassing for whoever was supposed to
Yeah.
get this in the mail.
Are you sure that was sent to the wrong
Was
place?
it
This
discreetly
sounds like
wrapped?
a
I
lot
don't
of
have that.
code.
I don't have the money to buy nipple tassels.
No, but did someone buy it for you? Like,
Oh no, I
send
don't.
that
Nah, nobody
No,
did.
no,
Nah,
like
nobody's
that.
doing
That's more of your play collar type situation because it's got it sounds like it's got a harness point on it, so it's going to be attaching
So you wouldn't fit in with the formal
gear.
crowd.
And
it's practical. It's more practical.
Yeah. But like, wait, let me just where was that right here? So
this.
Oops. Here we go. This
old playground in the middle of the night is a lot less abandoned than I thought it was. The amount of animals I see totally fucking around over here is something to behold.
The
I
cats
already
can
know that
feel
this
my
neighborhood
energy. They're
was.
coming through to you.
Here,
It's not just cats. It's
Just
I
know
already
that
knew
you
there was a
scared them
bunch
more
of
than they
wild
scare
animals,
you.
but no, it's not. It would
like
take
a-
something a lot bigger to actually scare me. But it's interesting because even I can see from this. I'm kind of on a high ground. I can
the black
see a
leather
lot
one.
of people
Those spikes.
moving around.
Yeah,
and
training
doing
collar.
stuff.
You can see people. There's more people. Okay. People
No,
are
they are very,
scarier
very
than
far away,
animals.
but the amount of shit that they are doing at this time is interesting. Like, are you seriously? Is that guy moving? Are they going on a vacation? Where are they taking all of the shit in so late into the car?
They're
Are you going
tweakers.
to drive on the
Quick
highway
question.
at this time? Are you not going to fall asleep? What is this decision making? Seriously,
What does
can you
everyone
not have
think about
planned this better?
chokers?
I'm sorry.
Are they hot or
I'm
not?
derailing the conversation. My apologies.
Yeah.
They're
I'm
like
gonna
gateway
derail
colors.
it even more. Are chokers hot or not?
I like chokers.
I think chokers
I don't
are
think
really hot.
I don't think
I
young
think-
girls should wear chokers
I think that
because
there's
they're
something
sexual.
about
I think anyway.
Yeah.
there's something about having something around your neck, like a necktie too, or a necklace. It's not like
Mhm.
specifically a choker. It's almost something that like no matter what you have, you look better with something around your neck.
That is true to an extent.
I disagree.
I think
Hookah
I
shells.
think you would look good with
Okay,
that.
okay. You're right. Maybe the shells are.
It depends on the neck, okay?
Yeah, it does depend on the neck. You're right.
I
'Cause
pay
if
good
you put
money to
something
see
on a very
Calvin's
Like
neck.
Big Ed wouldn't look good with something around his neck. Did you guys know Big Ed is?
exactly.
The guy with no neck.
He doesn't have a neck. Yeah, it'll be a shawl.
So
Goes over his shoulders.
So yeah.
Now let's move on to part 2, which is when are you ready to
Peace out,
have a collaring ceremony? Because this is the big question. How do you know when you're ready to go through such a big commitment in your relationship? And well, how do you know when you're ready to get married? As with many things in BDSM,
Boom!
this is
Knew
a very
it. I
personal
fucking
question,
knew it. That's
and
going to be the
I
example.
can't make that decision for you. I can, however, give you some important things to think about so you can self-evaluate and decide whether or not you are ready to take this step forward in your relationship. What I would say is if both you and your partner are feeling fulfilled in the relationship, if you can trust your partner to be honest with you, if you feel like you can be your complete self around them, that's probably a pretty good start. It's also great if you feel like you can see yourself in their life
She's
going
got quite
forward,
the jawline too.
if
Her
you're
head's like almost a
invested in a
rectangle.
future with them.
She looked great in this video, actually.
She's got a strong jaw.
Yeah, I know.
but,
That's what I'm saying.
And especially, you need to be on the same page with them about things. Have you had conversations about kids?
I'm just personally a bit concerned about how similar the color of her face is to the wall behind her. It's a little bit like camouflage,
probably why she
blending
doesn't
in.
do it nowadays.
Not all of us think about things like that,
she
okay?
You know,
That was
if
my
she
only
was
thing. I
bored,
think
I
her
wouldn't be
makeup's too
able to
white.
tell the difference between the edge of her head and the background.
The only thing I don't like
That
is that
might be why she's
is that her
I don't
hair
like
is
her
like
hair.
super
of the
long
couch.
coming off the back, but it's like short in the front.
Yeah, I think the hairstyle's not. It doesn't fit her face very well. I think she would look better if she just had it lit.
I would have thought
Not in
that
the
Calvin would be
ponytail.
all about that type of hairstyle.
What do you mean?
Isn't it short in the front, long in the back? Like, come on, you've got like a pre-mullet going
I've got
on.
the exact opposite going on. I get my hair cut like shorter on this back and sides every time.
Just got the goth look. That's
It's
it.
just up. It's just up. That doesn't make it shorter on the top. It's just pointing upwards.
Sure. Okay, let's go.
Marriage. Have you had conversations about
Andrew being so
polyamory versus
dismissive.
monogamy?
Wow.
You see, yeah, she did say polyamory versus monogamy, so it doesn't matter. It just depends on the
The
couple
addition of other
or throuple or
submissives
whatever.
into the relationship, religion, or how finances are going to be handled.
Hmm.
Are you on the
It just sounds like a marriage.
same page?
She's got
about
the
yes
she's got a bit of
things or-
the school shooter eyes going on.
Our parents
I
would
don't
have
think
those
that-
too.
Okay,
so-
come on, listen. I was kind of stretching. Listen here, sympathy. I was kind of already stretching the bounds of being too insulting with comparing her to a chameleon. Okay, you don't have to go that deep.
But okay, but
he's already insulted me. He's
oh
also
wow,
said
she
I've got
does
those
have big
eyes,
eyes.
too.
She looks like the small child from Rango.
Oh, come on, stop it.
Oh my
The
god!
rules
Why do you
related
have to
things,
do that?
so
Well,
what
no,
about-
she got that very heavily medicated look.
What?
It's part of the goth look.
How would you arrive at that conclusion?
That's also the goth
Does
look.
look
I've
very
seen it.
medicated.
It's a thing in America.
Her
You
eyes
know.
look on point, man.
If you went to
She's
high
good.
school in America at like now, you'd be like, you know, the kids that are heavily medicated because you can see it in their eyes.
I just think her
Anyways,
hairline with her
so-
hair looks bad. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be nice. I'm not gonna say nothing else. Let's continue the ceremony.
financial
Listen, all I
dominance.
see is that
What
I
about
know
Emma?
that she wanted to play a vampire in Twilight. That's all I see, okay?
Yeah.
versus Diaz.
She would have done a good
Normal-
job. I would have
normal-
watched Twilight if she
normal
was.
goth
Who
girl.
didn't want to play a vampire in Twilight? You sparkle.
Mm.
Oh,
Wow.
Hennessy, don't watch
That's
Twilight. I will watch
sparkle.
Twilight when it is better writing, okay? What
It
is
just
that?
bums me out
How-
that all the would-be goth girls are like gay and trans now. It's so sad.
Oh yeah, shame. Yeah.
True,
Wow.
that is a massive
They're
problem. That is a big
inaccessible
waste.
to the humble
Actually,
male. Yeah, it's
Mm.
a shame. It's a
The
Don't
problem
expect
is that
the
it's not
humble goth
okay.
girls.
It's not okay to just have like this identity of be tomboyish. Like I know I told you about
or be
being
goth.
like I've known I've known a couple of tomboys when I grew up. Nowadays, they would have immediately be like, "No, that girl is trans. Let's take her to the whatever." To like,
Yeah.
nobody would have accepted this identity. They would have wanted to push it to the logical extreme, which is fucking horseshit. Like, it's what happened to just let people be and explore what they want as long as they don't hurt anybody else. No. You don't actually
You're
know.
never gonna get to
I
the
know
main
your
ceremony.
identity for you. Fucking hell, man.
Okay.
Well, we're exploring. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kinks that
Sorry,
one or both
sorry,
of
I
you
derailed
might
again.
want to have fulfilled as an aspect of that relationship. Do you feel safe, happy, and secure around one another? Do you bring out the best in one another? And do you feel
But if
like
you don't, you probably
you
shouldn't be
can
wearing colors.
grow as
But okay.
you continue to,
She
Yeah,
got
please
kind
don't.
of like
to go
buck teeth
forward in
too.
life?
I like that.
Or do you find
She doesn't have buck teeth. She's got
Her
big
front
teeth.
two teeth are
yourself kind of stagnating with this?
A little bit.
Why
Just a
did you
little.
turn?
This is
See,
Why'd you
Paffy,
guys have
don't
to,
turn.
yeah, why'd you have to start turning this into a ad hoc?
Yes, see, Paffy, I'm the one who derails this stream, okay? I'm the Hydra. I'm the one who always
This is
derails
not
the
an
stream.
ad hominem
You don't
attack.
get to.
I'm saying these are the little things you look at and you say,
that
wow.
I don't necessarily know.
You
if
don't
every-
get to
Even though
derail
that
this
could be
stream into
interpreted
turning
as
this
an
into the
insult
rate
to
this
Paffy.
woman program. Don't do that.
The eyes thing was a bit of a dig, but the rest of it's
Somebody
not.
might consider. Now, if you are hoping
She does have
that
she
a
does
coloring
she does have tiny
ceremony
ears though.
will
She's a
fix
pretty.
Oh my gosh, stop! The subtitles said coloring ceremony.
something in your relationship. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but coloring ceremonies aren't really going to do that.
Michael
If you're hoping a
Jackson
coloring
sort of had a
ceremony
decoloring
is going to
ceremony.
help you feel more secure, or is going to get you to the level of power exchange that you want, or is going to force your partner to hold up their end of the DS bargain that you've negotiated. That's not really going to change because of a collaring ceremony. A collaring ceremony is a
Yeah, it's the same thing. It literally, you're not going to getting married is not going to fix
or having a baby, like having a baby.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, having a baby will definitely fix your relationship. Though
happy,
There are people who act
secure,
like
and
that.
fulfilled in that relationship. A collaring
do.
ceremony is not going to magically overnight turn your partner into somebody that they're not, or turn you into a submissive that you've never been before, or just completely change the nature.
It's just the application of any
you know what?
It's
Kitty,
not
you should
going
go
to.
around. You should give talks to like rehab facilities about why having kids is actually not like necessary.
No, oh, to rehab, yeah.
I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button.
Schools for troubled young women, and you should be like, you know what?
Don't have children.
You don't need kids. You don't
Well,
need
I
kids.
worked with the homeless in a rehab facility, and I love my kids. I'm not gonna tell them not to have kids. So, I mean, if they get clean and they get better, and sometimes some of the women their lives completely changed after they had a kid. They quit drugs and everything.
Yeah, it gives them the
sense of purpose.
Yeah, the purpose to dig themselves out. I think no.
You can't. Listen. You're not gonna like have kids so that you have the motivation to dig yourself out. That's just not right.
No. That's exactly what Sparkles was also saying. Is that people think that having a kid will fix everything.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
That doesn't.
No. First, you gotta fix everything,
clean,
then you can have a kid. Okay, that's
maybe you can.
It's the reverse.
Okay, first you fix everything, and then like you go to like a board who decides whether or not you're actually fixed and you can have a kid.
Some people change their whole lives around after they got pregnant. Is what I'm saying. I worked with when I was running groups.
Yeah, but they shouldn't have gotten pregnant in the first place. Is the issue?
Yeah, but
they changed their whole lives around after they got
shouldn't get pregnant.
Well,
look at this guy telling a woman what they can't do with their own body.
Yeah, but some of the women's lives completely changed after they got pregnant. They got clean. They got better because they had someone to live for, a baby.
That's a statistical anomaly. What I'm saying is, in general,
no.
We should be
You're missing the
discouraging.
point.
We should be discouraging people who are a mess to have children.
Oh, I'm not encouraging people to have babies. I'm just not going to tell them not to have babies.
Yeah, exactly. It's
we could do that, but we could also encourage people to clean up their act for the kids.
Exactly.
Those are exclusive. You can do both.
They are not. Yes.
Yes, but you don't.
In fact, I would go as far to say that I think that we should make the IUD mandatory. We should castrate men in prison first of all, and then make the IUD mandatory.
Oh wow, okay, this took a dark turn.
And then maybe you can get taken out once you're all fixed.
So I got castrated.
Oh God. Okay.
You get the mandatory injection, and then maybe in 5 years you can fix it up.
It's not a magic wand. If
We keep your ovaries in a jar for a few years just to see how well you do.
Page about
Hey, CPappy, will you check your mute button, see if it works?
a relationship, be that life things or DS things, now is probably also not really a good time to consider having a collaring ceremony, and I would not really proceed forward with that if that's the situation you find yourself in. Now, a submissive might have self-doubt about whether or not they are worthy of a collar, even though the dominant says they are, but self-doubt is a little bit of a different situation from doubting the security of the relationship itself. Now,
Okay, now this sounds very romantic, and I mean like as in a romantic relationship. It's not. It's not a platonic relationship. You don't do this with your friends.
No.
Okay. Cool.
I'm gonna kidnap a man and do it with him. That's what I'm gonna do.
You're gonna?
I'm gonna kidnap a man and do it and force him to do the collaring thing with me. That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh wow, I didn't know we had yandere on this plan.
All of those things. If you come out the other side of that thinking, yes, I am super happy, I am confident in this relationship, I want to move forward, awesome. That's great. I'm so happy for you. The next step is then to have a conversation about this with your partner. If you haven't already, especially because if there is one thing you need to be on the same page about in power exchange, it is this. Some people have no idea what coloring ceremonies are, which is maybe part of the reason why you're watching this video is to find out what they actually mean.
We
So you
literally
wanna make
didn't
you
know
are
they
getting that
existed.
conversation. And
Thank you.
You need to make sure that consent goes both ways. You shouldn't like bulldoze your partner into like having a coloring ceremony just because you really want one. I don't think that's healthy BS. But if you both decide that a coloring ceremony is what is right for your relationship, is right for both of you going forward, then
The thing that us vanilla people can take here is look how the culture is a culture on its own there that has its own rules and structures that go and occur and there's a whole world that they have. That I say they as in because we are not part of that. Most of
It's
us.
fake
Yeah.
though. It's manufactured. All right. This is
Okay.
What do you mean
this,
by
come
that?
on. This is taking the
Yeah.
idea of marriage and you're saying, okay, but I'm different. I'm special. I'm a kinkster. What do we do? How about a golden collar?
But I am different and special. I'm
It's a
unique.
very vanilla mindset.
That's but that's of course what it's going to be seen as. Yeah, fine. But
you just don't get it. You're not. You just don't.
It's okay.
That's what I'm hearing. Is you just don't get it.
What I'm hearing is I'm a maniac and I should be castrated. That's what I'm hearing.
That's you. You said that. You were
said
talking
that.
about
No
that.
real
Are you hearing an echo? I think we need to get some headphones for you. Because
CPAFI, master of
You know what? I
projection.
second
You
that
over
CPAP.
here.
I
What
don't
the
need to count.
Let's get out the clippers.
Projection.
first.
Listen,
sure that mute
these
button's not
people are
working there,
freaks.
CPAP.
All right, you don't have to be nice to people. That's not like a rule.
You know,
all right?
you brought up
Yes, again,
something
people are
about
being
punishment in prison, and I kind of having the opposite reaction.
nice
of
is
who is the
super
freak.
Calvin, Calvin, if
Yeah,
you are
but you're
not
going
nice
to the
people,
extreme.
you will be taken out. You know that.
I can be mean, but
And
you're
you've
going
been
to the
really nice.
extreme.
I think
Oh,
I
wow,
think
don't
if you
threaten me
see
like that.
something that's nuts, you need to say it's nuts, Kitty.
You can say it's nuts, but you don't have to be a dick.
Yes.
Say,
That's
hey,
the
that's
point.
weird,
Like-
and that is
Calvin,
that's it.
you're able to say not for me.
Not
That
for
doesn't mean
anyone.
that it's
Don't
crazy.
do it.
That
It's
means
weird.
not for
No,
you.
See,
CPAP,
that's
don't
that's
do what?
not right.
No.
There we go. We're here socially sanctioning your behavior right now.
Yes.
We're
But
saying,
mine
oh,
is not the behavior that needs to be socially sanctioned.
Hey, there
Yes,
is
it
some
is.
crazy
Yes,
behavior
it is.
going on, and it's not what's in this video. It's you, Calvin.
This is
happening
stupid.
right now, right
Extreme on
here.
it.
You don't need to feel ashamed of saying, listen, this collaring thing is stupid.
it's not.
Oh
for
my
me.
gosh, it is to
Cringe.
you.
It's
But
kind
to
of
them,
cringe.
it's,
You know what?
it's something
okay,
special.
it's- no, you know what?
I'm
He's right. He
proposing
can
a
say
blockade
it's-
on CPAFI right now, okay?
Look, he can say
No, I
it's
thought I was a
stupid
bully.
to him. You even just it's literally just the way you word it. You can say this is stupid to me. That's
I don't
It.
I
That's
don't
it.
believe
like-
in using soft language. Okay, this
No,
is
CPAFI.
stupid.
No, that's not a... You can,
Well, then
you can
you-
There's a
still
difference
use...
between soft language and being
Yes.
an asshole.
That
Yes,
is the
like-
most direct way to say it. This is stupid.
No, it's not.
It's
CPAFI.
stupid.
I would like
the
to
word
think that...
that you're looking for in your head
Oh my
when you
goodness.
hear you're putting on a golden collar. What's the word to describe that? The word is stupid.
No,
Elegant.
the word is,
Oh.
that word is used to
Yes,
describe
that's
who,
the thing.
people who try to make it their business when it is not. That's the word.
That's the thing.
Okay?
The line for me, exactly as Prize says here, when they want me to participate, but if it's completely descriptive, more power to them. That's it. It's not that everybody is taking the I don't like waffles, therefore I hate pancakes.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly.
I like
The point
waffles,
is-
therefore I hate pancakes approach here.
The point is,
Listen,
you don't
can
like
eat waffles
the...
all you want,
No,
but I'm
CPAFI.
allowed to tell you not to eat dog shit off the street. All right? It's
No,
not harming
that's not
anyone.
the same because that would affect you. The problem is that you could contract something
No,
from there and
okay,
spread
we
it
don't
across
get
the
that. You
population.
know what I mean. If someone was like, I have a
I do know
sanitary
what you
piece of
mean.
This
dog
is a
poop, all
degenerate,
right?
though. Like, I'd make fun of this if this was something wrong. It's just a form of getting married. That's all that I see it
It's
as. And I
no.
make fun of a lot
Listen,
of stuff.
Yeah, it seems
Being kind
Yes,
the
is
most
the thing
vanilla
is,
kink out
CPAFI,
there.
Yeah, I
you
like
have
that
a
way
moral
too.
portion to people playing with the kind of teddy bear that you don't like. I'm saying it's fine. You can play with your teddy bear how much you want it in your home, but don't bring it to my door and tell me that I must play with it. And they don't do that because they do their own thing and they are fine and they don't step
Yeah.
over other people's boundaries and respect it. So I will respect
yeah.
theirs. That's it. That's how fucking simple it is. And I would like to think that I was, you know, a bit mean mean, joking around with that sort of thing, but I don't just come out and hammer these people for what they like. Like I'm kind of being a bit of an asshole and sort of with Andrew and sort of stuff, but it's not like in truth being mean and judgmental. It's just kind of joking around, but who has what their preferences, you know? Like it's not just I'm trying to be
nobody needs
joking,
this sort of
nice.
false approval, all right? It's weird, you shouldn't do it.
I'm not approving or disapproving of their behavior.
I feel the same
I'm
way
not
about a lot of
approving
things.
or
You shouldn't eat
disapproving.
dog shit off the side of the street.
This is not dog
Okay.
shit. This is a teddy
should you
bear.
eat super spicy food? Do you think it's weird and these people
Oh,
are
yep,
crazy
that's
if they
a great
eat super
example.
spicy food?
Depends on what do you mean by super spicy? Depends on what super spicy is.
Whatever that means to you. A level that is unbearable that seems like
20
nobody should be
different
eating it.
spicy
Do you think
peppers,
those people are
let's
just
say that.
crazy?
Yeah. I think people who enjoy pain while they eat are crazy.
That is not pain. I eat super spicy food, and that is not pain. Fuck you.
Then
It's
you're
not
not
the
talking
same,
about super
listen
spicy
away.
food, are you? You're like, oh, what? Spicy? That's not painful. Then you're not thinking spicy. All right, you need to grow an imagination. All right, when he says super spicy, I think super
think
spicy.
you need to
When you
expand
eat
your
spicy food, it's
culinary
actually your
imagination.
brain that your brain does think it's on fire when you're eating spicy, like really hot food. It's your brain.
Yeah, spicy was evolved by certain plants to make sure that anything with certain receptors don't eat them, because only birds don't feel the spicy taste, and the plants targeted them because if a bird eats the fruit, then the seed will get pooped out in whole, and thus has a greater chance of spawning another plant. Whereas if a mammal eats it, they will most likely crush the seed with their teeth, and thus the spice was developed to kind of ward off mammals, which had the complete opposite effect because humans were like, oh wow, that's an interesting taste, let's farm the fuck out of it, and that's why they are successful. So it's kind of interesting.
It is. I think that's very interesting. I think that would be a much better way of saying that than saying crazy.
Yes, exactly. So to
It's a niche. It's a niche. Just say it's a niche thing, and it's okay. Not everybody. I would never go around saying, "Hey, you Kitty, you must try this jalapeno pepper. It's absolutely amazing. Trust me," and just force it into your face. Like it's no. Everybody has their boundaries and their own things. It's like it's fine.
Listen, if there was a group of people who said we have a special pill that's going to activate to the fullest extent all of the spice receptors in your mouth, this is going to be like the ultimate. This is going to hurt you painfully. And there's a cult of people who like to eat it. I would say don't do that. Don't eat the spice. Don't eat the spice.
Okay.
The dude who wanted to watch the
Listen,
video.
all jokes aside, I'm running, guys.
Yes.
I'm running out of phone
I feel
batteries.
bad.
Okay,
Did you-
so I
is his
need the
feelings
rest of.
You heard it's going?
I don't know if he left on purpose.
I'm running
but
out of phone battery, so I have to
Okay.
go because I'm in the middle of a fucking, as I said, in the dark playground, and I have to
No,
go
don't-
somewhere. Okay, see you guys. I'm sorry if I derailed the conversation a bit too much or if I was too loud. Thank you for having me on,
Not
and
at
sorry
all,
for
man.
only
Thanks for joining us again.
being on sort of and
That's
not
okay.
really being
Thanks for-
constructive this time, but.
No, you.
It was
you
awesome to have a
stay
surprise
up.
Hydra. We thought
Yeah.
we were done with our Hydra
Yeah,
experience.
we were.
Yeah, see you. I have 4%, or 2% left. Okay, see you guys.
Yes.
See
I
you, man.
think Galente's right here. You've been very close-minded to compare an agreement between adults who are enjoying themselves to eating shit off the sidewalk, extremely condescending and elitist. Look, it's just
Listen,
the way
if two people get together and agree to one of them eating the other person,
Hold on, Calvin.
if
Calvin, Kiddo was making a point.
me and Gray, if I said, "Hey, Gray, do you want to eat me?" and Gray said, "Yeah," and I cut up a big chunk of my arm and he fries it up with some garlic and pepper,
People do
and
that.
he eats it up,
You know that?
and we're
do
like,
do that.
we're two people agreeing this. There's nothing wrong with this. And I said, and someone else besides the two of us said, "Hey, don't eat people." All right, even if
How
you
is
agree to
tolerance
it, it's
So-
not right to
eating
eat people.
somebody?
So
Yeah,
it is
there
in no
is-
way harmful to either person, though. This is a very bad analogy. But Kiddo was saying something when you kind of interrupted her, man.
It was
So
basically
sorry.
the
Did you-
same thing. Exactly.
I also
no,
have
sorry.
a thing to say when Kitty's
Yeah.
done.
Ooh.
No,
I
The
believe
rare
in more than
Dorcas
just
point.
care
Let us
harm.
get to
I believe in more than just
Hold
care
on,
harm.
Calvin.
Okay, but
Yeah, so do we.
You know what? I think you can go. You can say that you think this is not the optimal way of doing it. It's just literally as we spoke about when Sparkles was talking about how the debates go. It's about the way that people are interacting, and the way that the interaction went is very just condemnation and whatever. Yes, we poked fun, which
not
is fine,
helpful.
but then it got ugly. You see, and that's just not. It is okay to not want to have an ugly conversation. There's nothing wrong with that. You can literally, yes, I understand. Oh, you don't want to have soft wording or whatever. Then you know what? Unfortunately, you're not going to have good conversations with people. Then it's not going to be good. Anyway, Dorcas, what were you going to say?
I think there's a time and a place for crassness, a time and a place when crassness is more effective. I think Kitty is building a community. Yeah. Or when, you know, all parties, you know, agree to take the gloves off. I think Kitty here is building a community in which we all appreciate a certain degree of directness and honesty with each other, and there is tremendous value in that. But
Yeah,
I
Dorcas,
also
I hate
think
your voice, by the way.
Thanks. Me too. But I
like
think
his
we're
voice.
all.
Why?
I
think you have a nice voice. You stop.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love your voice,
I'm just
Dorcas.
being direct. All right.
You two are wrong.
I'm being brutally honest.
He just has a deep, manly voice. That's why he's judging your voice, because he knows his voice is all deep and manly. So that's why.
Exactly. No, I think we're all, you know, reasonably polite people. We are all friends with each other. So I think we all understand each other's opinions on kink at the moment. I don't think there is a need or an effectiveness at this point to continue on with a certain level of crassness. I don't think that's
honesty
super effective. No, I mean crassness.
He is also being honest, and we have been
honesty.
honest when we've said that.
Well, you know what? Look, this
It's
is
not.
this is the
You
line.
could-
That sorry.
I mean, personally, I don't care
So
for
I would-
like the kink stuff. I was not suitably convinced that kink is
Neither.
So you're
can
team
be
vanilla.
complete. Yeah, my take would be vanilla,
Same.
and I can say that, and I have just said that without going out of my way to say words like gross or immoral or things like that, because in part I don't necessarily believe that, but I think, you know, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar type situation, and the community thing. We're all friends here.
Yeah, I think
For sure.
well said. Like, but also I can see. Okay, so
Very much.
I want to see everybody's point of view, and I can see what Blaine's saying, and I can see what Colin's saying. For sure, this is the line and this is what I got to, and why I got so against. This is why we revisited the Think on Kink, was because I wanted to see what was going, just to question what was going on in my mind with all of this. And one of the things we came to was that our lines are drawn different in different places. So for me, and I am vanilla as they come, okay? I really am. I just like the way that collar looks. That's as close to collaring as I get, is the way it looks, right? I'm very vanilla.
I kind of get some of the Soldan Damani things in there. So
Yes,
like,
right?
I don't know, in a way it reminds me of Wheel of Time.
Yes.
But yeah.
That's what I'm
I
interested
understand
in.
being
I
so
think that's-
aggressive. It was like Earthworm guy. Then you could be so aggressive as Earthworm guy, but this didn't seem that bad of a. Seemed
Like,
that bad to me.
that's
Now
the
the
thing.
little part, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do the literally thing. That's a bit no. If that, no. Look,
I don't.
that is not what we were looking at, and I don't think that's. And you know what we could have done is asked about that, because then we can say, well, then fuck that. There's a line there. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that was the
for
main
me,
thing
that-
though. I think it was like with
That is not
puppy play or whatever
No.
they call it.
Yeah.
Lord Cameron,
Puppy
I don't
play.
know what FMG is.
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Full
But
feline-
it's gotta be
ultimately
that.
goes back to the time, the place, and
Female-
who specifically you are talking to.
Female genital mutilation. Exactly. So that's what I
okay,
thought
I
it
was
was.
going to say,
I thought it was
had
something
heard it
like that. Yeah.
different. Yeah.
No, it's exactly that I understand. Should you be kind? So this is where Calvin's moral line is drawn, and yeah. So he's then what needs to now, what Calvin needs to then decide is whether if this is a kin, if this is really crazy, then he has to decide whether he can participate in the conversation or not. Whereas for me, I'm okay with it, because it's not It's not incest. Nobody's advocating for incest. For me,
it's
line,
a degradation of marriage, which is a sacred institution that we've had in our society for hundreds and thousands of years.
Not necessarily.
It's not or
so that's your opinion, though, but that's your view on it.
That's
Calvin.
what it is.
So,
but we want to
you've made a
air
couple
the
of statements
views.
that like you're just
That's
being
all I want.
honest here and everything like that. Like it's still your opinion, though. It's not honesty. There is a way that you could be honest without being,
Agreed.
so yeah, for sure. There is still a way that you could choose to be conversational instead of combative with how
Because
we're
you're
all
not
dealing
going
with
to
this.
change anything. Nobody's
Causing
going to
people to
change
be
And
anything.
you mentioned a couple other things like this is only about the care harm thing. That's not true. Like this is literally talking about a different form of what could be similar to marriage. So that would also go with fairness and cheating. That would also go with loyalty betrayal. That would also go with authority subversion, sanctity degradation, and even liberty and oppression. This touches on all of the moral foundations. It isn't just care harm. I understand that you have these opinions, and that's cool, man. We can totally
That's what we
explore
want.
them
We want
as
to.
well.
That's the thing. We want to engage with them. That's the whole reason I wanted to do this sort of thing, and that's the whole reason I bring that up. That I now obviously I'm regretting it, but the point is the whole reason that Katru would bring something like that up in this thing. We're in the context of talking about loneliness and things like this. Maybe this is something that would help somebody who is we could have had a conversation. Can you imagine me diagramming us afterwards going, we could have had a conversation about this and this and this. That's it. We could have had a conversation about how, geez, is this then better at least for them than for them being the people that like are recluses and things like that? Is this better than them being lonely? That sort of thing. Let's have that conversation. Let's have all those shitty but for sure, if I understand, I can see the example of if somebody came in here trying to make the map argument, I would lose my shit as well.
So get better communication skills during him being upset about. Say he could have worded it better than what he is getting.
Yeah, that's it. It's just, I think it's just about the way we're wording it. Yeah, that's it. It's just communicating, and that's the only thing. I think your point is valid. It's just that the way it was
nobody's
made.
trying to say like you can't make that point. We just don't want it to be necessarily as combative. Like if I'm just coming at you like you're stupid, you're crazy, like come on, man. Like there's no way that you're gonna actually like listen to what I'm saying. Like this is then gonna be some sort of like fight as opposed to an exchange of ideas or
I
exploration.
didn't call anyone stupid or crazy. I called this concept of this collaring ceremony. I said it
I'm
was
pretty
stupid.
sure you said
Yeah, but did you
they're
say kill
stupid,
somebody at the
and
end,
I'm
like,
pretty sure you said it's crazy.
Yeah, it's a concept. A concept can be stupid. I'm not attacking anybody individually, and I didn't turn this into a confrontational thing. I just said this is
hard to
stupid.
escape separating out the people who believe in the
Yeah.
concept from the concept
And the
itself.
concepts themselves. Yeah, you're right.
That's sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, I do want to talk about what it means. Why, like the fact that it doesn't involve monogamy exactly, the sanctity of marriage, all of that. I am for that. I want to talk about that. I guess it just got ugly.
Yeah,
That's all.
I am kind of interested in it. For
But you
instance,
can't
like
talk about
why
those
would you
things
have
in
this ceremony
context
that
if you don't want to hurt anybody? Because
What do you mean?
unless your idea is we're going to
So
talk about this,
you're
but
saying
we're
you
gonna
can only
affirm
talk about
this.
it by hurting people?
No, listen. Nobody's ever going to be happy all the time. If you say, "Hey, I want to talk about monogamy or polyamory or any of this in the sanctity of marriage," but I don't want to alienate anyone who's into a collaring ceremony. That can't happen.
I
It
just
just
thought the way
can't.
you worded it was inappropriately originally. I think the way you were saying about it was inappropriate.
The God's honest truth, right? The God's honest truth.
No, so it's not the God's
right
honest truth.
now,
It's your
in this
goddamn
moment,
opinion.
I'm
No,
having
it's your goddamn opinion, sir.
I think
Like,
that's
it's
the
not the God's
framing.
honest
That's
truth. This
all you
is
had to
your
do is
opinion.
just frame it differently. But I suppose the strength of that opinion means it's the truth for him. This is quite an
It's his
interesting. What
truth.
happened? This is what happens, though. I guess what happens is you need to be a person that is open to other people's experiences, because, like, my disagreement, I'm still okay. My line is drawn differently. It's just weird. Like, I'm more accepting. But if sorry, if anyone came in here and decided that Mac was the thing, then I would also be mean, I think. So I can't now fault somebody for being mean. But yeah, you see, my lines just draw. Yeah.
Some things
I think if you would have worded it better, though, I think the way you would be mean would be more.
I think wording it better might just be the only thing I would ask for, I suppose.
So we're not asking you to like mask your opinion in like some flowery language or anything like that. But I don't know, man. Like I think there's a different way that you could approach it, where you could still say like, okay, I don't agree with this.
Yeah,
I don't understand why you're doing this, but it doesn't come off with you are stupid for following this. That's kind of the way
Because
that
that's
it
not
came
how
off
you're going to
this
change someone. Yeah, I suppose you'd be more passive and shitty. Yeah, I suppose passive aggression, it pisses me off as well. So, but I think maybe what I'm trying to do a lot of the time is trying to get the concepts away from the people that hold them, and then look at them and look at them up in the light and look at them and see what I can learn from them and things like that. But you're right, you can't do this without making people upset. I don't think we can have.
Yeah,
we can't talk about things without being upset. Yeah, we are asking him to mask his opinion.
I don't know. I'm not asking him to mask his opinion. I don't want like a fake opinion from him. But I mean, there is a difference between like, you know, talking to essentially trying to actually have a conversation or just shouting at somebody. I feel like what you were doing was not attempting to have a conversation here. It was instead, I'm getting my opinion out, and this like essentially is going to be spoken over you.
Guys, I know how to solve it.
I don't know, man.
I swore he said something about dragging them and killing them or something like that.
Listen, I think you lost track of the conversation because I didn't come out swinging.
You kind of did.
Dude, you kind of did.
I said this is stupid.
All right, I do want to go back and watch it.
If you say, if you or Kitty says, "Hey, don't say that," instead of saying, "Hey," well, it's not like anybody said, "That's interesting, Calvin. Why did you say that? Why do you think this is stupid?"
Yeah.
Okay, don't say that. Don't be mean like that. That's mean.
Yeah.
I would be interested, and we have asked you a couple times, and you've said that it is somehow ruining the sanctity.
It's a degradation. Yeah.
Sorry, that's what it is. So I understand what you're saying, but like, wouldn't dating essentially? So everything that isn't marriage, wouldn't that necessarily take away from it? So like these prolonged engagements that people are having today, wouldn't that also take away from the sanctity of it?
No, but you're right.
Wouldn't people living together be against
people living
it?
together for a long period. I don't like
understand. Are you calling any of them stupid, though? Are you saying that the concepts that they practice are stupid?
Yeah,
I think there's a difference
would.
between, you can say, hey, I don't agree with this. I don't think this goes ahead and, puts marriage in the best light or puts you in the best foot forward towards marriage.
This goes
But
against my moral values.
Attacking. Yeah, and that's
But I do
fine.
see.
We all have
see
moral
that
different values here.
what happened was, Blaine is right though. What happened was, instead of and Calvin has said, you guys didn't ask me why are you saying that. You said don't say that. So the way that I engaged, yes, I think that should have been I should have taken the initiative to say no. What do you mean, Calvin? But instead I got protective because I've immediately made the moral judgment that you're just going after Andrew. So I immediately was like, okay, I'm not going to let that happen. But the way to take you off that bone is by saying, tell me about it, instead of telling you to defend yourself. So the actual the way that we conversed here, the way that this interaction came out is it just became a confrontation. So Blaine is right.
It was like a chain reaction.
It was a chain reaction, but it was like the response was immediately doing exactly what we're expecting. So Blaine Paffy said it that way, and instead of going, oh, tell me about that, instead of that, it was, don't do that. And that's going to make him want to do it harder, isn't it?
Fair enough. I do want to listen back. I know at one point we were asking for why, and we did get that whole degradation of marriage thing. So I don't think it's quite that, because there is something to the approach as well. We all could be, a lot more vitriolic with our approaches to everything. I don't think that would be conducive to an actual conversation. I think both can be true. And of course, Blaine is right. Like, we all contributed to this. It is all of our faults. Right. Like, a conversation is a two-way thing. Like,
everyone is.
You're right. We all could have been more receptive.
It is. I think
Gab
we all
has
could.
something to
Yeah.
say earlier.
Everybody hug. Okay.
Statement of appreciation.
Let's do it.
I'll force
Yeah.
you. We'll all hug.
Yeah,
I'll
what
force
were
you
you
guys.
saying earlier?
It's fine.
No, Blaine said in chat that we're all primed to be mad at you anyway. So
Yeah, it is true. Yeah. He is the
Okay, I like being mad at you.
Infamous Calvin.
yeah, and he takes it. But he deals it out as well.
He's kind of a little spastic. That's why I think he can be spastic.
Thanks for coming on and having a great argument with us, Sparkles. You come on, you're like, I'm nervous, and then we have a huge argument and a big spat in front of everyone. But I enjoyed it.
Well, I can leave.
No, as long as you're okay. Oh, Cameron's here. Cameron's also got.
Yay!
Oh, whoop, wrong avatar.
Wrong avatar.
What?
I don't know. I like that one.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
I just wanted to jump in because this is like your discussion with Calvin is really my sort of like
It's
life's
so loud.
area. Oh, sorry. I can try to change that. Is this better?
When was your collaring
That
sound?
sounds really good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a collar.
Whoops, that's
I
loud
love
again.
that collar looks great. I'm sorry. It just, and you know what? Now you're making me want to.
Test.
You sound good.
Yeah, you're sounding great, man.
You're fine. You're fine.
But yeah, that looks loud again. Well, this is sort of my I don't know, life's area of work. It's not like education or anything, but it's just what I've sort of devoted myself to. It's very easy to act as a mentor and use that as a position to actually control someone who is deviating from what you like. So it's very easy to speak from a position of telling Calvin how to be a better person when what you're actually doing is saying that there's something that he did that you dislike and you're trying to avoid that you dislike that.
So I'm not telling him how to be a better person. I'm telling him how to like have how all of us could have a better conversation. And one way would be not to approach it with that vitriol, like instead actually like explore it or say what you don't like about it, not just say this is stupid.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. I think
it's crazy.
You should just say, like Jordan Peterson said, I don't know if the comment was read. I missed a couple minutes there, but you just say, okay, this isn't working. Something about this isn't working. I don't know what. Smallest possible thing. What can we change so that we can have a conversation with you, Calvin? Something like that, right? And so literally those words, like, so what's the smallest possible? So Gray says less vitriol, and so what does that mean?
I like that. That's a good one. I like that.
Well, to me, it was the approach on that, saying like this is stupid or this is crazy, as opposed to saying like I disagree with this for this reason. Like there wasn't an actual reason; it just seemed like an attack on the
Right.
notion.
So what you could say is smallest possible thing, Calvin. Could you say I disagree with this because of this every time you have a disagreement with something?
That's so
Fair
robotic. No way I couldn't say I disagree with this because of this. And
Okay, and that's fine. So what is the thing you can do? Because we're saying smallest possible thing, right? And that's too big. So what's your
I don't
thing?
think I'm the problem here.
It's not about someone being a problem.
Change what you don't
necessarily.
acknowledge.
I think that's exactly what this is about.
Okay.
You can't change what you don't acknowledge. It's not.
Yeah, so that's for your side, Calvin. There, that's what it looked like to me. So Gray is saying this vitriol thing, but to me, it reminded me a lot of conversations with my parents when I was younger, where it was basically this struggle session of them telling me this is how you have to be, and it's and so what you're doing is you're making it defense versus offense rather than let's work together to build something. And so it's not actually a conversation about the concept. You're making it about everything, and instead of the specifics. So, Calvin, then, what's the smallest possible change you'd like from others to be able to state your opinions that way?
I like this conversation. I think we had a good time.
So you like the way it turned out?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And so if they didn't, and so I guess the question then is, which lines do people have for, like, are you willing to keep having those conversations with Calvin that way, or is there something you want to change? Does that not work for you, let's say?
I don't know what you're getting
I
at.
don't think it necessarily works.
I don't like the idea of wanting somebody of censoring. I don't like that. I'm now expecting, but I do expect people to be a certain. I do.
So you can
still
set
have
boundaries
standards
without
for interactions. Yeah.
You can set boundaries
You see what
without
I'm saying?
censoring someone. You can say this
Yeah.
is the requirements to interact with me. You don't have to interact
Yeah.
with me.
Yeah. So that for me, and those were the boundaries that we were talking about of like, don't make it that's like sort of hateful or that sort of disparaging. Like you can say things that strongly without it being an attack. That's what I kind of want. And I still I can't blame a person for their you're right. I still have I think what was happening there is Gray and I and all of us that weren't liking the way it was happening were saying, can I have a boundary, please? Can I have this kind of
but not
chat?"
explicitly.
And it definitely got into
Yeah,
tag
just not
teaming
explicit.
too. Like
So that's all it is. It's just it's really hard to say, hey, I want this boundary, right? Because you're basically saying, change or I won't talk to you again. That's how it can feel.
Yes. Yeah. And it is.
But
It's
it
like,
doesn't
so
have
what
to
do we
be,
do?
because if you respect each other, then you can say, hey, I need this. It's not everyone needs this. It doesn't mean you're wrong. This is just something I need personally. Can you do this for me? And that's what you can consider a boundary to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you can
that
say,
does sound like a reasonable
so
request.
but you,
like,
you also this might take a couple days of thinking, or weeks, months even. But you also have to decide if you do need something from someone. This goes for everyone, Calvin or you guys. To figure out what that actually is, because if you just say I don't like how it was vitriolic, but you don't exactly know what that means, then that's not a boundary you can really define. And it did sound like all of you were thinking out loud as well at the time, right? So it's like you're not quite sure what you want, but there is something off.
No, for sure. And it's, there is there were like 8 of us at the time or something like that. So,
Yeah.
There are obviously a whole bunch of different opinions. It's not like there's one unified front. But it did seem like more of us were piling on Calvin than not. That definitely can't be cool as well.
Well, if you go by volume, I think Blaine was on Calvin's side.
Yeah. But the chat is only the chat.
But it's nice. It's nice
but
to
you're
read.
right,
It's nice
but-
to read Blaine's messages agreeing with me.
Oh, for sure.
It's always nice to read someone who
For
agrees
sure.
with me.
And I don't
this actually might be
necessarily
the first time
disagree with
that's ever
what
happened.
Blaine's saying. I would like to go back and rewatch this because I might be remembering it incorrectly. From what I remembered, it was more you attacking like the actual notions of it than actually giving like your examples of what you think in that notion are wrong. So I could have definitely expressed that better. That hey, could you actually like explain what about this you don't like or you think is detrimental to marriage, as opposed to just saying like, hey, you can't say that. I definitely could have been more constructive with what I was asking of you.
Yeah, same. I definitely it did turn it like we were talking about things not being cooperative. It turned out like that. Just because I can see these things in other conversations doesn't mean I have, like I said, I'm not above these things. So it's true. I got, but
yeah.
I was getting protective. Yeah.
I asked my
Yeah, I do feel like my elephant was in control for a minute there. So I'm sorry, Calvin. I feel like I did get a little bit heated.
Sorry,
with
Andrew, both of you. We didn't help the situation.
And I am on Calvin's side here, I think, but there is some sort of change that, and I have to think about this too, with like when we were talking about aliens, for example.
Mm-hmm.
It's tricky to
actual aliens, okay, the actual real ones. It's tricky. It's
sorry,
tricky
sorry.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, you meant James Cameron's masterpiece.
I don't want to say this wrong, so I'm just taking a moment to think.
We actually get going here real soon. How much longer are we going? I'm not trying to rush anyone.
No, yeah, but we do have to get going. Gordon's gonna storm out here just now in his undies and be like, fuck out.
Okay, maybe we should
It's
stay a little
night.
bit longer.
Well, yeah, mysterious stranger. You don't. I don't think it's necessarily dumb, depending on your point of view.
You ever read
But-
Mysterious Strangers chats? Like, he has no idea what's going on ever.
Well, he's an
That's
old
not
man,
true.
right? That's what
he
said.
is a genius, and he has made amazing films that you all need to see. Okay.
What?
But so Calvin, in a debate with you, when you call an idea stupid, or you say this is crazy, this is unreasonable.
Yeah.
Where's the point of engagement with you then? How do we keep having a conversation?
What's the point
from your point of view? If you no, it's more if he was talking to me, what do you want from me after you? So I'm defending aliens. Aliens are real. You say that's stupid. What do you want me to say next?
I say you say I would if I said you said something stupid, I would like you to say is you're right, everything you ever said was right.
Right. But let's say I'm steadfast in my belief. How do you want that argument to go? How do you want me to argue against you?
I'd imagine the next logical step would be you saying, no, that's not stupid, and me saying, yes, it was stupid.
Right. So what if I say, no, it's not stupid, and then you say, okay, prove it?
How do you how do you essentially reach a middle ground, or how do you come to some sort of understanding?
You don't even have to have a middle ground. Just
that's why.
Do we want to have a conversation, or do you want to stop talking?
The opposition, as opposed to just stubbornly standing in your corners, going, "No, my side. No, my side."
Yeah, why don't you just say no you, no you, no you, no you? That's a very, very
This was not akin to the alien conversation, by the way. What happened here was we weren't having a debate. We were watching a video. I said something was stupid, and it turned into an argument about whether or not calling it stupid is appropriate. What happened in the alien debate was you said something, I said that's not proof, and you kept talking, and I was like, okay, this is getting stupid.
Yeah, you know what?
Okay, so you want the conversation to end when you say
I think
stupid.
Benjamin's right. Is like we actually we have to acknowledge it instead of fight each other through it. Yeah, it's that's so sad. But
I would also add making a strong point of view statement like this is stupid invites conversation.
It does. Does it?
I mean,
I think it does because you want to defend your point.
Yeah,
I think saying I think this is stupid, putting those hedge words in gives it space. That for me, that's what I'm saying.
Listen,
like Calvin said, it's bad writing. It's more passive.
But it's in the alien conversation. There's a big difference between what happened here. In the alien conversation, it took a while for me to start calling things stupid, and once we got to that point, the stupid things have been said, and there was no stopping. And it's not like that conversation stopped. You kept going. I would have liked it to stop.
Okay, so what you're saying? So let's do smallest possible thing again. So when you say something stupid, would it be good for you if we say, okay, you think it's stupid, let's move on, something like that?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah, like okay, we'll agree to disagree. You think it's stupid, I don't agree to disagree, something like that.
Sure.
Okay, then I'll do that. Yeah. So if you tell me something stupid, I'll say I agree to disagree with you, and then that conversation's done there on about that topic.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
no, actually, I'd probably keep saying it was stupid. Now that I think about it.
Then what do we do?
Well, then let's do it from both sides, eh? So does that work for you then to make it stop?
I'll try that. Yeah.
Okay, we'll try it and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So what are you gonna say something? What is he going to try? Is he going to keep?
I don't know. Are we experimenting right now?
No. Well, if you say something stupid, then I'll say okay, agree to disagree, and we're done.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Agree to disagree.
Well, talk about how people shot down aliens in your backyard again.
Okay, so they're flying over near a town called Mayo, and which is almost on fire now. And the government, the Canadian government, got in contact with the American government, and they got their fighters to fly over and shoot down a thing that the fighters say was not a balloon. Like they saw it and they shot it down.
Like a bird, you mean? Like they shot down a bird, they wasted taxpayer money and shooting down a bird, something like that.
Yeah, well, they thought it was big, so it was a big bird. And
or not, because they have no idea.
So they shot down and they never retrieved it.
Once they vaporize it, they have absolutely no idea what they shot down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's the claim, right? That it was vaporized.
I think they said it crashed, so I don't know.
I think all they said was that they recovered something from the crash, which could have been.
I thought they didn't recover anything. Like they never found it.
Oh, in that case, then yeah, they have no idea.
Yeah, because it's massive and empty up here.
Yeah. So, all right, but this is not going the same way that previous.
No, you have to call me stupid now.
No, you're
okay. And then the aliens came to my house and they told me.
This is stupid. This whole thing.
All right, I'll agree to disagree. I thought the aliens were making a good point, but we'll stop there. Yeah, give it a test.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's that, when you do that small. So
Okay,
the important thing to put home here is just that smallest possible thing. What it does is it makes a conversation about what little change you want to behavior, and then everyone can go away, and that's that. Rather than you go in until you feel like someone's either won or lost. You feel like you've dominated or someone, or you've changed their mind, because you can't change other people. And it also means that one thing isn't about
some healing here.
One thing isn't about everything.
Cameron, you're amazing.
If you make one thing about everything, so what happens is you say, well, this is like that time that you disagreed with me here, and this is that time that you disagreed with me here, and you're always saying that I shouldn't say this, and you're always saying this, and it becomes this huge thing that's way bigger than this tiny little issue, which is that maybe we can just resolve it with, okay, we'll stop there. And maybe we can't. Maybe Kelvin and I will decide a week from now, no, we don't like this, we like arguing, because I don't mind arguing with people that are very abrasive and whatnot. So that works for me, but for the purpose of a show and a conversation, then. Yeah. And we see if it works, and if it doesn't, it does, and if it does, it does. And yeah, that's that.
He's a wonderful bridge builder.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Actually, I kind of think this. Well, I'm not gonna say that. I'll say what I don't like about this is that. What I don't like about this is that it makes conversations
just tapping you on the head, like, okay.
And I like vomiting ideas out of my mouth. I don't like.
So what part of it makes it robotic?
Thinking.
But keep in mind,
Cameron, please tell me what I could do in our next conversation so that it would be best for you in the best possible way.
Right, but if we do this once, right, we might not have to do it again.
This is a never-ending story. What can I do better next time? This is
there
marriage
is only
counseling.
one never-ending story.
This is not podcast.
So,
but this is not podcast. This was never. We call it a podcast. But
keep in mind, this all started from diagram streams, which suggests to me that the bulk of people here like that more robotic, methodical.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Breaking down things.
Because I don't really like I don't like diagrams myself, really. No offense against them.
Wow.
You're in the wrong spot.
And what Kelvin's talking
diagrams live. This is
where
diagrams are born.
What Kelvin's talking about is a very good point, that it feels very silly and robotic and unnatural. And that's why people don't do it. That's why we don't. But what happened was we were, in a sentence or two, able to come to a very quick resolution about something that could have otherwise been like half-hour struggle session, let's say, if we wanted to go that way. And so it doesn't. So there is a reason that people avoid it, because it feels false and artificial, and you're like, well, no, relationship should be based on emotions and feelings and love and whatnot. But
what is that?
It's a lawnmower, I think.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Bring back Arctic streams. Yeah, we can do that.
I like the diagrams, but only because it actually does the opposite of what Kitty's doing. Kitty's diagramming the arc of a debate, and for me, I pay too much attention when I'm watching a debate. I'm like,
so Kelvin, what I found in my life,
I'm too upset about the vibe of the debate. So Kitty slowing it down and taking it point by point is actually much better, to digest it.
What I found in my life since I've started doing the smallest possible thing is I've done it maybe 6 times.
Yeah.
And it's greatly improved my.
Can you write it? I want a diagram of a flowchart.
Okay, quick before.
Just write it down.
I'm
What
gonna
can
dip
I do?
in like 2 minutes.
Can you write that? Yeah, I've got to go, guys.
So do I. Actually, I was about to say how soon can we end this thing?
No.
Okay. Before they start cutting the lawn
I
again.
think Dorcas has a point.
Dorcas, yeah.
All right.
No,
us
I
off.
wanna...
Dorcas, what are you trying to say?
No, it's back.
It's back.
Well,
It's
the
too
lawnmower's
late.
thing and all.
Scream it.
All right, Dorcas, what are you doing?
All right. What's everyone up to? Send us off.
Yeah. Yes. What's everyone up to? Gray, what are you doing?
Yeah, me and Patrick should have a video out soon. I just had a really awesome interview with LG again, so that should be out of my channel pretty soon. And then, stay tuned.
Awesome. Calvin, other than D&D?
Just D&D soon. D&D Saturdays, Mondays at Kitty Standard Time.
Kitty Standard Time.
Actually, Kitty Time plus 30, I guess. Because it starts half an hour later.
Yeah, so, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Kitty plays a kitty named Kitty.
Really? What's new? Yeah, it's great. Dorcas, Dorcas is also part of it.
Yeah,
I
Dorcas
guess.
is a doctor.
Yeah, Dorcas has saved me several times now.
Pretty good episode. He shot down he instructed Andrew to shoot down a broken bridge to kill a horde of stampeding kobolds.
You sure it wasn't a UFO?
Yeah.
So even in your fantasy worlds, you're tearing apart bridges.
It wasn't me. It was,
Can't
it was,
deal with
it was
any
Andrew.
bridges
I'm
being
actually
built.
the DM. I built the bridge in the first place. They had to tear it down.
Okay.
I wasn't.
Okay.
I was just as persuasive in D&D. I was rolling like 7s and whatever. I was bad.
She died and then took a bath and then nothing else.
I'm not saying you should switch your con stat, but you should switch your con stat.
Yeah, barbarian is like a -1 in con.
That is true. But like that's the point, is that it's my story. I'm like,
I get it. All right, Jab.
yeah, no, well,
Does
yeah,
Dorcas not go?
yeah. There's Cameron and then Dorcas.
Yeah.
Cameron, Jab, Dorcas. So
my bad.
Cameron first.
Dorcas, go.
Okay.
Formal
Dorcas.
request for more Gartic streams. Other than that, I have nothing going on.
Who cuts the lawn at 1:30? Okay, more Gartic streams.
does.
We'll do that this weekend. Jab.
I've been working on stuff, chipping away at. I'm
Some really cool
hopefully
stuff.
going to get my React streams out next week. Hopefully, I'll be starting that. Get some
I'm
cool guests
subscribed.
on.
I'm
thank you.
subscribed, so yeah.
Yeah, I've been hanging out with Blaine a lot. I recently had a debate with PF Jung, which was quite cool.
Wow, really? That's
Yep.
awesome.
It was really cool. Yeah, for those of you that haven't seen it, it's in the
Share Your Ish.
Share Your Ish
Oh,
channel.
awesome. Oh,
So,
cool. What
yeah.
did you guys debate?
We debated.
And if you want to know more of Jab's backstory, he had a conversation as well with, I cannot remember his name, but that one was also really
a flawed
cool.
man of God.
Yeah,
I
I
went
saw
onto
that
his
today.
podcast.
That's the dude.
and had a chat. That was fun. So yeah, just,
Oh, I
just
didn't
been
see that. Oh, the
hopping
evening
in and
show. I
out of
didn't know
different
that was-
stuff. Gonna be
Oh,
starting
God.
my own stuff next week. Andrew
Yay.
is supposed to be helping me out in that regard, getting everything set up. So,
Hell yeah, man.
yeah, gonna be fun. Get
That's
a
really cool.
couple of you fine folk onto a few episodes. Do some streaming.
Love
It'll
it.
be fun.
Mysterious Strangers also got things in the pipeline, so we'll be doing that too. Yeah, guys.
Nice.
My book thingy video is coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw you
Just-
doing book club. I'm actually gonna go head to my book club after this. That's why
Oh,
I need to get out
really?
of here. Yeah.
Nice. Well, it's just I'm not gonna have time to fix it overnight, so just enjoy whatever comes out. If I wake up early enough, I'll fix it. I'll add the only thing is the ending. I'm just very upset about. But you guys were here when I did it, so this is just the recording version of it.
Mhm.
I wish I knew how to read. Well, you know how to write, so.
And
yeah.
nowadays, books read themselves to you. Come on.
So yeah, that's coming out tomorrow. That's my thing. It's okay that you had to leave, Miss Sparkles. Thank you so much for coming on. Everybody, thank you for coming on. I think I hope obviously I think it didn't end the way I wanted it to. I think everybody needs to relax. But thank you, Cameron, for building the bridges. And
Yes, sir.
and yeah, we just I hope CPAFy and Andrew can have a talk. Maybe that we need Lord Cameron to mediate that one too. So who knows?
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway, guys, have a great one. Have a nice life.
I'll see
Okay,
you
thanks, bye.
lesbians later.